I think we are all ready. Good morning, everyone. Energy sector's very distinguished representatives. Second ICCI Digital Conference, welcoming each and all of you. Hope that everybody's day will be bright and brilliant. In this busy and stressful agenda, we would like to thank you for allocating your valuable time, and we would like to thank you for joining us today. And I would like to express my respect and gratitude to each and all of you. Corona cases are not going below 27,000. In some certain cities, there is a significant increase. I don't want to speak about the passed away ones. And as a responsible organization and organizer, despite the fact that the vaccination levels are increasing, we didn't have enough courage to bring together the crowds. For this reason, for 25 years, we were doing ICCI physical environment due to pandemic reasons. For the second time, organizing it as a digital time. And physical fair in 2022 March will take place, hopefully in a more healthier environment. We will carry on our activities. Throughout these 2 days, ICCI Digital will have sessions. So we won't have any fair and exhibition event. And Turkish Cogeneration Association's contributions, we are going to have a full schedule, full agenda for 2 days. Without giving any break, we will be together. Since this is an online event, we won't give any break. So take your coffees and teas with you. Before starting the speeches, since the first years of ICCI, person and the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, and of course, we would like to thank the Energy Market Regulatory Office for their support. And in this uncertainty times, Alternative Power, who has never Nordication, Misan Energy, Topkapı Industry, and Young Life companies, we really would like to thank you. Hope that next year we will have face-to-face meetings again. Last 2 years, everybody very closely experienced these digital platforms. There may be some technical challenges. For this reason, from the very beginning, for any type of challenges and problems, we would like to apologize. Hope that without having any breakdown, we will continue to run our meeting. Before making our opening, our Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Fatih Dönmez, will be joining our opening session. And we will keep our program into consideration. And after Professor Dr. Volkan Ediger, our minister, will join us. He's going to share very important information with us. Please do not leave your computer's screen. Every digital platform, I would say, the best digital speech is the shortest one. And it is by saying that, I would like to invite the chairman of Turkish Cogeneration Association, Mr. Yavuz Aydın, to the floor. Mr. Chairperson, good morning. Welcome. Thank you. The screen is yours. Thank you. Distinguished Minister, distinguished President of Energy Markets Regulatory Presidency, and the President of Energy Council of the Head of Energy Commission, and academical platforms representatives, and everyone who have devoted themselves to the field of energy. In this online platform, this is the 28th of ICCI event, and we have gathered together. As we all know it, in the last 2 years, we have passed through a pandemic, global COVID-19 situation. And ICCI conferences this year is carrying on an online platform. And as after the opening speeches for 2 days, we will have very distinguished representatives in energy industry and energy sector, and they will discuss in depth. There are two transformations urged by the pandemic. The first year, uncertainty, chaos, and of course, lack of consciousness. And second year, all of the community and related sectors have started to question to find out a way to recover from the situation. And majorly, we are in the process of recovery with high levels of actually development. And of course, many technological incentives, of course, postponed to 2022 and the further years. This is what we observe in the hope that we would like to foresee what is awaiting us. Energy sectors in this striking transformation process took its share, and we have started to transform our missions into a positive way. This 2-year period, when we look at the energy raw material, all of the fuels and chemicals and costs have been reflected with high costs and high prices. And electricity, of course, rates have shown record levels, and it's on one side positive, and on the other side, supply and demand, also the supply security, and also the breakdowns have pointed out some lacking points. And chairperson of Turkish Cogeneration Association, cogeneration power plants actually export volume and the critical importance should be mentioned. Approximately 5,000 megawatt of installed power, 290 cogeneration tanks are providing the electricity and vapors in its own facilities, and without having a burden on the national network. At this time of the period, if there is over actually production, it is passing it and transforming it to the main hub, main network, and support, giving us support. And export champions of our company, the industrial companies, have also shown a great impact on the international market with the highest productivity with their cost-efficient energy costs. And in the international market, they have carried on very successful actually actions. Energy community in the next 5-year period will be facing with some challenges, but it will be possibly overcoming them. And these actually challenges will hopefully overcome with our robust infrastructure. And all of the discussions and also presentations within the scope of ICCI hopefully will be fruitful. I would like to conclude my speech and express my gratitude. We would like to thank you for this opening speech, Mr. Chairperson. Now, the President of Energy Council of DEIK, Haluk Kalyoncu, will be taking the scene. We would like to request your 2 minutes to connect Haluk Bey. I will keep you on screen. Haluk Bey is trying to connect. As you all know, there is a retro movement of Mercury. And so somehow we need to overcome these technical challenges. So we are accusing the retro of Mercury. Hopefully the chairperson, the president, will be joining us very soon. We will wait for 30 or 40 seconds. If they cannot join us, I will go with the flow of our event. Distinguished participants, we have completed our 30 seconds and I don't want to have any delay in our program. Now I will continue with our next speaker. Whenever Haluk Bey comes, we will take him as the next speaker. With your permission, I would like to invite Turkish Parliament Head of Energy Commission, Ziya Altun Yıldız. He has got a video, he has got a message for us. We will show that video message and we will share it with you. And after that, if we have Haluk Bey, we will take him and we will continue with our next speaker. Let's take our video and let's take our message from Ziya Bey. ICCI 2021 Digital Fair and Exhibition is welcoming each and all of you. I would like to thank our ministers and I would like to thank the Energy Market Regulatory President, all of our presidents, all of the chairpersons and also the organizational committees and supporting institutions. Distinguished colleagues, as you all know it very well, we have been together in these conferences before the pandemic time. During the pandemic time, all of the remote conferences has started to take place and we are in one of them. And globally, hopefully, we will get rid of this pandemic conditions and we will go back and return to our normal life, our physical life, where we feel each other, where we see each other. ICCI Digital Conference is being now enacted and energy cogeneration is the main theme of this conference. And about the cost, there are some certain things to be mentioned, also the climate changes and also supply security, integration of all of these features can be mentioned. When we speak about the climate change, the main component is the energy transformation. When we take it into account, today's conferences, the main themes will be referring us to climate change issue. And I would like to emphasize this point. European Council and Parliamentary Commission as the Turkish delegation, as a Turkish representative, we are seeing and observing that there are some, of course, legal and also important conditions, which I have prepared a draft. I have prepared a report. I'm going to present it in Strasbourg. And now I'm today in Strasbourg. As you all know it very well, a few days ago, our distinguished president has joined the United Nations meeting and about climate changes conditions of Turkey, has had some declarations and manifesto-like statements. And it was as follows. The polluters of the planet should pay the penalty of that. Yes, exactly. The similar approaches have been presented in my presentation. We have especially mentioned that either the public or the private sector or the individuals, in order to actually have a full sustainability, you should not have any negative impact on human life, on our planet, global scale. And if we deteriorate and destruct and disturb the balance of planet, there should be actually a result of this. There should be a penalty. There should be actually compensation of that. And in addition to that, in the national legislation, climate change and related conditions should be amended, should be revised. Polluter pays statement in English should take place in national legislation. So this should be provided. This is what we have referred in our report. The report will pass from the General Council, and 47 EU members countries will have this recommendation, and they will take it into account in their national legislative systems. By taking our steps from this point, climate change and its impact on the global supply chain and shifts, and also the costs, and bringing ourselves to an advantage point, of course, it is possible to state that our country is in a very advantage point. 53% of our electricity is being produced from renewable sources. It's possible to do that, and this is something very valuable. $66 billion is the latest investment in this field. The best development have taken place in our country. This is a big advantage on our side. And because of the shift in global supply chain, when we look at the August figures, somehow it is possible to state that on monthly and on annual basis, there are historical figures which we are coming across. And the global supply chain is somehow from far geographies is shifting to near geographies, which is leading us towards the Green Deal. And within the framework of the Green Deal and the level of ministries, and with the decisions of our president, should take actions, and we should place ourselves in the front lines as a country and give priority to the conditions of Green Deal. With the opening of Parliament, the approval of a Paris Climate Agreement will take us to these further steps. We do have a robust supply chain with the renewable energy sources. Global climate change conditions, we may become a pioneering country because of the lowering in costs, starting from EU and also the Africa continent and Middle East, the Balkanian regions. We are expanding with our export activities, with our investments. So we continue to keep our position, and this is going to enhance and empower our position. As a result, ICCI's digital conference, which we organize right now, will create a synergy, and we will create an enhanced awareness. And with the help of cogeneration, energy sources on one side, on the other side, and vapor production, increasing the activities in this field, and having an additional 20% of non-used actually energy and referring it to the needed areas will provide a competitive power to our country. If we fully integrate it, and if we actually empower the position of our country, we will have a more accelerating power. I would like to thank all of the participants. I would like to thank the organization, and I would like to thank our association. With my greatest respect, I would like to say, see you again in a physical environment. We would like to thank Mr. Ziyaul Yazlus as the head of Energy Commission from TGNA, and hopefully he will be very successful at Strasbourg. As I have mentioned to you, Haluk Kalyoncu has been challenged by Mercury's retro. We could not connect him to our broadcast. I'm continuing with our next speaker. In order to deliver his speech, I would like to invite Mustafa Yilmaz as the President of Energy Market Regulatory. The floor is yours.
So good morning, sir. Welcome to our conference. It's so nice to see you. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to see you. So it's such a wonderful thing to show sustainability. I saw you a bit stressed because of this retro thing, but there is no reason for that. ICCI, all participants' energy is enough to overcome any problem. We won't be needing anything else than that. Thank you very much for these beautiful words. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish all of you a beautiful day, a nice conference. I would like to salute you all on behalf of Energy Market Regulatory Authority. Thank you for raising our level of energy. Yes, regulating energy. If you're not able to regulate energy, it's not possible to benefit from it, make use of it. So actually, after development of regulatory authorities in each field, we started to receive better results. So sorry for any inconvenience, but you know, I'm not underestimating ICCI. So such efforts have been continuing for decades, two decades now. And I think that Energy Market Regulatory Authority being involved has also contributed to this process. And I truly believe that we also, as the authority, have a contribution there. Of course, you will appreciate it. So you say 1994. Maybe we have got some colleagues who were born in 1994, and maybe we will be hearing from them about their opinions. So this is something to do with this connection, this bridge between the past and future. It's such valuable. So for 27 years, energy and environmental conferences have been continuing, and it has been contributing a lot to this sector. In this program, very important themes are addressed, like previous years. I hope that these are going to be contributing a lot to this sector. And I would like to extend my biggest thanks to you, because these events are taking place thanks to you. So we need to get started to discuss new themes under the field of energy. Visionary opinions can be laid in that manner. Global energy problems, solutions, risks, possibilities, new energy opportunities, and financing options can be addressed in a better manner. They can be identified and developed in a better manner. The energy of future should be addressed in a visionary perspective. Just as an example, 2 years back, how many people would would forecast such a pandemic and its impact, electricity crisis or fuel oil crisis in the UK? Who would estimate that? Energy crisis has started in Spain also, especially the government's decisions about prices, about restriction of revenues. Energy generation parties have been activated with that, and there is a big tension there at the moment. These are all normal. That's what we say. What is deep is not the well. Our string is short. That's a saying in Turkish. The longer our string is, the better. We will be discussing in depth what does this well have, what does it include. We need to see them, and we need to have some pathways to make estimations for the future. So in order to extend the string, we need to have new opinions, we need to adopt new perspectives, and what is more important is we should have cooperation on the long term, and they shouldn't be national only. Within the last month, in our authority, Uzbekistan Energy Deputy Minister and then Somalia Energy Minister, we have hosted these two important people. And during these discussions, I was proud of my country in the following way. They wanted to hold a visit to our country. They have arrived here, and the level that we have achieved, progressed so far in the field of energy, they say we are an example country to them, and they wanted to our support. We are proud of that. Why? We are not proud on behalf of ourselves. We have come to this point all together, along with our personnel, with our generators, distributors, all stakeholders of energy, including consumers themselves. Because as a dynamic sector, as a dynamic authority, generators, consumers, distributors, organizers of such events, we need to know a lot about their expectations. Otherwise, we can't have a good regulation. The system would have shortcomings. So the parties should be happy. Otherwise, we can't have this development. Is that enough? Of course not. As the world evolves, develops, as production increases, as the history continues, welfare of every party needs to be increased, and we will be needing more energy. And this is going to be keeping us more dynamic, because what I really attach importance is if what you're doing today is the same with what you will be doing tomorrow, you are having a loss. That's the case in our situation. If we have not achieved to add value today when compared to yesterday, then it means we haven't worked enough as the EMRA, as the energy parties. But that's not the case. The regulation, global regulation, when we consider that we are an example country now as Turkey, our sector is an example. Storing transformation, alternative energy generation systems, underwater energy resources, suprawater energy. These are the discussion points for us. So as EMRA, we have been discussing these issues with some scientists, some business people in the world. We have had some meetings, some presentations, maybe having costs around the country is important as with regards to the fact that we may have more energy in the future. 30 years back, solar energy, wind energy would not be considered in Turkey as resources of energy. Alternative energy resources are going to be themes for discussion for the future as well. In the 19th century, the main energy resource was coal. Conventional oil products were the resources in the 20th century. And we are in a world now that is in the edge of leaving these types of energy. So we need to adopt a visionary perspective, and that's how we should work around. In parallel with this, we should always progress. What did we do on the 1st of June? Storing energy resources. We have started an energy market, these are important instruments in the sector. If we want to be a center of energy, we have to continue working in this direction. Maybe media has not attached much importance to this field because they are engaged in more things like inflation, price hikes, etc. They need to handle such issues in that direction, but we ask for the interest of the media in this direction. Which energy resources would be used in more economic manner? Such issues should be handled by the media. As the markets evolve, new opportunities are rising. Just as an example, for energy vision, for Turkey, electricity cars, electricity vehicles are very important, and we are in intensive efforts in this field. As you know, Turkish automobile will be completed in the end of next year. And with that development, both industry and information technologies and electricity market will be launched with a new phase. In this new phase, more flexible system will be there for the energy market. And the regulatory framework that we are working at the moment will be there. Electricity vehicle, fleet of vehicles will be there in that direction. More flexible, competitive, universal service responsible. That's how we define this field. So without any discrimination, we will be providing services to all electricity vehicles. We want to set up the relevant infrastructure. We want to put in place all the relevant rules. We are analyzing all good examples, best practices around the world. We are having consultations with the relevant parties. Legal regulations are continuing, and then the secondary regulations will be implemented. Of course, your suggestions will be welcome by us. No matter what they say, Turkey's potential and Turkey's energy is very high. For the whole world, this process of pandemic will be overcome, and all together with collaboration, we will be taking the sector to higher levels. We always truly believe that challenges will facilitate some new opportunities. This conference, even if we had this in a physical manner, maybe it would not be possible for each and every one of us to attend. We are busy in our schedules. So that was a challenge, but it has provided new opportunities. Wherever you are, no matter where you are, energy, the minister may have been in a different country, you in Istanbul, another participant in Ankara, but everybody is able to extend their views, their opinions, and it's a possibility for us to create new opportunities. Sometimes there's such challenging situations urge us to have different opinions. We are thinking in a common manner when we are in the same setting. If we are in different settings, it's possible to think differently. This is more useful. I don't want to make my speech boring. People are having some buying new buildings, buying new flats from a building where each flat belongs to a physician, just as an example. Are you going to be treating each other? Why are you residing in such buildings, I say. So different opinions always make us richer. What you say, what you think are important. Everybody's opinion matters. whoever I have around me provides some sort of flexibility to me. That's what this conference adds as a value to us. I would like to complete my speech with that. I hope that I have provided a good energy to you. I wish you would continue, Mr. Chair. As a profession, I have a lawyer's background. If I start talking again, you can't stop me. Thank you very much. It's such an honor to hear from you. We have got time, actually. I love broadcasting with you because you are talking in such a sincere manner. So you can talk some more if you want to. If you have any other messages you want to relay, please go ahead. So energy sector is such a good sector. The energy constraints that we are experiencing take us to new opportunities. The challenges are providing new opportunities. Actually, let me give you an example. As a sector, sometimes we are going through some difficult times. They are strengthening our muscles. Just like, you visit a doctor. After an operation, they ask you to move all the time. Please don't have a bed rest all the time, the physicians say. That's the case for the sector. We need to strengthen ourselves with these challenges. When I see challenges, I never get hopeless. I really sincerely say this. If God shows me this challenge, He must have given me the potential to provide a solution to this problem. Just as I said before, we need to change what we are doing to progress. Demand should be higher than supply. Otherwise, I won't be forcing myself to provide more supply for all parties. What I think is, what can I do differently for today than yesterday? I challenge myself with that. Those who come to EMRA, they live happily. Sometimes I receive some hosts. They are investors that have problems. I just say, please calm down. If you have experienced this difficulty and if you're looking for a solution, which is very important, if you don't look for solutions, you won't find them. If you're just waiting God to give you something, a solution, without doing anything, that would not work. If you don't ask for something, if you don't look for a solution, you won't be finding that solution. We need to be hopeful all the time. If we believe that we will be doing significant work, it takes place. It certainly takes place. This is what I say to everybody. Everybody who lives in Turkey, I consider their future positively. You go outside in the morning, you say good morning to your neighbor. Even that good morning gives you an energy for that beautiful day. It makes your life more positive that day. I read an article, a long article recently. If I have time, I would like to share that. Please go ahead. In a university, there is a research that has been continuing for 80 years. They made a comparison between social people and unsocial people. For generations, they're continuing this research. The rate of disease their skills to provide solutions to their problems, happiness, and at the end of the day, lifetimes. They compare these criteria. So they say that social circles shape you. That's the name of this study. And this study is still ongoing. So as the energy circle, we should be positive. We should be understanding towards each other. If we greet each other with a positive manner, if we are engaged in solutions altogether, because the problem belongs to everybody concerned. We should be providing a solution altogether. I cannot say I am the decision maker, I am the EMRA. That's not true. My duty is, in my capacity, to make the rules. Without generation parties, without you, I would not have this opportunity. If there are generators, distributors, consumers, and organizers of ICCI, I am here. I'm able to express myself in that manner. That be my last word. I would like to thank everybody. I hope success, a high level of energy to each of you. Have a beautiful day. Mr. Chair, it has been such a valuable speech. I wish God would be increasing your energy too. As you know, we have been going through difficult times. Chinese people are said to say, may you experience odd times. That's a Chinese word when they get angry to somebody. So we are sometimes having such depressive times. This pandemic has a negative effect on us. I have read another article about benefits of depression. Can you believe that? There was another article which says introvert people are needed in the society. That's another conclusion of another article. You know, I have been reading such things for some time. You know, if everything is beautiful, you won't be producing more. Why would you produce more? You are right. You know, sometimes people have a longing for the past. 20 years back, it was like this and that. Believe me, you wouldn't want to go back to 2 decades ago back. I would love to go back to 2 decades back, as if I would be 26 only. Every age has its benefits. Did you have such experience 20 years ago? No. That's what we should adopt as a perspective. I will be a life coach in the future, I guess. I would be the first client of yours. Your words have been very valuable. It's been such a nice broadcast, maybe the best broadcast I've ever done. Thank you for this beautiful energy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was wonderful to see you. I wish you a good health and thank you very much. So we have listened to the president of Energy Market Regulatory Authority. It's been very nice to hear from him. He made our day. That's he has his style of speech, and I like it very much. So as I said before, Mr. Minister is going to be attending us around 11. So Professor Volkan İdige has universal lecturer and one of the most experienced colleagues in the energy sector. I learned a lot from him when I first started my career in this sector. He's a very distinguished person. The role of energy generation on climate change, that's what he's going to be speaking. I would like to give the word to him, if possible. So welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Especially for these beautiful words, I would like to thank 25 years ago when I have started this sector for the very first time. I was following you very closely. I have learned incredible things from you, and seeing you in front of us is a great actually happiness. Hope that you're all fine. I'm hoping that you're healthy. Yes, we're all fine. Corona days, just like everyone else. We are continuing our life with a social manner. Okay, I don't want to take a lot of time of yours. I'm really wondering about your presentation. This screen is yours. If you share the slides. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank ICCI organization and also Cogeneration Association chairperson and president of DAIC and president of Energy Market Regulatory, and also the head of the Energy Commission. Of course, it is one of the major problems of actually our country, energy efficiency and climate change are playing an interwoven role, and hope that I'm going to deliver my speech to contribute to your activities. Before going into the depths of my presentation, I'm going to share some actually myth-like informations or misperceptions and reshape them. One of them is the climate change. Climate change is the changing of the temperature, and the rainfall pattern is changing. And the official description of this has been given by IPCC in 2018. There is a glossary which they have created. It's an encyclopedia of climate change, and the official description is as follows, and it states that a change in the state of climate by using statistics. İstatistiksel testler kullanmak suretiyle iklimsel durumda değişiklik, yine aynı şekilde ürün ve emtiaların mevcudiyetinde değişiklik olması ve bunun da çok daha uzun vadede gerçekleşmesi. When I look at this description, in order to be classified as a climate change, it should have three main features. One of them is to be identified with the actually scientific studies, with figures and statistical tests. You should identify it. Secondly, in the long-term averages, and especially the features and properties of the climate, it should have very meaningful changes. And the third one is the persistence for an extended period of time, like a decade or a longer time. I would like to emphasize this description at the beginning of my speech. Our time, we were speaking about 50 years ago, the snow was at the level of our knee, we were not able to go to school, and the Bosphorus was frozen. Such kind of descriptions do not have any meaning scientifically. and you cannot classify them. And of course, we need to achieve these three conditions. We need to see these three conditions in order to speak about the climate change. Yes. Next one, please. A little bit faster. As you can see in this graph, at a certain region, the climate can be very drought, and all of a sudden it can have a lot of rainfall, and the cold places may be very hot, and the low precipitating area may have a high level of actually rainfall. And on the long-term averages and also the persistencies should have long-term actually effects, long-term impacts. Next slide, please. When we describe the climate change, there's another point to be emphasized, actually global, whether there is a relationship with global warming and droughtness. Some people take the global warming as a result of that droughtness reason, and Hans Rogner has got a very important study and has a statement. Global water balance and regional patterns, global precipitation will increase, but regional precipitation patterns will shift. Yani, this means that because of the actually global warming, we are not having droughtness. Since that we do a higher level of actually evaporation, the amount of precipitation will increase, but the regional precipitation in the long term, the patterns will shift on the contrary side. As a result of this, when we speak about global warming, it is not equal to droughtness. And some certain regional precipitation and averages are changing. Well, the slides are very slow. We are having advertorial breaks in between. And there are some scientific evidences which we are looking for. As you can see in this graph, since 1950s, there is a horizontal trend and very rapidly showing a vertical trend. Carbon dioxide emission rates, when we look at it, is 410 ppm. And when we look at the methane concentration, it is 1,866 ppb. And when we look at nitrous oxide concentration, it has reached 332 according to 2019 data. On the left side of the graphic, there are two axes, and 1.5 degrees Celsius of an increase is causing very close to that threshold. Okay, next slide. All of these changes, all of these atmospheric changes, and also the greenhouse gas emissions, carbon dioxide increase will bring us some certain results, two important results that you see on the screen. On the upper side, you see between 18,050 and 19,000, the relative temperature changes are shown on an annual basis. And down below the graph, you see the change ratio, relative change in precipitation. And 1.5 degrees Celsius of a simulated change in global warming environment will 2 degrees in the second one, and in the third one, 4 degrees Celsius. And many of the places, regions are red, and it is turning the world into a hell-like place. And actually, it may also lead towards the 7 degrees Celsius. And below the graphic, it is showing us the absolute changes that may appear in ratio in different regions and the dry baseline conditions. When we look at the world map, some areas are going to brown in color and some areas are green, darker green in color, and blue, darker blue in color. So there are different regional changes that we are expecting to see. What are the reasons of these actually green gas increases in the atmosphere, and what are the climate related changes? And there are two reasons. One of them is the natural internal processes. Nature itself has got some geological changes. There are some ongoing changes. There are many reasons for that, like the eruption of the volcanoes and the cycle of the sun is changing. In Milankovitch cycle, for example, due to the Milankovitch cycles, the world's moving around axes are changing when it is turning around the sun, and there are some hot times and cold times. There is nothing to do about it. And as you all know it very well, European region was totally surrounded with icebergs. So there was an actually ice age and also mid-ice age times, and they were all natural reasons, natural causes. And another important reason is the anthropogenic changes, I mean human-related type of changes. Graphic, you see the red arrow. There is a rapid increase in 1850s in UK, starting of industrial revolution and consuming high level of coal and industry caused this trend. And all of these human activities are unequivocally caused this. In ICCI's reports, since 17 thousands, the over increase of actually carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is so much related with anthropogenic activities, human activities. So we should take it very seriously. And what are these activities that we are speaking about? First of all, it is essential to mention that all of these carbon dioxide and green gas emissions, which we see with blue color is 65%, and when we add 11% with the green zone, approximately 65–80% is composed of carbon dioxide. Methane is 16%, and nitrous oxide is only 6%. And carbon dioxide, which we show with 65% in blue zone, is composed of fossil fuels consumption. When we speak about it, oil, coal, and lately we have started to use natural gas. The consumption of these energy sources is causing this. When we look at the sectoral distribution, at most 25% of electricity and heat production is consuming and causing this gas emissions. And secondly, agricultural activities, forestry, and other land uses. And in transportation industry and other energy fields are the reasons. This graphic is a good graphic indeed. Well, in industry, there is energy share, and in transportation, there is energy share. So we consider it as the fragmented distribution of carbon dioxide consumption in which sectors are majorly causing this share. We see that. And the next slide, please. In the United States, Environmental Protection Agency. Next slide, please. USGHG is pointing out the fact that this is a United States study, EPA's 2021 report. For the other countries, it's made still valid. When we look at the global trend, the consumption trends, United States is the major source, consumption source. China have replaced its place, but the United States do have a great, actually, contribution, and we can generalize it to the whole world. And energy-related activities is causing 82.2% of the energy consumption. Energy-related activities constitute the GHG emissions. And also, you see the waste and other fields which are causing these emissions. The major field is, of course, 4,858 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel combustion. And you see the carbon dioxide emission, which is majorly taking place in fuel combustion. Energy is very crucial in creation of carbon dioxide. Increase of carbon dioxide is directly triggering climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this energy and contribution to carbon dioxide somehow should be reduced. Next slide, please. For this reason, we need to look at intersectoral relationships, whether fuel, oil, or natural gas. The major emission, carbon dioxide emission in the United States is coming from 1,818 and transportation sectors. It is a majority, it's majorly consuming, of course, fuel and oil and natural gas cars and vehicles are used in traffic. And second row, we see the electric power stations. Of course, coal has got more contribution than the other sources, and the next source is the natural gas. And in the industrial field, natural gas is more than any other sources, and then comes the petroleum. And in residential houses, of course, natural gas, and for the transportation of the, of course, people, we see the consumption of petroleum. And in commercial fields, we see natural gas and also the petroleum. In transportation, electric power, industrial, we see the majority of petroleum, natural gas, carbon dioxide, and of course has got the biggest contribution from coal. And these are the greenhouse creating sources. All of them are bringing big hesitations to the global arena. In 2000s, they have started to take actions for Millennium Development Goals. Unfortunately, until 2015, they could not act equally. 2015, it was a very important milestone. Two things happened in the international arena. One of them is UN's decision. Sustainable Development Goals was the name of this. And there are 17 items. After 2015, very rapidly, among these 17 items will create a better condition, and it is an international call for all of the countries. When we look at the seventh item, affordable and clean energy, is majorly focusing on energy and about pricing issues. Even the poorest one may afford may produce, and the other one is the clean and sustainable energy production. The present energy sources should serve the needs of the future generations, and the sources which will be used should not deteriorate, should not terminate and pollute nature. It means this. Another important development, next slide, please. In 2015, in parallel with SDGs, and there is a very important agreement undersigned, 1997, after Kyoto Protocol. It is more important than the Kyoto Protocol. It is the Paris Agreement. Paris Climate Change Agreement in the month of December in 2015, they have undersigned this agreement in climate conference in COP21 that 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming has been the limit. If it has go beyond that level, our planet would be having a great trend in emissions. And this actually situation should be brought to the level of pre-industrial period. And of course, 1.5 degrees should be the limit of global warming, was the aim of Paris Agreement. It's not a legally binding agreement, but there are some certain responsibilities with which it assigns. This Paris Agreement was not undersigned by Turkey. Our president very recently have announced that it is going to be brought to our parliament and will be approved in Glasgow. in the new COP actually negotiations, before going to a new COP meeting, he has just mentioned that it is going to be undersigned without postponing to undersign it. We should be a part of Paris Agreement. Next slide, please. After these developments, the EU have placed a new deal, Green Deal. And with this Green Deal, they have created a new program. And the basic features of this program is until 2030, the coal consumption would be reduced to the level of 0. And all of the emissions will be in net zero by 2050. This is a net zero target, net zero emission target. 2 countries, United States and EU, Europe has named it as European Green Deal, and the United States has named it as Green New Deal. They have announced these 2 programs. By 2050, they have committed to bring their emissions to the level of 0. So fossil fuel consumption will totally be stopped, and renewable energy sources will start to be used. And they have taken very significant steps. And there are 6 countries which are producing the major actually source of fossil fuels is actually, other than these 2 countries, neither of them have moved near to this net zero emission level. China has also placed emission target not for this 2050, but for 2060 they have in place this target. And India still negotiating, still debating. Russia, on the other side, has got a draft strategic plan. And roughly at current levels until 2050, they commit to preserve it. They do not foresee any reduction. They only aim to keep it at the current levels. And Japan, until 2050, would like to reduce it 80%. Okay, next slide, please. Are these targets realistic targets? Are they achievable until 2050 or not? When we consider the energy academicians, this is exactly the top trended topic which they are seeking for an answer. And since 1960s, you see 7 top countries past and future projections. When we look at this graphic, as you can see, the first place is being taken by United States very rapidly, increasing into 2007. They have reached to the peak level in carbon dioxide emissions. Since 2007, they are in a declining trend. And this declining trend until 2020, it was business as usual. All of the past practices, if they continue to do it with the same fashion, what would happen if they extended that dots that you see as a line will be reaching to 2090, and they will be able to reach to the 0 emission limit by 2090. In the second level, you see EU in 2006, they reached to the peak value. Since 2006, they are in the declining trend. When we extend their trend, they may actually achieve 0 emission by 2060. Russia, a long period of time, has got a horizontal increase, but it aims to actually preserve the present condition. Japan in 2012 reached to the peak level, and 2055 most probably will be reaching to the target emission rates. When we look at India and China, these 2 countries are rapidly increasing their emissions. China, reduction is very hard, it's not possible to be made. India's actually rising trend and speed is not something possible to be declined, reduced. What should we do to reach to the targets of 2050? Isn't it realistic? Isn't it applicable? This graphic shows us some statistical business as usual results. Business as usual, all of the past practices and company policies will continue, most probably in the future. It should not be like this. And in order to reach these targets, we should leave aside the business as usual approach And we should be more revolutionist, and we should be more actually radical in taking preventive measures. And when we consider coal consumption very rapidly, we should give up the using coal, and we should implement the policies related with that. EU and United States. Coal consumption, electricity production by 2030 will be totally finished, and oil, petroleum, and gas will be reaching to zero limit level in the next 10 years, following 10 years. When we look at electricity generation, 2020's latest global figures is placing coal at the first place, and gas was at the third or the fourth place. Now it is reached to 23.4%, and hydroelectricity is taking the third place, has got a horizontal trend, and nuclear energy has shown a very minor decline, and with a very slight decrease, 10.1, and oil is 2 or 3% level. All the rest of the sources are showing a decline. However, renewable energy sources and gas is still not showing a significant rise in trend. Bringing coal to the level of zero by 2030 is a very serious target, and 2050, according to Paris Agreement, and in order to reach the SDGs, coal should be totally taken away from electricity production until 2030. It should be brought to the net zero limit. European Union, within the framework of Green Deal, has started to take very serious measures. In last May, EU Parliament gave its final approval to exclude coal from their system and made some amendments in their legislation. $21 billion, 17.5 billion euro of a fund was created to shift to a climate neutral economy. Poland, Germany, Romania, and Czech Republic, mostly coal producing countries, will be making use of this fund. And in this graphic, when you look at this graphic, the major consuming countries among European Union countries is Germany. Germany, for a long period of time, since 1985, is in the declining trend. However, when we look at the general consumption, 1.5% is in Germany. Second country is Poland, still very high, 1.2% of a share it has. The rest of the countries, all you can see, all of the EU countries still higher than Turkey. However, there is a significant declining trend. In this graphic, this red zone is Turkey. And inside Europe, the only country which is increasing its coal consumption is Turkey. When all of the countries are reducing their usage amount, with the policy of national actually coal mining actions, and with the import of foreign coals, we have started to give a big share in production to use coal. This is a major problem for Turkey. And within the framework of Green Deal, the customs, we will have, of course, very strict conditions, customs conditions, and our exporters will have barriers and ban actions. So the competitiveness of the global market, this will be a big challenge for our producers, so that national and local coal policy somehow should be revised. My last slide. In order to do that, let me share you the latest development to show how this issue is very important. China is the biggest consuming and producing country of coal. And since that they do not have any other fossil fuel source nationally, They do have high level of investment for coal, and all of the Western countries, USA and EU, despite their warnings and despite their actually limitations, they did not stop. 21st of September, at the General Assembly of EU, UN General Assembly, President Xi Jinping said that China will step up support from other developing countries in developing green, low carbon, and China will not build new coal-fired power projects abroad. This was a declaration addressed to UN General Assembly by President Xi Jinping, and this is one of the major developments about the international policy. This is, of course, an uncertain way of expressing the situation, whether they are going to continue in some other ways, and they are using build, the words build. Actually, are they going to stop the construction or financing of the coal power plants? It is not very clear, but of course they are going to cut the finance and what they are going to construct and where they are going to construct, or whether they will financially support it or not, is not clearly defined, including Turkey. It is going to have an impact in many countries with these new developments. Our country do have only coal sources as the fossil fuel, natural fossil fuel sources, but I would like to remind you and warn you that we need to take very significant and serious preventive measures. Thank you very much for listening to me. I would like to thank all of the organizational committee and wish you success. It was a very good presentation. We have learned a lot from your presentation, just like any time else. We still have time. We still have time. I would like to look at the chat box and see whether we have got any question or not. Can we take a question? We have got a question from Cogeneration President. Electricity production. What is the situation of technologies which are able to produce emission-free coal usage? Clean coal technologies, we call them clean coal technologies. And they are the major topics, like the starting from the actually keeping carbon and transforming and storing it in the coal mines type of techniques, or chimney cleaning techniques are also being used. And carbon capturing and storaging issue is not actually developed, has not been commercialized, and it is still in the phase of R&D. And due to some actually political reasons, they could not achieve it. It's a pilot study. Other than the pilot studies, it was not possible to disseminate it, and it will not be possible. I mean, consider the other technologies like the filtering of chimney gas and also burning the coal in flowing based type of facilities, and also filtering the inorganic materials and using cleaner coal type of approaches are not actually enacted a lot and is not very trendy. One of them is the best, one of the best application is without extracting the mine from the ground, you are creating natural gas from coal, but they're all very costly, very hard, and also looking for high technology. If I summarize, yes, there are some clean coal technologies, and some countries, we do have some facilities, for example, flowing basin type of applications or chimney filtration. Not possible to bring it to the zero emission rate. It is only reducing at a certain degree. Whatever technologies we use, by 2030, the world will significantly needs to give up from using coal.
Thank you very much. I will be receiving more questions, if any. I would like to ask a personal question. I would like to finish this speech with a nice enthusiasm. As you have shown in your presentation, not every country has been exhibiting the same level of responsibility like China. So by 2050, let's say that the relevant policies for reduction in emission has not been achieved. What is the worst scenario for the globe? Migrations, pandemics, floods. What is the worst one? Worst scenario. Let's finish this speech with that. I'm not such a person. I am not pessimistic at all. I'm an optimistic person. Even though I'm working in the field of energy, I know how harmful carbon dioxide is, but still I'm optimistic. Throughout the history, humanity has been faced with different problems, global problems, pandemics, health issues, economic crises, and human beings have managed to cope up with all sorts of energies because science and technology has been adapting itself to evolving problems. So the scientific field circles are very successful in that. They are taking the relevant measures and providing solutions to the problems. However, some countries are pioneering in that regard. Some are lagging behind, and some are even more behind. You may remember that we had this problem of this ozone layer. There were significant concerns with regard to ozone layer, but some measures were taken. There was even a hole in the atmosphere, and that hole was closed, and nobody is talking about ozone layer any longer. So absolutely, some solutions will be provided to these problems without big harms, because the biggest motive in human beings is self-protection. So human beings will be taking their precautions against such problems. So I'm not pessimistic at all. But understanding the danger in a good manner is very important. Some countries are taking steps, some aren't. So as a Turkish citizen, I hope that Turkey will be one of the leading countries that have a good comprehension of this risk. Thank you. I feel like these pandemics, migrations, floods, disasters, I feel like the world is going to be facing important problems, but hopefully your optimism will be right in that direction. So Mr. Khan says, by 53, there is an objective for Turkey set by the president. What is replacing the current coal plants? What is your recommendation in that regard? If we assume that coal will be zero by then, in the other part, and renewable energy will be launched in 2015. So around 40 years time, this energy cannot be left aside. Natural gas will be important. Transition fuel is the word used in this field. So among fossil oils, the most clean one is natural gas because of its chemicals, carbon and hydrogen levels. As we know, level of carbon is high in coal. In oil, it's equal, but it is the least in natural gas. The main component of natural gas is methane. Methane's formula is CH4. So for one carbon, there are 4 hydrogens. So what makes it clean is to have an abundance of hydrogen when compared to carbon. So in this period, after coal, natural gas will possibly be used. Oil is not used in power generation, almost not. So it's going to be reduced. Hybrid vehicles will be there. As you know, the pace is very high. The number of electricity vehicles is increasing every day. And then electricity after 2050, all vehicles will be using electricity. So that's the short answer to that question. Natural gas is the most probable alternative. Yes, for transition. Okay, there is another question. With your permission, I would like to receive that question also. Mr. Choban asks this question. Committed countries, if they don't keep their commitments, keep their promises, are there any sanctions? If they say we couldn't do it, what happens in the future? As far as I'm concerned, there is no such sanction for the international community. We say 2050. Just as I shared the list, China says 2060. The other country says 2080. No sanctions are planned. So 2050 is an objective. So there is a consensus that it will be useful to do it by that time. It's not going to be an international level, but green world is going to be there, a sustainable world. There will be a transition to a sustainable green world. So coal power plants cannot find financing in the world. So both the economy and the social reactions will have their fruit, which is quite significant. The reaction is quite high. And it will be at such level that those countries that don't take significant steps to make it zero will lose their competitiveness. Those companies will no longer be able to operate. Motto of the NIV period is equal, equitable, clean world. So no country can be outside of this motto. If they want to be successful, they have to adopt it. So what I want to say is, in a social perspective, both among the countries and internationally, there is a big pressure already there. And even if there is no sanction, countries will have to take steps towards their commitments. Thank you very much. We are receiving more and more questions for you. I would like to receive one last question, and then we will be finished with you and start the speech of the minister. Carbon dioxide emission rate of natural gas to the coal is very low. So to what extent is it reasonable to achieve the purpose? I couldn't understand the question. Actually, it's not an understandable question, but why are we going to use natural gas for some more time? Because energy transformation will not be ready in place by 2030, as mentioned by other previous speakers also, especially with regard to storage of electricity. There are important there is an important room for improvement. Many steps need to be commercialized. Some steps need to be in place for that reason. Yes, natural gas, when compared to coal, carbon dioxide emission is much different. So we have to use it. We don't have any other solution. But that as well, as we are going to make emission zero by 2050, after 50, minimum level of usage or no usage at all will be in place. Thank you very much for this perfect presentation. And thank you very much for your answers to the questions. It's been a different honor, a significant honor for me to be hosting you after years. Don't say years, please. Yeah, I've been talking like 20 years, 25 years. Everybody will understand your age with that. Sorry for that. Thank you very much. I hope that we will be seeing you in person, physically. I hope the best for you. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am sending my best regards, my best greetings, and a good health. Thank you. Distinguished participants, in a few minutes, our Minister for Energy and Natural Resources will be attending. So please stay here. In a minute or two, he's going to be connected to share his speech. Our Minister for Energy and Natural Resources, Mr. Fatih Dönmez, is here. President of EMRA, Mustafa Yılmaz, is also here. Cogeneration Association Chair is also here. Mr. Minister, good morning. Welcome to our conference. Can you hear me now? Yes. Good morning and welcome to our conference. It's so nice to see you in good health. Thank you for assigning your time to our conference. I would like to give the word to you. Mr. Minister, welcome. I would like to give the words to you to make the best use of your time. The word is yours, Mr. Minister. Distinguished guests, ICCI Chair, and all attendants hearing us online. I hope that this program is going to be for the best of our sector. It's going to be providing a significant contribution to our sector. This conference has been bringing many parties together, and we are taking steps in this regard. Renewable energy will be providing high production, high tech with qualified personnel, qualified human resources. These are the important pillars that we are taking steps. To this end, the solar energy, the wind of energy, and water, the energy will be provided. Our installed capacity has been increased to 98,493. Renewable energy rate has been 53%. Today, for installed capacity of renewable energy, we rate this 12th in the globe and 5th in Europe. Solar energy is the new king of energy, and wind energy. In these two pillars, we are going to be pioneering, in my opinion. And the most important indicator of this belief is our investments are ongoing in a rapid manner. 19 megawatts of wind capacity has been increased above 10,000 now. So it was an important threshold for us. For solar energy, we have attained 7,400 megawatts, and we are going towards 10,000. Yes, and gas installed capacity will be increased 10,000 each annually. So 13th in the globe and 8th in Europe, the wind pillar, and the solar, we will be pioneering even further in these two different important pillars. Environment, effective production are quite important, as you know, in the field of cogeneration, and our plants are increasing. Installed capacity is increasing. It's about 4,600 megawatts at the moment. We are going towards 5,000. So heat and electricity are produced together in this efficient plants, and our support is continuing in this regard. All sectors that need heat can make use of this technology: cement, iron and steel, paper. In all these sectors, it's important. And producing Turkey motto is gaining more importance. In hospitals, in airports, cooling and heating needs, we have got Hojan technology is in that regard is used, and carbon footprints is reduced in that regard. They have a contribution in that regard. So in the coming future, cogeneration technology is going to be used even more often, and we are doing our best to pave the way in that regard. We are determined in that regard, and with the demands of the sector, we are going to be taking steps to meet the demands, to meet the requirements. Heat and electricity production are done at the same time. So cogeneration plants provide us this opportunity. Carbon release is prevented and effective production is ensured. So they are such important production centers that provides an effectiveness. So for a better, more sound progress, our ministry and EMRA steps are very important. Energy markets, nature, and operation of the market are strengthened. This is very important for future of our country. Natural energy and mining policy has sustainability in its core, and this is very important for the interest of our citizens, of our country. Our sensitivity towards our environment is in the forefront in that regard. Carbon footprint is reduced replacement of fossil fuels with renewable energies, and having more respect for the atmosphere. These are the priorities of our energy sector. This has become an obligation rather than preference. Clean energy transformation. We are going to be pioneering in that regard as a country. Concluding my speech, I would like to thank all those who contributed to this beautiful organization. I would like to salute you all with respect. Last week, with Yavuz Aydın, we have hosted other colleagues also in our ministry. Yavuz Aydın and his colleagues, they talked about the issues that they've been facing in the field of cogeneration, and they have given us their proposals for solutions. We had fruitful discussions in that regard last week. So both our ministry and also Energy Market Regulatory Authority have started some efforts for providing those solutions. Our support for cogeneration plants will be continuing. Once again, are plants that need heat and steam, and they are consuming intensive energy. Their investment in this field is very important. Availing myself of this opportunity, I wanted to raise this issue with regards to cost. I mean, competitiveness is very important for them. Reducing energy costs is very important, and it's possible to have this in place with such plants. So I would like to make this call to the industrialists and those who own these plants. So with these words, I hope that we will be having higher energy, we will be having cleaner resources in the future. I would like to salute you all with respect. Wish you the best. Distinguished Minister, thank you very much for this important speech. Distinguished chairs, do you want to add anything? Distinguished Minister, you have handled very important points with us. Thank you for assigning your time. For these 2 days, these messages will be handled. I hope that our conference is going to be more successful with these words. Mr. Mustafa Yilmaz, yes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Our minister is continuing to provide energy to our energy. I'm extending my best greetings to you. Okay. With your permission, I would like to leave broadcast. I am wishing success to all the attendants. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Mustafa Yilmaz, President of EMRA, thank you very much. You made us happy. It was lovely to host you. Keep your hopes all the time. That's the most important point. Absolutely. You have changed the atmosphere here. Thank you very much. Your energy is also very important. Thank you very much. Wish you the best. So, we would like to thank Mr. Minister, Mr. Mustafa Yilmaz, Mr. Yavuz Aydın. Now, Mr. Aydın, we have got a very nice session, a session on Kogenturk, so energy management in extraordinary periods. You can take the word now to introduce the speakers.
Distinguished participants, within a few minutes, we will start concentric session, and we are waiting for our speakers to connect. Within 30 seconds, most probably, we will start. Yes, I see all of our speakers. Thank you very much for joining us today. This session, in extraordinary times, how we can manage energy, power management during extraordinary times, and the electricity production of our country. And the biggest contributing institutions or the representatives or civil society organization representatives are among us in these extraordinary times. Supply and demand management of electricity, what we have done and how we have progressed and how we are approaching this issue. These topics will be presented by very distinguished speakers. 40 minutes time. 2 questions will be answered by each of our speakers within 5 minutes. This is what I will request. And my first question is as follows. EWASH General Manager, Dr. İzzet Alagöz, I would like to ask you, İzzet Bey, welcome. Yes. Our first question, in 2021's summer months, we have had a huge demand of actually electricity demand. And in order to address this need, when you compare the condition of your own institution, what are the implementations you have carried out to overcome these demand increase? Thank you very much. Especially we are passing through very interesting times, very actually bottleneck situations, and the world itself is passing through the same bottleneck situations. It's not ending, and we don't know when will it end. We are waiting it just like a nightmare pandemic have totally distorted the format of the world. And after that, due to the climate change conditions, we have started to face with floods and earthquakes, and really we are passing through very hard times. As İsmet Özer has stated, speaking in the hard times, sometimes it is essential to read it or reread it. There are a few things to be mentioned in hard times. There are three sections of my speech. We are working for humans. If we are working for humans, then we need to focus on the security of our staff, and we need to focus on our power plants security. And thirdly, we need to speak about the security of our country. When I speak about security, of course, the supply security is also very crucial. We do have a lot of actually occupational safety and human safety and civil defense related priorities in public and private power plants. We do have very serious plans, but when we have gone through these plans, because of not having extraordinary times, we were a little bit relieved, and those plans have forgotten. So it is essential to revise them. And people who are working inside their security against floods and also any assassination actions and terrorist actions, any earthquakes should be protected, should be preserved. If we cannot protect our people, we cannot just label ourselves as successful. And we have experienced many things indeed. And actually, bad days should be analyzed in depth. And of course, the scenario role plays and evacuation plans and also communication points should be redefined for each of the power plants separately, should be reviewed. We need to protect our people. This is our first priority. And secondly, we need to protect our power plants. Our power plants in the normal times, of course, are having maintenance and services. And we were very proud with that, with our operational efficacy and with our efficiency and productivity and service and maintenance. We were always honored with our competencies and skills. This is our business, but in hard times, in extraordinary times, after passing through these days, we should make our plans, have to reorganize them. Primary energy sources, what are they? It's a natural gas or the hydroelectricity power plant against earthquakes and floods. Is it possible to protect this power plant? If we don't have a power plant, we don't have any value actually. We need to protect our people, but also we need to keep our power plant safe and secure. How we can close it and how we can actually take the actions, all of the supply chains and also the employees' hard times and their recovery phase, and rapidly normalizing situation and how you can recommission it again. For, of course, each power plant owner, for the hard times, we need to get prepared. Yes, we are public side. We are the state side. Is it all we will say about? Are we going to leave it aside? We will, of course, make them to stand on the real. It doesn't matter whether private or a public sector. All of the power plant stations will somehow be having safe and secure environment. We will adapt it. Everybody will do this. The hard times, actually, consumption and climate-related extraordinary draftness and the pandemic-related lack of efficiency in production somehow should be overcome. And we have already recovered. Nasri should actually raise up. And we would like to bring it on its own feet, and we would like to provide the needs, demanded needs. So we would like to have an increase in demand, and we would like to see what is the demand, so that according to that demand we would like to produce and we would like to add value. The industry should rise up, should all of the actually production regain its power, should develop itself. This is what exactly we are looking for. We have experienced a summer so that we were actually allowed to go out. The stores and the storage were empty, and the industry was obliged to work 7 days, 24 hours. And cement industry is the same, and many industrial fields, all of the sectors were in such kind of a situation. So electricity related needs were at the peak level. And annual basis, we were speaking about record values. And when we look at the balance in production and consumption, actually, we have spoken about the consumption records. Month of August, 5 times we have broken the records, annual records. And the Turkish history's production records were broken, and production and consumption records are the same. And let's walk with this idea in mind. We need to respond to this increasing need. In order to address this increasing need with a full equipped manner, actually, we need to act very proactively. Of course, we have had a high level of dryness. Despite that we have seen snow, it was not transformed into water sources. The month of April, instead of rain, we've had high temperature, and we have had a lot of sunny weather. So evaporation took place. The water of that snow was not stored in our power plants, and also approximately 30% of a loss has occurred in our dams when we compare it with our previous years. There is an incredible level of dryness and loss of productivity. Instead of that, there is nothing to be replaced as an alternative. All of the wind turbines and solar power stations, we had a very windy season. 10% of the installed power was composed of wind turbines in Turkey, and 9% of the production was being provided from these wind turbines. This is, of course, a very optimistic development. In order to provide the supply security, natural gas power plants were not operating for a while due to some economical reasons, and they have started to be commissioned. Full power of production was enacted, but it was not sufficient enough. Actually, it was essential to, of course, operate thermal power plants. It was essential to, of course, to keep the balance of supply and demand. Our industrial productions, by calculating the energy input, have been reorganized. And this is something positive on the industrial side. 24 hours electricity was used with a full capacity during the summertime. We are very proud because we could overcome this situation. But from now on, there will be an increase of energy need. We need to get prepared for that. 2022, will it be easier than 2021? God knows. When we consider the income values, it may be better. But the primary sources, local sources, both conventional production sources, we need to take our preventive measures. Renewable energy sources should be used till the very end. Any type of production possibilities should be planned efficiently, and we should manage it very efficiently. 2022 hopefully will be better than 2021. Yes, we will consume more energy, so it is essential to get prepared starting from today. All of the public and private sector, all of the facilities and power plants needs to get ready for the next year's winter and summer seasons. Each power plant should take preventive measures. So we are awaiting a very hard and also a very stiff, difficult, tough year ahead of us. With this responsibility and mindset, ready to welcome the next year, all of the past experiences somehow should be transformed as an action for future. We have very distinguished speakers. I really wonder what my colleagues will speak about. We will listen it together. I believe that when we look at the results, this ICCI conference most striking topic is being taken for this session. I would like to congratulate you for selecting this topic. I'd like to conclude by wishing that hopefully in the following years we will hug each other, we will see each other physically. This is my prayer for today. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. Izet, after you, I would like to ask the same question to Limak Energy, producer and distributor, energy distributor and producer of Turkey. 2021 summer times, there was an extraordinary situation. What was the reason of this high level of demands? And in specific, within your own organization, what are the practices that you have started to implement? The demand, when we look at the past scenarios, was very low indeed. Higher demands should be present in Turkey, and we should get ready for that. Due to pandemic reasons, maybe we have had a delay or we have had an explosion of demand, but the real demand is not something extraordinary. It should already it should have already taken place, actually. We should have got ready for that. And there are a lot of topics to be mentioned. I don't know where to start, but I believe that energy market in Turkey is passing through extraordinary times. Our normal times are very few in number during the summertime. I would like to speak about Lima-specific issues related with climate change and with droughtness. We have had a very extraordinary month of August. Summertime was extraordinary for us. Yediköy and Kemerköy power plants, forest fires. Since the establishment of the power plant was the most significant and important time. We have had problems in supply, electricity supply, and the consumption. And supply side would not be responding was a major problem for us. And we have had some, of course, actually cutoffs. We have tried to operate our power plants with full capacity, but in Kemerköy Central power plant, the fire has started and we have started to have concerns how to extinguish that fire. The climate change was explained in detail. Maybe you have seen it. If we see the reality, droughtness will be a significant fact of our country. Yes, with zero emission, we are having electricity power plants. And on the other side, droughtness related, actually temperature and climate related forest fires risk is increasing. And we have experienced that despite the fact that you take security measures against fire-like disasters in your power plant, the on-site fire may come and struck you. We have organized and mobilized the state, actually, possibility conditions and helps and supports, and we have mobilized all of our actually preventive measures, and we have kept the fires at a minimum level, but we had a power cut for a long while, and we are still having the actually post-fire effects of these events. The production was prior, of course, in our actions. We have tried to continue to produce. Sometimes we have been criticized for that. This business, electricity production, with the local sources, producing it from coal is something very hard. We have seen it and we have experienced it. I would like to say a few general things. As our minister has just mentioned, renewable energy has reached to a very significant point. at the peak levels, the climate changes in the production of renewable energy sources may cause some certain risks. In the past, my friends may remember it very well. In the droughtless times, we were not having any wind, hydroelectric power plants, and wind power plants were having a loss of production. And somehow we need to have ready-made thermal power plants to put into action to be supportive. When we look at the total installed power plant capacity, it can be something positive. When we test the present capacity, there may be some problems. I would like to continue with the proposal. I believe that in the field of solar energy, 7,000 megawatts have been the actually level we have reached, but it is very low, both in potential and in the droughtless times. Sun-related and solar power plants and their amount should be increased. We need to revise some certain things. We need to think some additional actually power plant stations and whether to assign a tariff to these solar power plants. Or I think we have had a connection loss. We have lost our connection. Last 10 or 15 minutes were lost. Very briefly to my mention, I believe that in the solar power plants, there's no need to make any tender. The system prices, if you provide the ideal conditions, if you take the permissions for construction in the right way, if you minimize the environmental impacts, everyone who would like to make an investment for solar power plants should have an open door to enter. Okay, very briefly to say, this is a very critical field. And we have made use of our actually power plant capacity. Wind is going, but solar has got a huge potential. As the state or as the regulations, we don't have to regulate more. Everyone who would like to make an investment with the market price should find a way to do it. Such investments, such kind of investments are just like a cure at these hard times. And we were having 3,000, 4,000 megawatts of gap, and additional 10,000 megawatts with the solar power capacity will be very much contributing. There is a disconnection again. That's all I would like to say about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have got a very important speaker here, Mr. Korkut Öztürkmen from ICCI Energy. Can you hear us? I can't see him any longer. He's reconnecting. While he's connecting, Association of Electricity Generation Parties, Cem Aşık. I would like to raise the same question. So, can you hear me? Yes, we can. My connection is not good. I was not able to hear you. We can't see you now, Mr. Korkut Öztürkmen. In that case, I would like to raise this question to Cem Aşık. So, the electricity generation parties, this supply and demand challenges during this process. What do you think about the reasons behind this demand? And what are the challenges are your members facing? What sort of measures are you taking? Yes, please. Mr. Aydın and ICCI team, I would like to thank you all. So I will be making an evaluation for the sector. First of all, just as İzzet Alagöz put it, we are going through extraordinary times. And as the electricity sector, we have achieved important points during this phase. We worked intensively. We continued to generate electricity without interruptions. Unfortunately, we had some disasters, fires, and floods. We were on the verge of problems as we had some wind energy plants during the fires and some others near the flood areas. So it showed that we need to take some action in that direction. So you're asking about the supply part. Let me focus on supply. First of all, just as you said, there is a high demand. There was an increase in demand, mostly rooted from industry because of the growth. There is a 20% increase in the industry part. The second point is temperatures were much higher than the season means. That's how air conditioning use increased and demand increased. Energy prices on the basis of foreign exchange is quite low. When compared to Western Europe, it is much lower. The same situation applies to gas also. Spot prices show that it's like 1 in 4, and which leads to an advantage in the field of export for our country. One of the most important issues for our country is the shortage of water. Use of water was much higher than state hydraulic works estimations. There were some instructions coming and going between transmission company and this institution. So more coordination was needed. There are some coordination meetings in between. We think they should be increased in number. Drinking water, irrigation, energy, they need to be optimized altogether. That was the result that we had as a, they are all important equally, these three. Price structure is taking us to an unhealthy market. When we keep it at a narrow level, balancing mechanisms don't work. When prices are allowed to increase just a little bit, then the plants come over, the energy parties come and they make a balance. Or in the balancing power, the prices were increased to 2000 and then balancing took place. When you don't do them and when you put pressure on both ends on the price, nobody is dealing with balancing. And one of the biggest mistakes during this summer was already increased imbalanced system had more than 30% imbalance, which led to difficult times for Teyaş. This was quite dangerous because emergency instructions were in place. That's how it was recovered. Generation company, for them, again, it was a different experience. They assumed some responsibilities on the state side, maybe making use of the capacity before, making use water could have resulted in a better use of water. The price structure at the moment, YAL is not encouraged. The prices are the same. For a better selection for Teyaş, this is quite important. We said market prices. Why did we say that? For this summer, it was very important, but in general, that's the case. It's important in general. When we have a look at this summer, the spare capacity was important so that we can use it when needed. 5,000 megawatts almost cogeneration we have got. On the thermal side, 3,000 or 4,000 uncommissioned capacity we have got for difficult times while we were trying to find this 55,000. These prices may have been taken to different levels. The second point I would like to say is that the investment without subsidies, in order to attract them, these prices were very important in this tight and difficult period. Prices cannot go much high. However, experience shows that the cheapest system for the society is the market system. Korkut Öztürkmen is going to be speaking after me. They are quite experienced in Africa. He can talk about what sort of prices, much above Turkey, applies there for generation of electricity. Market system is always useful for the country. As a last point, generation parties and consumers should be managing their energy. But in the short term, from a political perspective, it's possible to see that there are some other priorities. We understand that. So we don't expect these prices to change overnight. What can be done can be handled later on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Öztürkmen, we can see you now. Hopefully, we will have a good connection. Yes, please. If you like, you can continue. We are working to make the connection better. Then let us give you some more time and let's continue with the second part. Mr. DG, is it Alagöz? Alagöz. So this summer was a difficult one, which puts additional pressure. Disaster scenarios took place in reality. So we have come through this summer. In the coming 6-month period, which is the winter time, the generation parties is high, of course, in general. Then spring may have low season, maybe a low season, but later on, after the pandemic, industry-based high demands are expected. So what do you think about this coming 6 months? And for 2022, what are the measures that you have taken? What other measures should be taken? As you are representing a private company in the state, it may have some legislative aspects or other aspects. What sort of fields need to be in place? Mechanisms should be in place. Thank you. Let me put it as follows. All our portfolio all our capacity has been fully used. We wanted to preserve water. That's why we didn't want to start engaged in the tender, because state hydraulic works want to preserve water. If no demand occurs, not commissioning may be the case. That's our sensitivity. If TEİAŞ has a problem with using them, it is possible to intervene. The prices that occur, when we have a look at them, the season was quite extraordinary. No increase or reduction was spoken on a commercial basis. Preservation of water and meeting the production need was all that was done during this crisis management. But in normal times, our priority is going to be as follows. Natural gas, which is the most expensive one in generation. Transferring the plants, whether public or private. Efficient plants should be commissioned earlier. The cheapest generation resources, including renewable energy resources, should be given priority towards the more expensive ones. That's how we should be managing the process. That's how we acted so far, and that's what we are going to be doing. And there is another situation where we need to be more sensitive. We should be preserving water. So the cost of generation and water, we need to balance them. So we will be continuing by controlling the process again and again. Hopefully, winter and the springtime will be the period where the water revenues will be higher. So our preference will be hydraulic plants being commissioned, and then other more efficient plants. And we will go towards the least efficient plants when we until we meet the demands. Of course, what we are doing is to do our best to meet the demands. There is this pressure of cost and market. Electricity price has been having an impact on each commodity. We are doing our best to make sure they are not increasing, but sometimes it's not possible. What are we going to do in the coming future? What we have managed to do so far can be seen as an example for future problems. But what we should do is all generation resources in the country should be reanalyzed. There is an event that we experienced, a plant which did not operate for 5 years was commissioned in 3 years. If you want to keep it available, it has its own cost. So this cost, the generators that don't want to bear this cost will either make a demand to generate or to lower their costs, they will no longer do maintenance. All resources of the country needs to be considered from now on. That's what we think. Even 1 megawatts, as AUH, even the turbines that were not used, commissioned for a long time, we have commissioned them. And mobile ones, we also have commissioned the mobile ones as well. So the normal demands of the country, whether it be private sector or public sector, doesn't matter. We will be modeling the generation from the cheapest to more expensive. We need to make sure plants are all available all the time, whether public or private. Plant owners need to see it as a development movement, a move for development. All sorts of expenditures of costs needs to be borne. I think that our preparations for winter are enough, but for spring, if we don't have enough water, we are going to be going through difficult times. Everybody should be prepared for that. We have got 64 electricity plants in the public, and we are expecting a similar preparation from all sector parties. Thank you very much, DG. I think Korkut Öztürkmen's connection is good now. I will ask you to make a sum up. We had some problems meeting the demands. What sort of challenges did you have, and what sort of things did you do? What can be done better in the future? What do you suggest? Thank you very much. Sorry for this technical problem. I will be raising both countries, both questions. I will be raising both questions. So I was personally expecting this problem in the field of supply much earlier. It came later than we expected because we had this pandemic, which led to a fall in the demand. Industrial production was reduced with that. That's how there was a delay. And actually, although all market structure is prepared to such shocks with regard to regulation, with regard to market structure, unfortunately, prices did not occur in a balanced manner in the previous years, and proper signals did not work. That's how some plant investments stopped, and electricity power plants were assumed to be there all the time, generating. That's how the public and private sector did not do a good planning. That's why we experienced that. Hydroelectricity plant generation reduction is connected to the global climate change also. In renewable energy, Turkey has taken important steps in the recent years, but still, basic or hybrid production was not so efficient. That's why we had an imbalance in supply and demand, and as a result, we had price increases. First of all, I would like to be summarizing what we have been through as a company, and I will be then making some recommendations for the sector. As Aksa Energy, we were keeping some plants available, although we had upheld their licenses, or we had stopped generation, Şanlıurfa just as an example. As of the 1st of August, we commissioned this plant. In Turkey, coal plant and natural gas plant maintenance were delayed for maximum results. We focused on import from Georgia. Big amount on electricity imports took place. Bilateral agreements were used in that regard. Supply and demand balance of the country was considered in that regard. About new investments, our efforts are ongoing. Feasibility, lower capacity, plants purchasing, or new investments. We started to take steps in that regard. However, about the future efforts, it's not possible to see the future clearly. Even though we have got price signals in the market, according to our experience, when the balance of supply and demand is ensured, independent of that, there is this price pressure on the market that happens. We need to be providing new solutions to that. What can be those solutions? For investments, security should be provided. Capacity guaranteed, natural gas plants, new plants can be planned. Export and import plans need to be done because there are some countries around us that have better prices. Capacity mechanism should be used in an efficient manner. Index system should be used. 1 year capacity mechanism should be made long term so that new investments can be encouraged, like 10 years time. It can be extended. As Birol mentioned, in new tenders, reasonable prices can be used and price market risks are taken, and so investors should be encouraged to take these risks. Cogeneration for some time. The first free electricity market used this. It should be again underlined. Generation in place, consumption in place should be encouraged. By the way, I don't think that this phase is temporary. If you are following Europe, there is this big energy crisis in Europe also, especially Russia's storage plants are not storing enough amount of natural gas, and Russia is not sending to Europe. So Europe is filling this gap with energy. Energy prices are increasing, electricity price increasing, and then gas and electricity crisis will be taking place in Europe, and then we will be affected by that. That's what I see for the winter season. They will be met with extreme prices, or we will have some restrictions. So maybe the public side's responsibility could be as follows. Not the gas in the Black Sea only. Cheap natural gas bed investments should be done, and they should be taken to Turkey directly. If we can ensure that, if we can provide a supply chain in that regard, these price shocks will not be affecting us. Another point is storage. I mean, the storage technologies are important, we should put in place some mechanisms to provide solutions. Another solution is distribution retail companies can make long-term purchase agreements and they should be reflected on the tariffs. That's a structure that we should put in place. Why aren't there investments? Because of lack of long-term agreements. Just as tariffs are supporting the investments in the field of distribution for generation that may take place. About foreign investors, we should be inviting them again to the market. Within the last 3 to 4 years' time, they have gone out of the country, as you know. Basin planning, generation projections should be done from one point. Optimization is lacking, unfortunately. Another point, as far as I'm concerned, on the October 23rd, 4th, in Europe, parties will be coming together and some subsidy mechanisms will be handled in order to provide solutions. One of the solutions to be spoken about is consumers being subsidized once, financially, directly subsidized, and VAT, zero VAT, which will be reducing the pressure on the market. Also, high efficiency natural gas technologies should be supported. That's another point of recommendation. We are not doing work in Turkey only. We have got plants in Asia. We are following those markets also. As far as we see in those markets, even though low capacity factors, most countries are using long-term buy or pay. Such spare capacity agreements are done. Such similar structure should be used in Turkey as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Öztürkmen. You have touched upon very important points. Actually, we are out of time, but still I want to give 1 minute more to each. What else should be done? What sort of other measures needs to be in place? Yes, please. Birol Bey. We need to have a real free market in place. Price signals should be healthy. No intervention, direct intervention should be done in a free market. All of these issues can be solved in a free market environment. We should be making a selection. Turkey's electricity base or real market. We tried the first one, it didn't work out. We made a transition to the second one, but we couldn't do it. We are just in between. We are going back and forth, which leads to a confusion. For them, what Korkut said, to be in place, we have to have a free market. If you don't have it, no investments can be there. Supply security can be provided with investments. That's the case. You need to have mathematics in place. If we give instructions, if we do interventions, it won't work. The same rules should be in place for everybody without any discrimination between the public and the private. If there is a need to protect the society, yes, the state is doing that, but each and every intervention into the market is harmful, no matter how you provide it. Thank you. In 1 minute, I will be handling a few points without repetitions. The first one, commodity prices are continuing to increase, so we are not expecting better days. At the moment, coal prices have been close to floor levels, 674. For natural gas, we need to have 15 billion cubic meter need, and the costs are increasing. There is this cost pressure there. And because of these price pressures in the market, all plants want to make use of the capacity mechanism. So there is an inadequacy. And we are expecting a cold and dry winter. We have to manage water by thinking 2022. If we calculate value of water, the most expensive resource is water. So plants needs to be in operation, costs need to be flexible, and consumption should be encouraged. Such efforts should be in place. And one last point is, because of our increased renewable energy installed capacity, we need flexibility, both in the field of generation and consumption. We should be making investments. Cogeneration and fast reacting plants are very important for consumption. Auxiliary services also are very important. We need to have new auxiliary services. There is this demand starting from the big ones towards the smaller ones. Price is important. In order for investments to be significant, short-term price jumps should be allowed. Even if we have them for the current situation, consumers will be protecting themselves. Generation parties have it. Thank you very much for assigning your valuable time to our conference and for the solutions that you have shared. Mr. İzzet, Mr. Birol, Mr. Korkut, I wish you all the best, Mr. Cem. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, our session will start within a few minutes. We will speak about new technologies in energy production and power generation. And our speakers are among us. Professor Dr. Simon Onagin is with us. Yes, we can clearly hear you. We have 4 speakers. And one of our speakers is missing right now. Yiğit Bey is with us. Yes, I can see him. And Prat Yushnak is with us, and Ibrahim Bey has joined us. Once more, you're all welcome. Sen, I don't want to take your time. The floor is yours as the moderator. Have a good session. Thank you very much. Oh, Feraye Hanım, I would like to thank on behalf of you and Yavuz Bey for your contribution and all of your attempts, really. It needs to be appreciated for a long period of time. ICCI is a very important organization, and we were having it face-to-face. They were all lovely, but without having any delay, managing this crisis situation and overcoming barriers by making use of technology is a great happiness for me to see, and as much as we can, we will try to make it a very good broadcast. I have been watching the sessions since the early times of the morning, and I'm sure that today and tomorrow it will continue in the same manner. Once more, I would like to say hello to everyone, all of our participants, for allocating their valuable time. This is a very important topic, as you have we have just mentioned, energy topic is a very important topic. And there are different layers, of course, and we are taking it into consideration. And today, our title is New Technologies, Power Generation. It's a very good topic to be mentioned. And when we see and look at the speeches, when we look at the portfolio, there are some, of course, sources that we could not give up, and we need to, of course, somehow renew and reformulate them. Conventional energy and the new technology should be in balance and used in balance. And at the same time, there may be some limitations and some challenges. What are they? Carbon limitations, for example, and both on the commercial side, on the environmental side, and there are some essential steps to be taken. And actually, in such kind of a situation, we need to take into account the technologies, efficiency is being described as. And of course, we need to use our time efficiently, and we need to create this framework. We should use everything, but with an efficient manner. We should use and consume it. Under this title, I can see a lot of things. We do have very limited time. Only have got 50 minutes allocated, and within 5 or 10 minutes delay, we have started, but we are going to use our 50 minutes fully. And right at the moment, when we look at the portfolio of our present speakers, from each side, we do have a representative, and they do have their own production. And of course, leap technologies are taking a huge space. And for their present situation, future projections have things to say, to mention. Firstly, we will approach the issue with a scientific point of view. When we look at it, of course, R&D side of the issue, we do have a very distinguished speaker. But I would like to say hello to all of our speakers. Mr. Doğan Gezer is with us, and Pratyushnak, hello. Ibrahim Deniz Ertuğran is also with us, and Yiğit is also among us. When I start, I'm going to count some certain titles, so I'm going to leave to your side. We made an order, and we said, first of all, let's leave the floor to Dr. Doğan Gezer from the Power Plant Control Technologies Group Leader. It's his actually field of study, expertise. He is an R&D expert, and he has got studies about hydroelectric power plants. He's going to speak about the new technologies in hydroelectric power plants. The floor is yours, Doğan Bey. Thank you very much. Distinguished moderator, I would like to express my gratitude to each of the participants of this session. Hope that all of us, hopefully we will recover soon and return back to the normal physical environments. And we will focus on new technologies in our power generation, and hydroelectric power stations is my focal area. My name is Doğan Gezer, and since 2017, I have been working for TÜBİTAK. Why actually hydroelectric is important? Because when we look at the installed facility, we do have a 30 gigawatts, and in 2023, Norway was far behind us. And I hope, hopefully, it is going to be the first place in Europe. On the right side graphic, 2021, August, the month of August, you see the total installed structure and 31 gigawatt of installed facility, which is composed of 33%. But for our country, for our nation, it's a very important field, and with the new commissioning sources like wind and solar, it is transforming into a variable or intermittent type of energy source. So they are more integrated to the network, and they do have higher level of penetration. And so hydroelectric power plants, HPPs, are an important catalyzing power. And when we consider this actually issue seriously, we are investing to these fields, and hydroelectric studies at the R&D department of Çubitak is continuously going on. On the left side, on our map, the coastal power plants, which belong to the public, do have some projects, ongoing projects. Design, production, and also testing and commissioning processes, we take an active role. And 2020 European Union era hydroelectric hydropower membership has been taken from our side. And there are some R&D activities which we discuss among this group. And we are preparing common projects and developing new concepts. On the other side, especially the projects that we take from the public and by making use of subsidiary companies, we are trying to create an energy sector in our country. In the last 10 years, we are working with an infrastructural company in Brazil and China, possible to give some proposals. And so we are acting like a bridge to make our local players international players. So we do have such kind of a vision. In this last 10 years, engineers, technicians, and also researchers do have undersigned some certain projects, and the 4 gigawatt has started to be commissioned. And this is showing the installed capacity, 4% of the installed capacity of our country. When we look at the total installed capacity of HPPs, it is 32,000 megawatt, which is, if they do not operate, of course, the power plant will totally cut off, and 10% of them are actively working in our country. We are so much honored and proud of that. And this photograph has been placed in order to give you an idea about the installed facilities and analysis that we carry on. In our country, there are different power plants which we have taken roles, and on the right side, the photograph is very important. This is Kepez 1 power plant in Antalya. It's a 10 megawatts of power plant, a Migres project. After the Migres project, which we have carried on, one unit has locally designed and produced as a synchronized generator, and also water turbines and composite systems have been renewed. In 2 years, it is operating. It is very important and has got a different space. NIDA's project has got a different place in our life. And we come to the topic of our presentation. Hydroelectric technologies do have some focal points. What are those focal points? Why they are very important and being criticized? The first one is, of course, their flexibility and contribution and flexibility. As you all know it very well, an electrical network, the nominal frequency is 50 hertz. And in consumption and also production, referring to a certain balance level. And the production operators work, which creates an imbalance. Like, of course, it may be deactivated, for example, and it can be offline, and the changing profiles. Of course, the power plants may create that imbalance, or some fluctuations in the load may create this. Flexibility is essential. In order to provide this flexibility, what we are doing? In high load levels, we are trying to reach in French type, for example. Power plants are not able to operate at some certain regions. Best operating points is actually at the level of 90%, but in partial load taking, they do have some weaknesses. And of course, it is creating a barrier to work with a flexibility. And in order to reach to load shedding and also dumping and also load taking, to reach to a certain cavitation preventing or off design region, actually, there may be some material-oriented studies which are being carried out to protect the turbine. And also, the water jets are used to decrease the impact of cavitation with a water pressure technique, and the active control is trying to be provided, and there is a changing cycling also powers, and as you all know it, the synchronized generator do have a stable speed. When it is actually fixed in speed, it is not possible to work at some certain levels. And French type turbines, when it goes below 90%, it is not possible to operate the machine. The efficiency is being very low, so it is not being functional to operate it. With the variable speed turbine, it is possible to have a HVDC power electronic component, and the unit height may have a variable operation feature. The actually network is revolving at 50 Hertz, and with the power electric component at the interface, by the help of this interface, it is possible to operate in different speeds. What does it bring us? And climate changing conditions, for example, if there is a droughtness and if the power plant's actually values are going down to 90%, by the help of this component and interface unit, it is possible to go up to 85%. On the right side, there is a fixed and variable operation efficiency differences. As you can see, the blue zone is showing, the blue line is showing a more actually expanded line, and we have proposed a project to EU Horizon program, and it's an ongoing process. Unused hydraulic potentials actually is very crucial to be used. Establishing big facilities is very hard to construct, and constructing big reservoirs and power plants are very hard to find, and the places are very high, and there are some environmental barriers, and also the costs are being very high. In the recent years, distributed generation has gained ground. We will produce where we consume, so that the investment for the production system and transportation cost will be, in such kind of a situation, be reduced. So due to such kind of motivations, in the past we were ignoring some certain economical facts, and we were having low cycling turbines and also the water distribution systems, and there is a recovery. Actually, due to some reasons, if you do have any actually lines, water lines, by establishing this power plant, it is possible to provide electricity, and this is an ongoing study. And we are working in collaboration with our municipalities. We will undersign some projects in the water systems. There is a pressured water system at the distribution line, and with some actually pin valves, it is possible to cut off the pressure, and it is becoming a household water. From 13 bars, you are declining it to 3 bars. Instead of having squeezing effect, 500 or 300 megawatts of power plants can be installed. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are going beyond our time. We are listening with a great interest, but you are beyond our time. I have started my counter late, that's fine. Another important issue is the wastewater and producing energy from wastewater. After the wastewater management facilities, That pressured water reusing process is another topic for our project. One of the hot topics is digitalization. Digitalization for an efficient, of course, facility is lowering the cost of operation and also preventing the unwanted breakdowns or any power cuts. And there are some, of course, monitoring systems, which I would like to show you from a workshop I have attended and took some photographs. Environmental monitoring systems, those actually drone-like or 3D solar studies or fishery observation centers. On the synchronized device side, machinery side, you see the stator turbines, and on the lower side, you see the calling system. And in order to have this system in Keban, we are being a pioneer. On the right side, you see the digital twins. It's the same, actually, having the same application, the same design of the power plant on a virtual environment. And the technicians are wearing that virtual reality goggles, and without interfering to the physical engine, they are experiencing some certain practices. And there is the acoustic monitoring systems. For example, when you hear something unfamiliar with your ear, without actually having some audiovisual equipment, there are some certain sensor systems which is possible to detect it. We need to complete, because I need to leave the floor to other speakers. So in general, yes, about hydroelectric power stations, this is what essential to be owned, actually. It is very, actually in coordination with the previous session, there are some certain systems which we need to integrate. Thank you very much for this very well contended presentation. You stay online, please. If you have any questions, we will address it to you. Our second speaker is Pratyush Nag. He's attending from abroad. There is a time difference. We would like to thank for his patience. Siemens Energy, AHL class vice chair, and Siemens Energy. He is dealing with high efficient gas turbines. So he's going to share the latest developments, and he's going to share us the latest innovations. The floor is yours, Mr. Pratyush Nag. You can start, Ms. Çok teşekkür ediyorum Profesör Sermin Onargil. ICCI'nin organizasyonuna da çok teşekkür ediyorum. Benim için bugün burada olmak büyük bir zevk. Merhabalar. Kusura bakmayın lütfen. Çok fazla Türkçe konuşamıyorum. Affınıza sığınıyorum bu konuda. Sunumum İngilizce olacak. Florida'da, Amerika'da yaşıyorum. Almanya'da şu anda görev yapmaktayım. Ve burada olmaktan da memnuniyet duyuyorum. Size bugün bahsedeceğim konu ekranımı görebiliyor musunuz? Hidroelektrik enerji santralleri göremiyoruz maalesef. Teknik ekipten yardımcı olabilirler mi lütfen Pratyush Bey'e nasıl açabileceği konusunda? Ekranım. Teknik sorun var. Teknik sorun konusunda Pratyush Bey'e yardımcı olabilir miyiz? Ekranını paylaşamıyorlar. Ekran paylaşımı konusunda destek rica ediyoruz Pratyush Bey'e. Pratyush Bey'in sunumu var ise paylaşabilir miyiz lütfen? Şu anda görebiliyor musunuz ekranımı? Yok, hayır çalışmıyor. Maalesef çalışmıyor şu anda sunum ekranınız. Mümkünse acaba sunum olmadan Anlatmanız mümkün olur mu? Sanırım sunumun yansıtılmasıyla alakalı bir sorun var. Kusura bakmayın lütfen. Peki, sunumunuzu gönderirseniz e-maille belki teknik ekip yardımcı olabilir. Sadece bahsedebilirim. Birazcık bahsedelim. En önemli şeylerden bir tanesi özellikle de enerji üretiminde tabii enerjinin aktarımı noktasında karşımıza çıkıyor. Enerjiyi nasıl üreteceğiz, nasıl tüketeceğiz ve sonrası geliyor. İşte zaten bütün enerji piyasalarını bugün değiştiren noktada bu diye düşünüyoruz. Bugün gördüğümüz şey şu. Özellikle de tabii ki artık kademe kademe dünya genelinde kömürsüz bir üretime geçilmesi hedefleniyor. Nükleer enerji dünyanın belli kesimlerinde kendine yer bulurken, belli endüstrilerde yer bulurken hakim olan nokta şu ki yenilenebilir enerjiler, yenilenebilir ekonomiler çok büyük bir çığır açıyorlar. Güneş enerjisi olsun, rüzgar enerjisi olsun şeklinde. Ama elbette ki güneş enerjisi her zaman için mevcut değil. Rüzgar her zaman esmiyor. Dolayısıyla bazen çok da güvenilir kaynaklar olmayabiliyor. Belli bir şekilde bu enerjilerin depolanması gerekiyor. Bu enerjilerin depolanmasıyla birlikte enerji dalgalanmasını bir şekilde önlemek gerekiyor. Ve bunu da aslında dünya genelinde çok başarılı gerçekleştirildiğini biliyoruz. Ama burada enerjinin üretimi tabii ki doğal gaz ile enerji üretimi noktasında gerçekleştiriliyor. Enerji üretiminin aslında en güçlü formlarından biri olarak görülüyor ve enerjiyi üretirken temiz bir üretimimiz var mı? Bunun için olasılıklar neler, buna bakmak gerekiyor. Tasarladığımız şeylerde kendi portföyümüz içerisinde 9000 HL artı gaz türbini olarak adlandırdığımız türbinlerimiz teknolojinin en gelişmiş formu, çok geniş ölçekte 8000 inçlik 8000 artı inçlik bir teknoloji barındırıyor. 4 tane farklı noktada faaliyet gösteriyor şu anda. Özellikle de Türkiye'deki üretim noktasında yer alıyor olmaktan büyük bir iftihar hissediyoruz. Ve buradaki 9000 HL Plus teknolojisiyle birlikte daha esnek bir enerji üretimi mümkün olabilecek 8000'den sonra ürettiğimiz teknolojiyle artık enerji üretimini öyle bir şekilde gerçekleştirebiliyoruz ki mevcut enerji, yenilenebilir enerji kaynakları, güneş enerjisi olsun, rüzgar enerjisi olsun ona katkı sağlamakla kalmıyoruz. Diğer taraftan da doğal gazdan da temiz bir şekilde enerji üretebiliyoruz. %65 oranında da etkinlik sağlayabiliyoruz üretimde. En etkin oranlardan bir tanesi olarak da addedebiliyoruz bugüne kadar gördüğümüz teknolojiler arasında. Teknoloji anlamında çok önemli adımlar attık. Nasıl yapabildik? Bu teknolojiyi bu dünyaya nasıl sağlayabildik? Ne yapıyoruz derseniz pek çok ürün geliştiriyoruz. Geçtiğimiz yıllar içerisinde Siemens aslında onlarca yıldır bunu yapıyor. Sürekli olarak teknolojimizi güncelliyoruz. Bakıyoruz gerek içten yanmalı, gerek türbin teknolojileri anlamında olsun, gerekse mevcut teknolojiler anlamında enerji santrallerinin en etkin şekilde çalışabilmelerine hizmet edebilecek ve en esnek şekilde çalışabilmelerine olanak sağlayabilecek teknoloji geliştirmeye çalışıyoruz. Portföyümüz içerisinde farklı farklı tabii ki enerji üretim şanslarına sahibiz. 900 HL olarak baktığımız modelimiz 900 bin megawattlık elektrik üretimini yine aynı şekilde sağlıklı bir çevre etkisi minimum seviyede olmak üzere gerçekleştiriyor ve buna baktığınızda nükleer enerji santrallerine denk düşebilecek 5, 10, 15 yıl öncesinde tahayyül edemeyeceğimiz bir aslında gaz türbini böylesine gigawatt üretimi gerçekleştirebiliyor. Geldiğimiz nokta bu. Teknolojinin geldiği nokta bu. Daha da önemlisi şu, nereye doğru yönelmiş vaziyetteyiz? Geliştirmekte olduğumuz şeylerden bir tanesi Siemens Enerji olarak hidrojen. Hidrojen bizim geleceğimiz olacak diye düşünüyoruz. En ümit vaat eden alanlardan ve karbonsuzlaşan gelecekte en ümit vaat eden alanlardan bir tanesi ve Siemens Enerji olarak buna uyumlanmaya hazırız. Hidrojeni alıp doğalgaz noktasında ikame edebilecek şekilde %60 oranında da yine aynı şekilde bir karma yapabilecek vaziyette hazırız. Ve bizim tesislerimizde Berlin'de denedik. Ve hidrojeni alıp doğalgazla karıştırdık ve bunu içten yanma sistemlerimizde denediğimiz zaman son derece güvenli bir şekilde çalıştığını gördük. Hidrojenin kendi içinde kısıtları yok değil. Burada özellikle tutuşabilme özelliği çok yüksek olduğu için çok dikkatli çalışmak gerekiyor. Ancak rahatlıkla bunu güvenli bir şekilde enerji kaynağı olarak kullanılabilir hale geldik ve geleceğe kanıt temelli olarak sadece bugün için hizmet eden nitelikte değil, yarın da hizmet eden nitelikte olacak diyebiliyoruz. Sunduğumuz şey bu. Yine aynı şekilde Amerika'da da tesislerimizden, Duke Enerji tesislerinde de en geniş elektrik sağlayıcılardan bir tanesi Amerika'da kullanmaktayız. Tesislerimizden bir tanesini aldık, buraya konuşlandırdık. Charlotte Carolina'da da yaklaşık olarak bir yıldır faaliyet gösteriyoruz. Ne yapıyor derseniz bu tesisi alıyorlar, kombine bir şekilde rüzgar santralleri ve güneş santralleriyle entegre kullanıyorlar. Herhangi biri gece devreden çıkarsa hemencecik bu yük kaybını ikame edecek şekilde devreye giriyor. Diyelim ki güneş enerjisi kaybı uğradı. O noktada yine aynı ikame edecek şekilde arz talep dengesini gözetecek, operasyonel bir esneklik sağlayacak şekilde farklı kaynakları entegre etmiş vaziyette çalıştırabiliyoruz. Yani burada güneş enerjisi, rüzgar enerjisi, gaz türbinleri birbirine entegre bir şekilde esneklik göstererek başarılı faaliyetlerini sürdürüyor. 9000 megawattlık bir şebeke içerisinde bu gücü 10 dakika içerisinde elde edebiliyorsunuz. Yani bir düğmeye basmak suretiyle 10 dakika içerisinde şebekede gigawattlık bir enerjiye sahip olabiliyorsunuz. Evet, bizim bu anlamda oyun değiştiren bir rolümüz var ve bizim enerji üretme şeklimiz, yaşam şeklimiz, toplumun bir parçası olma şeklimiz, karbonsuzlaşma yine aynı şekilde yolcunun bir parçası olma ve dünyayı daha yaşanası bir hale getirme ve gelecekteki nesillere armağan edebilme şansını vermiş oluyor. Çok teşekkür ederiz Pratyuş. Çok güzel bir konuşma yaptınız. Çok güzel mesajlar verdiniz. Elbette ki burada enerji kaynaklarımızı mümkün mertebe etkin şekilde kullanmaya gayret ediyoruz. İyi bir operasyon yürütmeye gayret ediyoruz. Ve yüksek teknolojiyi bu anlamda kullanıyoruz. Kusura bakmayınız sunumunuzu açamadık. Ama zaten her şeyi tafsilatlı bir şekilde anlatmış oldunuz, mesajlarınızı iletmiş oldunuz. Lütfen bizimle kalmaya devam edin. Varsa sorularımız bunları da size yönlendiriyor olacağız. Tartışma için ümit ediyorum ki imkanımız olur. Ben de size bazı sorular sormak isterim şahsen. Lütfen bizimle kalınız oturumun sonuna kadar. Now, I would like to invite our third speaker, Mr. Evren Deniz Ertuğran. Are you with us? Baker Hughes. Deniz Bey or Evren Bey, which one do you want me to use? Evren may be okay. Okay, Evren Bey. You are Baker Hughes, Regional Sales Manager, and it's a very suitable title, Energy Transformation and New Technologies. This is what we need to do. From your own portfolio, from your own company, from your own experiences and professions, you will acknowledge us. The floor is yours.
Let me start my presentation. I think you're able to see my presentation. As I'm concerned, this platform your presentation. Sharing. And then open the presentation. I think that's, did you see your presentation before? If your technical team can support us with that, we will show you the presentation. The technical team help us with the presentation. Okay. Okay. Thank you. My name is Evren Deniz Ertuğran.
In today's presentation, I will be talking about energy transition and new technologies, how they can we can contribute to this process in that regard. First of all, shortly, I would like to talk about Baker Hughes shortly. We are an energy technology company in 120 countries with more than 58,000 employees, with a revenue of $24 billion. We want to make sure that energy is cleaner, safer, and more efficient around the world. As Baker Hughes, in oil and natural gas sector, we are active in land and sea oil production, gas steam turbines, compressors, pumps, valves, air-cooled heat exchangers, bearings, gear solutions with regard to product portfolio. Of course, onshore and offshore production, pipeline gas processing, LNG, refinery, and petrochemical field. These are the fields that we've been working. Against the climate, global warming, we have committed to net zero carbon emissions by 2050, achieved 34 reduction to date with a goal of 50% by 2030. We want to make sure that each year we can reduce Baker Hughes' environmental footprint by minimizing carbon emissions and waste. We are partnering with customers to help reduce their environmental footprint at the same time. So we are inventing new technologies and invest in a portfolio of low carbon products and services. International Energy Agency studies show that for decades, these temperatures will be increasing, so meeting climate goals and emission reduction targets is very important. In order to restrict this temperature rise within 2 centigrades, some scenarios must be in place in a sustainable development scenario. 33 gigatons needs to be reduced to 10 by 2050. When we have a look at the technologies in this regard, efficiency increased 37%, 32% is for renewables, 8% fuel switching, 3% nuclear, 9% carbon capture utilization and storage, 12 others. In order to eliminate global warming components, the technologies are needed, and it's going to be transforming the sector. As Baker Hughes, decarbonization and energy transition field, we have got 4 pillars where we invest. For energy efficiency, cogeneration solutions are very important. Such technologies are already existing. That's how they are going to be providing the highest transition. And gas turbines and steam turbines have been in our portfolio for long years now. The other three fields are the ones that are evolving. They have a big potential for the future. One of them is carbon-free energy generation, hydrogen as an alternative. Oil, as Baker Hughes in hydrogen, but in the oil and natural gas, we have got big experience. Gas turbines we have been producing for a long time, green, blue, gray, brown, or hydrogen technologies we are working on. Another important technology is carbon capture technologies, where we have got significant amount of experience and investments. Carbon capture includes some opportunities for energy and environment, and we have been continuing our efforts in this regard. Importance of gas turbines in energy transition. Gas turbines are very important for the future. There are three important benefits gas turbines are going to provide. One of them is high efficient gas turbine generation solutions, and fuel shift from coal to gas help to reduce carbon dioxide emissions significantly. Which lead to reduction in costs and emissions. Mixing renewable gas with natural gas enables further reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. And the third point is gas turbines are flexible, well suited for frequent starts, and able to provide fast response to grid demands, making them complementary to variable resistors. For the future, gas turbines will be operating with natural gas. Turbine technologies are currently existing with these opportunities. Carbon emission reduction will be provided. Just as an example, at a volume, 80% of hydrogen required to reduce carbon dioxide emission by 50%. It's possible to see the graphics on the right hand. Baker Hughes, considering the energy transition and demands of the consumers, novelty industrial gas turbine family that we have introduced, 5 to 17 megawatts generation takes place. For industrial consumers, electricity needs are met. There is this high capacity of steam generation, 80 to 85% energy efficiency is provided. Novelty turbines has hydrogen capabilities. Our experience shows, in our experience, we are benefiting from this. A water combustion system is used technologically. Dry combustion systems, 10% hydrogen, 90% natural gas is possible. In the coming future, dry combustion control system without water, 100% hydrogen combustion efforts are still ongoing. I would like to give you an example at this point. Hydrogen and natural gas mix turbines. This is an example, Sinem from Italy, natural gas company. We have got a project with them. Sinem, in natural gas pipelines, a certain amount of hydrogen will be pumped. Carbon emissions will be reduced in that way. So within this context, in a compressor station of theirs, 10% hydrogen, 90% natural gas, a hybrid novelty turbine has been successfully tested. In Turkey, in the coming future, hydrogen and natural gas combinations will be used. They will be carried on natural gas pipelines, and gas turbine technologies with these technologies, we are ready for that. I also appeared on screen, as you can see. I wish we had much more time to hear from you, especially with the new developments in the field of hydrogen, carbon capture, and storage efforts that you have continuing are so valuable. We want to hear from you more in the following times. With your permission, I have to give the last word to the last speaker, then we will doing a sum up. Yiğit Erzan is with us now to share his presentation with us. Renewable energy, wind. Turkey, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan sales manager, and executive board member, Yiğit Erzan. We wanted to leave you to the end of the session because Yiğit, new technologies will be handled by Yiğit Erzan. Yes, please. The word is yours. We need your microphone. Unmute. Are you able to see the presentation? We can't see it yet. Please try again, and otherwise the technical team may support us. Yes, it works. Hello, everybody. I'm saluting you all. Our subject is technology, so I just briefly want to mention what sort of research and development is being done by GE. On a global level, research and development centers are existing, centers of GE. It started in 1890s. The first industrialists started their work with engineers, with scientists. We are still continuing to do research and development. So the subject is energy. Let's have a look at the trends, industry trends for the coming years. There are many energy resources, as you know. When we have a look at today, 50% to 60% are met, our consumption is met by fossil fuels. But for the coming decades, approximately solar, wind, storage solutions, we think that we estimate that 75% will be these three. So solar and wind technologies will be increasing, especially storage solutions will be increasing. As technology goes forward, unit costs will be reduced. With hybrid structures, solar, wind, storage solutions will be coming together. And their use will be increasing. Leaving that aside, I would like to talk about what sort of products GE is working on shortly, and technology. About gas turbines, it's already been discussed. So just briefly, from fossil fuel to renewable energy, there is this transformation, and gas turbines have an important role there, both with regard to 50% less carbon emissions, its benefit. Also hydrogen and carbon capture technologies are used in the plants, recent plants that GE has made. 60% achievement has been conducted. What else? New modular reactor is what GE is working on. As they are modular, there are some works in plants. Security is better, quality standards can be met better, and the works in the field are reduced. They are long-term projects. We expect them to be operational in 2028. With regard to renewable energy, as you know, wind is quite common in the world, in Turkey also. Recently, we have gone over 10,000 megawatts. GE turbines have provided that amount. We are proud of that. How did we manage? The same success trend is expected for the future. Of course, wind wings are much longer, so they weigh more. With carbon technology, longer and lighter wings can be done. Just in the same way, having long wings make things some difficult. So parts fragmented wing technology has been introduced. It provides some benefits with regard to transportation costs and other costs, and we expect them to continue. These figures may not be quite meaningful for some of you, but when we say 5 to 6 megawatts turbine, under normal conditions, more than 20 gigawatts energy yield can be provided on an annual manner. Just offshore wind, their share in the market is increasing, these offshore ones. The highest wind turbine belongs to GE with 12 megawatts capacity, 67 gigawatts gross AP, 63% capacity factor. How much does it provide? 67, which means the electricity consumption of 16,000 households. And when we have this capacity factor 63%, it's quite high. Sometimes it's difficult to understand the size. I like this example. When you compare it to the Eiffel Tower, their size is quite similar. In a plant, you can put 30 or 50 of them. When we come to hybrid solutions, actually, solar and wind are complementing each other in many points. And with this, uncertainty in energy generation can be reduced. Storage technologies, when such technologies are added, it's possible to obtain plants that work like basal load. Hybrid solution, we said, there are modular structures, and according to the size, it's possible to send these to fields. Their lifetime is 15 years more, 15% more, extended battery life, and errors are less. I would like to talk about digital services. All this digitalization has its results in energy. Why is digitalization important? Just as a simple example, I can say that wind turbines, as you know, are at remote areas, as you know, at the top of mountains, etc., hills. So 80% of the problems occurring can be solved less than 10 minutes remotely. So digitalization is very important for the field of energy. That's an example for that. As a last point, in the center of all these technological developments lies carbon emission reduction, being carbon neutral. In all the technologies for the future should have this framework. That's our expectation. Thank you very much for listening to me. I have finished hopefully in time. Yes. Thank you very much for finishing in time. So I would like to thank all the speakers for these presentations, especially watching your time. While finishing, is it possible to say only one sentence while concluding? I'm just having a look at questions, just a few. Mr. Doğan Gezer, after your presentation, we received a few comments. Maybe you can give your comments. Solar and hydroelectricity energy capacity is so high in our country, but still it's not possible to say we are efficiently using it. Is that the case? And on the other hand, for reservoir HES, Yaşar Demirzer asked this question. Due to erosion, extending lifetime, what sort of efforts are you making? Are you handling these issues also, Mr. Doğan Gezer? I would like to start with Batuvarlı's question. Yes, solar energy integration is very important. The first example, the question is not for you, Mr. Nag. I'm sorry. Interpreter is speaking. The question is not for you. The question was for Mr. Gezer, Mr. Nag. In Mr. Batuvarlı's question was, especially in Japan, as reservoirs are set up on lake areas. That's why this question came. There is no such example in Turkey. When it's feasible, it can be set up. Aşağıköy's site can be analyzed. There is such an integration there. Yaşar Demirezer's question, it's been a good opportunity actually, because through some different channels, it's possible to extend opinions to TÜBİTAK. It happens, the citizens are just sending their messages and comments. TÜBİMER, there is this information center of TÜBİTAK. So Yaşar Demirözer may access to us through TÜBİMER. He can relay his opinion through TÜBİMER to TÜBİTAK. My final message is as follows. Of course, for zero carbon, hydroelectricity has its own role, and everybody is doing their best. All stakeholders are doing their best in that regard, especially with regard to digitalization and data usage, data analysis. Efforts are taking place. The critical point is that part. It's going to be handled in one of the sessions. Material is also very important. Untapped potential is another important point that needs to be handled. Thank you very much. We would like to thank you for being with us. Everybody heard your message. So, without giving the word to Mr. Yiğit and Mr. Evren, two similar questions we have got. Pratyush Nag. Then Evren Deniz Ertuğran. I am turning back to you. One last sentence, maybe. Of course, in the coming period, energy transformation is going to be pacing up. On one hand, will be development of technologies. Companies like us will be developing new technologies. On the other hand, regulation will be in place, should be in place. They need to be implemented, put into force. That will be pacing up. I'm sorry to intervene. You also have some work in the field of hydrogen. Can you say a few words about that as well? Because hydrogen being used as fuel, to what extent costs are increasing with that? Is it usable? Is that going to be economic? Let me give you the following example. 100% electricity generation is possible. Electricity generation and improvement is possible. That's what we are working on. But when you have a look at feasibility, green hydrogen, I mean electricity generation with renewable energies, when you do that, costs are much higher than natural gas. So economically, they are not feasible. How about carbon with regard to usability? Regulation matters a lot. That's what I wanted to refer to, regulations. If such regulations make carbon emission more difficult, possibly such green technologies will be opened with pathways. Carbon release restrictions are not strong in Turkey. You can generate electricity with coal. Green hydrogen generation should be your own policy, company policy, and you should be bearing a lot of costs. So it should be there, but there is a pathway that needs to be followed, right? There are a few pillars, you say. So regulation is one on the one side, economy is on the other, our resources, all of them need to be evaluated very well, you say. Is that your message? I fully agree. Yes, that's my message. With your permission, I would like to turn back to Yiğit Erzan for his last words. You know, efficiency, such discourse is so beautiful, but we need to find ways to put them into effect, to provide an implementation. Yiğit, what do you want to say? Yes, we talked about transition. Renewable energy is there for the future. Turkey has put forward important steps with regard to solar and wind. Hopefully, it's going to be pacing up. And during this process, Turkey will be continuing in the field of renewable energy resources. Turkey will be continuing to taking steps. Sometimes I can hear myself. There were some questions for Pratyush, but we tried to answer them among ourselves because he is not here. And I would like to thank each and every one of you as the audience. You assigned your time. Dear speakers, it's so valuable that you assigned your time to deliver your speeches, to make your presentations to us. Thank you very much. Hopefully, it's going to be a win-win situation. Everybody is going to be winning. A clean environment, clean approach, better use of, efficient use of energy, making use of technology in that regard is important. We had some technical issues with connections of some of us. Maybe our organizational team can send the questions to Pratyush Nag later on. Is that possible? In English, it's possible to send them. Hopefully, we had a good session and we have completed timely. Thank you very much. And I am concluding this session. If you have any words to say, please go ahead. Professor Sermin Onaygil, thank you very much. As Pratyush is connecting from abroad, he is having a problem. has a connection issue, but just as you said, we will be sending these questions to Mr. Pratyushnak, and he may send the questions, the answers to those questions. As the R&D team, we have an integrated approach, which I'm proud of. I'm wishing you success during this and further organizations. Thank you very much. It was lovely to see you. I would like to thank Mr. Yiğit, Mr. Evren, Mr. Doğan. Have a nice day. Bye. Distinguished guests, in a few minutes' time, we are going to be having a very nice session. We will be talking about bioresources. The importance of energy generation, the future of generation from bioresources. This is going to be the topic of the next session. When everybody gets connected in a few minutes' time, broadcasting will be starting. Please stay here.
Welcome, Sedef Hanım, Hacer Hanım, Sedat Bey, Koray Bey, and Ömer Bey. Welcome. It's so nice to see you all. It will be a very actually good session for everyone. Now I would like to leave the floor to you, Sedef Hanım. Women Energy Platform. I'm leaving the floor to you as the founder of TWRE. Okay, hello again. Distinguished stakeholders of energy sectors, this is the deep-rooted and also a diversified event of energy sector. Welcome to ICCI. My name is Sedef Budak. For 14 years, I'm working in the field of energy. And I'm having an independent, actually counseling companies and I'm representing TWRE. And as the founder of TWRE, I am moderating the session. Climate crisis and its impacts have started to show its effects on our daily life. And COVID conditions have just provided and projected us that it is essential to establish renewable energy sources to survive. Wind, geothermal, biomass, and also wastes should be transformed into recycling sources of energy, and circular, of course, economy have pointed out this fact. According to the ministry's data, It is only 2% in operators in this level is taking into account the serious situation. And of course, we will focus on bioresources, the importance of bioresources and the future of power generation. Ömer Harun Örge, welcome. Ömer Bey is from Yıldız Technical University, graduated from the Department of Chemistry, and for 25 years he has gotten experience in 2007 and 2020 at Zorlu Energy. He has been the Vice General Manager of Operations, and he's working for Doğanlar Holding, Biotrend General Manager. Thank you very much for the introduction, Sedef. And my second guest is Sedat Akar from Trakya University. He has graduated from the Department of Mechanical Engineering since 1996, working for Topkapı Industry, natural gas and biomass resources, Young Maher, Australian product projection, and also managing and operations are done by him. 850 megawatt of installed capacity was being installed by his team, and he's the founder of Bioenergy Association, Co-Generation Association member, Topkapı Industry, working as the general manager. Welcome. My third guest is Hacer İlhan Yiğit. Hacer Hanım is also a member of TWRE. She has graduated from Istanbul Technical University, Department of Mechanical Engineering, and Warwick University, completed her MS degree. 2013, started to work for Mimsam Group, and she is the marketing manager at the same company. And she has got 2 major projects in the field of bioresources. Thank you very much, Sedef Hanım. My last guest is Koray Goytan. Koray Bey is from Boğaziçi University, from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Milano Polytechnic. He has had a MS degree in construction engineering and big shopping malls, data centers, and commercial building projects, project management, also project preparation, design, and coordination. Working more than 10 years. In 2015, he was included in TrueSafe project. It is at the 3rd phase and working as a project manager. TrueSafe and mid-safe projects are very important on EBRD side. And he's going to tell himself. Welcome. Thank you very much, Sedef Hanım. Let me ask you the questions. Ömer Bey. Hello again. Would you please tell us about Biotrend, the biomass, and also bioenergy? What is the difference between them? Let me open my presentation first of all. My share screen is not working. Biotrend is a very young company indeed. 2012. Nobel Energy planted the roots of this company. It's emerging structure, and Biotrend grew very rapidly. Biomass and biogas sectors moved very fast with the right steps to sustainable and accessible energy source. This is a position that we have assigned ourselves. What is our main objective? Environmental and economical value-added projects are aimed to be implemented. Every day we would like to extend and make our portfolio bigger, and we would like to be the pioneer of the sector. Biotrend Energy is not only a company, it's a project, because all of the facilities, 18 facilities, 11 of them are in disseminated versions and in 6 different regions, starting with the actually house waste. And approximately when we look at the 20% of the waste which are being taken, domestic waste, are being processed by us. And so we are producing electricity from waste, and Biotrend is such kind of a company. From the first day of its, of course, construction, we are having continuous R&D activities, innovative technologies, and waste management. It has always been perceived with a different and an innovative way. Environment and economy and the world value-adding capacity are our priorities. Renewable energy sources and majorly sustainable world, and we are taking some important and vital steps for our country. Why we have selected biomass? Let me tell you that fossil-based systems on the countryside actually is not natural recycling, and biomass is a carbon neutral process, and Biotrend has taken it into account for this reason. Biomass is a naturally recycling process. I have opened your presentation. Can you see it? Yes. No, only the black screen I can see right now. Only the black screen. Can you see it right now? Yes. If you open the presentation, can you see it right now? I'm in the presentation format. Always having actually problems, but that's okay. I continue. At this point, what are we doing with biomass? With biomasses and domestic waste separation. Domestic waste separation, creating energy, and biomethanization and waste management. Biomass facility installment and management and supply. Total licenses 154 megawatt. Last year, the electricity is in 90% was being sold within the framework of YEKDEM, and our YEKDEM averages 8.2. And our installed capacity is 84.4 megawatt. And if I explain Biotrend with figures, in 2020, 300 million kilowatt per hour was being produced, and 440 aim to be this year's amount. 440 million per hour will be adding value to our country with the actually energy, with the electricity we produce from waste. Is it organic, anaerobic? What type of actually gases? I will tell them, Sedef Hanım, last year, 3 million tons of actually carbon dioxide equal waste was being recycled. 4.4 million tons of waste has totally been managed. When we look in general, actually it is our main tool, and in order to actually diversify it, we are working in total 54 megawatts in the waste gas, and 14.6 is biomass power stations. And when we speak about biogas site, we need to divide it into two. What is this? So we are bringing the waste to a storaging area, and we are collecting the gas after it disposes, and then we are making biomechanization in separation the organic material actually in the non-oxygen environment, fermenting it and transforming it into an electricity. Biomass activities are agricultural, also livestock and forestry waste. And industrial and organic waste type waste are being stored in the fuel preparation site. And according to the needed energy facility, by having the evaporation vapor from the melting point, it is possible to transform into electricity. Biotrend is not only an energy company. We are creating value from waste. This is such kind of a system. We are not only focusing on energy, we are also focusing on the separation of actually waste, and also we are continuing to create compost from organic materials. And the vapor that we create is being used in a cogeneration system and planned to sell it to our customers. Preparing waste fuel is a very long process. Forest waste and agricultural waste collection, and also using them in the biomass test. We have prepared a facility and operating this facility. It is a circular and also a sustainable system, actually. Yes, this is our main objective. Sustainability is very important. Also, the development of rural areas, creating different income sources, and these are very important for us. But when we are doing all of these, biomass production, of course, needs to be taken under control. This cycle, this chain, at some certain points, may have an impact of the ongoing situation. When we speak about the domestic waste, of course, domestic waste is very important, and we are implementing the recycling process and transformation process of these waste at every stance. I would like to leave the floor to Sedat Bey. Sedat Bey, welcome back again. Ömer Bey summarized very efficiently the difference of biomass and actually bioresources. I would like to ask your experiences. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. I have prepared a presentation about the biomass situation in Turkey. And I'm going to share some certain information with our audience. First of all, with your permission, let me open my presentation. Could you see my presentation on the screen? Yes. Yes, we can see it. Okay. First of all, what do we mean by biomass? I would like to speak about that. In the terminology, it has got two descriptions. The first one is living, or the living creatures, non-fossil biological materials, the general name of non-fossil materials. Another description is the biofuel. All of the actually herbs and also herbal products which are being produced in order to have biomasses, biofuels, any type of actually a livestock type of waste and also animal waste can be considered within the scope. And we do have 5 or 6 basic sources. The first one is the agricultural products and waste, and the other one is the forest products and forestry products, industrial waste, and also livestock waste and domestic waste, wastewaters. These are the basic biomass sources. What are the energy production methods from biomasses? There are 3 subtitles to look at. One of them is the thermochemical has got three substructures: burning, pyrolysis, and also gasification. Another methodology is the biological approaches. One of them is the fermentation, and the other one is the anaerobic fermentation. Last but not least, we do have the physical squeezing approach, and so we are producing energy from the biomass. Extrusion. Squeezing or extrusion can be mentioned as the subtitle of physical biomass production. And when we look at thermochemical methodology, the first one was burning. What type of a burning we are speaking about? And very simply, the organic waste are being burned. And it has got two subtitles. One of them is the direct burning. And inside the biomass, there may be actually chemical reactions against oxygen, and it is being used in order to create a vapor, produce vapor. The second one is the blended version of burning. It is being mixed with the fossil fuels like biomass and the coal are being mixed and being burned together. Another important methodology is the pyrolysis approach. This material are taken and actually being separated by having high temperature and evaporating, and after this evaporation process as a liquid fuel, of course condensing, and this is being named as the biomass pyrolysis. What are these? Actually, we do have different products. For example, tars, coal tars, and also the last methodology is gasification. 900 degrees Celsius biomasses are actually having partial oxidation, and it is being transformed into a, actually, if we can consider it as a synthetic gas. And after this process, carbon monoxide, hydrogen are being obtained, and also hydrocarbons and water vapor can be obtained. These three of them are the thermochemical methodologies. And let me go to the biological methodologies. The first one is fermentation. Generally, in order to produce bioethanol, they use this with a high sugar content agricultural biomass by the help of the bacteria in a non-oxidized environment being transformed into alcohol, and this is the biochemical transformation process. In raw material, generally, they use, for example, wheat and corn, and of course, after the fermentation, they produce alcohol, and the fossil fuels consumption is being less amountly consumed. And another important biological approach is anaerobic fermentation. It is very similar to the previous one. And there is a yeasting process there. And in a non-oxygenized environment with a macrobiological flora, they are actually processing the biomass. Our biomass here in our fermentation tanks is extracting a gas, and we call it the biogas. Inside the biogas, we do have methane and carbon dioxide masses, and this is, of course, in a cogeneration unit. Just like natural gas can be used as a fuel, and electricity and heat energy can be taken out. And the physical methodology here is the squeezing approach. Sunflower, corn, or soya bean type of products are being pressed, and of course, the content of the oil has got glycerin inside, and inside this actually oil, the glycerol is being separated, and it's being mixed with the fossil fuels, and in diesel vehicles, it is being used as a fuel source. When you look at the biomass facilities and the installed capacity, approximately 98,000 megawatt is present in Turkey. this is installed capacity of electricity in Turkey. Among them, we do have different sources. Fossil sourced ones, when you combine and calculate all of them together, 98,498 is the megawatt level that we reach. BMS facilities are approximately, these are from ICCI data, renewable energy mechanisms, and it is 1,175 megawatt, which was the application value for ICCI. And after the application's approval, on temporary basis, 932 megawatts of power plants have started to operate and added to Turkish energy market. When we look at it and calculate with the simple mathematics, the 1% is the biomass amount in the total capacity of Turkey, since it's a renewable energy source. And when we consider the reduction of carbon emissions, it's a very significant source, vital source. And additional, this power is equal to 2% of renewable energy power plants with the installed capacity. The installed capacity, when we consider it 100,000 megawatts, and when we accept it in that level, the installed capacity is 53% is being provided from renewable energy sources, and among them hydroelectric power plants and wind power plants and solar power plants are owning the majority. And fossil fuels also, and the electricity that we have is 47% of the installed capacity. Okay. Biomass facilities, what type of a ratio do they have between themselves? Both ICCI and also in ourselves, we have made some assessments and determined some certain figures. In Turkey, biomass facilities, almost half of them are making use of domestic waste, domestic gas, or waste gas, landfill gas. And also the second one is, of course, 60 power plants with biogas, and also the burning stations, and 23 and 210 megawatt is the installed capacity. And gasification pyrolysis do only have a very minor number of facilities, which is only 5. 932 megawatt is the biomass power plant capacity we have. I have placed some examples. Thank you very much, Sedat Bey. Because our time is very limited, I want to continue with the other speakers. Thank you very much for listening to me. I would like to express my gratitude. I would like to pass the floor to Hacer Hanım. Sedat mentioned about his own company, and biomass facilities and technologies have been mentioned. Now I'm passing the floor to Hacer Hanım to speak about this biomass and what are the national and global examples, what are the widely used technologies, and what are your fields of expertise, and what is the installed capacity of your own company, in which areas you're active?
Thank you, Ms. Sedef. I will be trying to share my presentation now. Hopefully, I'll work it out. Okay, we got it. Just as Mr. Sedat mentioned, so when we say these energy systems, combustion, gasification, biogas technologies, they're very commonly used. But what our company is specialized on is gasification, combustion and gasification. When we say such plants in these systems, waste or biomass waste can be combusted with fluid fuel system, or if you are going to be eliminating the garbage, then you will be using the systems. Steam or ORC turbines will be used. Such systems are how energy producing system. Waste energy plant steam can be the case. It depends on the requirements, the budget, and the efficiency that the customers want to have. As you see here, these this is the process that takes place with the boiler, and the grid receives this in this manner. If it's not municipality waste undistributed, because of its high technology, fluid bed systems, direct separation, as we name it, when we think about combustion that way, moving grid systems are well proven technology. So when we look at the waste to energy systems, there are some before boiler fuel preparation systems we have got. Also, combustion takes place by use of hot steam. Electricity is generated, and the stack gas occurring has to abide by the emission levels during discharge. A second alternative is, rather than normal steam turbines, ORC turbines can be used. Thermal oil boilers are here. The fuel goes in, thermal oil boiler is used, and the oil generated, it goes through this circuit. According to the water or steam, air cooling condenser or water cooling condenser can be used. An example ORC plant is shown here. And since 2008, we are engaged in biomass. Biomass plant, the first one was done by us, by Mimsan Energy. Meet capacity. This plant was in place in 2017. We are about to commission the first plant with waste to energy system. There are some practices, some examples of our Mimsan field. We started energy plant setups in 2008. Until 19, the installed capacity has been 85 megawatts. After the commissionings and after acceptance after 2022, this amount will be 160 megawatts. There are 10 plants now that are registered. Local generation takes place from design to commissioning. Turnkey service is provided in these plants. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to add just a few examples that we conducted recently. You can show them in the next tour if you like. I would like to give the word to Mr. Koray now. Thank you very much. You have been working in very good projects that you have implemented, very nice projects, especially with regard to waste to energy system. This is quite costly and it requires special work. Just on this point, my last speaker will be talking. My last speaker is Koray. Thank you very much. I would like to thank ICCI for their kind invitation. As TÜRSEF, I would ask you to talk about project financing. Of course, I would like to talk about the program shortly. As you know, EBRD has been directly financing some projects in Turkey. They are direct investors. One of them is Biotrend, which is one of the panelists. So the purpose is sustainability of financing also for projects that provide for sustainability. In 26 countries, CF pillar is TÜRSEF. Turkey's Sustainability Energy Financing Program is implemented by TÜRSEF. The program was initiated in 2011. So we have completed our 11th anniversary this year. So more than 700 million euro financing has been provided so far. Energy efficiency, resource projects, 630 megawatts renewable energy installed capacity has been achieved. It's not a financial program only. It is a comprehensive technical assistance. This technical assistance package has been financed by European Union and provided free of charge to users. Less than 10 megawatt renewable energy financing is provided. So your limit is mechanic installed capacity or mechanic or electricity installed capacity. So you are talking in terms of capacity, not cost. Well, per project, 5 million is the limit. Our projects are not about electricity generation, combust generation, fertilizer production. There are different components now, and we are evaluating them separately. Can I ask you a difficult question? Biomass investment costs are much higher. Don't you think your budget is limited? How do you provide a solution to that? If the project is a spatial project, we have some flexibility as long as it's less than 10 megawatts. But our main purpose is SMEs within the scope of European Union. That's what we do for SMEs. The limit so far has been enough, has been adequate. I think that you are sending bigger projects to the bank. Yes, MITSEF project, we had the projects until 50 megawatts, or EBRD financing is provided directly. Thank you. I would like to brief you about how the process goes during financing. As you know here, especially methane gas emissions contribution is important, and organic waste is very important for struggle against climate change. Our purpose is to disintegrate at the bases, so to decrease the load later on. So regular solid waste, this is separation is important. So between 14, 16, we had some work in this regard. And from that point on, waste gas central plant operators are going towards integrated waste systems. And recycling and such projects were included in that regard. Financing of these investments has occurred. Within the last 4 years, the new trend is biomass investments are more active. Investors are attracted with this. Contracted financing authorities and capacity development activities lead to faster implementation of these investments. And thanks to that, 16 biomass projects have been financed, 34.5 million euro. And in total, it's 64 million euro. And the installed capacity has been 82. So more than 5 million tons of waste is treated in this way. There is an important, significant amount of emission reduction, which is equal to the environmental effect of 660,000 vehicles on an annual manner. 15% of the projects have used TURSEF funds. €1.28 million per project, according to my calculation after the figures that you have provided. That's what you provided as a funding. So in that case, numbers are not as high now. About a decade ago, investment costs were very high when compared to solar and wind. The amount was very high, but with the technology advancing, these costs are lower now. Investment opportunities and financing are softer, it seems. Now, again, I would like to thank this time to Mr. Koray Goytan and turn back to Mr. Ömer. Let's try to open the presentation because we were not able to show it. Our participants have talked about biomass, the system. We have talked about the figures. While talking about figures, yes, investment price depends on the technology that you select, what you're engaged in. Now that more than the simple systems, more complicated systems which give importance to technology, going towards zero waste is increasing the costs. Biomass, when you look at it as a combustion system, the figures are different. When you consider it through landfill perspective, the costs are different. When you want to add more things in that, different figures just come out. So TÜRSEF's contribution, just as they mentioned, is very important. And it's important for all stakeholders, is valuable. I would like to ask another question to you. Now, as far as I concerned, disaggregation is also the purpose. Can you talk more about it? YEKTEM is putting a pathway your company in order to make a better investment. And new YEKTEM prices have occurred now. We are considering them. It's very important that YEKTEM is still continuing. And in time, this is going to be providing an opportunity for investments in new projects, because YEKTEM's continuity is very important for us. For the coming periods, revenue diversity is going to be important. Not a company earning revenue from electricity only. In all fields of waste, recycled material, household waste reduction, we are becoming such a company now. So in all our plants, high tech is installed. That's our design is based on. Decomposition is important. The products that we get through the decomposition are earned by the economy. We think the compost is very important. Fermentation systems is valuable, and the more recycling takes place, the better. And we need to be directing waste properly. That's going to be providing an important benefit to us. With each step we take, with each decision that we make, we are considering these points. Just as an example, what can be done out of waste? The first thing is 50 or 60% of the waste can be recycled. That 5%, 5 to 6%. That amount is very important. 50% of it is organic material. You need to be treating it properly so that you can make use of that energy. A fermented product can be composted again, and it's possible to earn it in the market. Just in the same way, combustible material can be decomposed. ATA is decomposed, and we are providing combustion in Malatya. It's a beautiful project. ATA is important, as I tried to say it. Biomass sustainability is, whether it be forestry waste or agricultural waste, if possible, we should be integrating other systems. That's how we set up systems. In Ezine, in Aydın, the combustion systems that we use consider AT. Such boilers are in place. That's what we did while we're working. That could be my answer to that question. If you have any further questions, I will be answering them. Yes, we'll continue. We will be receiving questions. Thank you very much for this useful information. Now I would like to go back to Sedat Akar for the projects that they want to share with us, and what sort of opportunities do we have for the future? YEKTEM support has been very important. The range of megawatts I roughly mentioned. It's like 1,000 megawatts roughly. As of last year, some encouraging figures have been shared. Encouraging numbers are over. YEKTEM mechanism, subsidies will be there in the future, but when we have a look at the past, the figures that are existing are not encouraging investors, not at that level. So with the increasing population, organic waste that we will have to eliminate will be within a 3 years' time is going to be a problem for us, a nuisance for us. So biomass potential is very important, and our future plans should be reconsidered. Considering the circumstances of our country, we should have an integrated waste management master plan. That it's a must that we work on that as a country. Our companies are doing that at a regional basis, but we need to make it widespread through the country. We should start to work on that plan as soon as possible. And then we will notice that we couldn't have covered half of the distance even. It's a long way to go. So we should be starting at the earliest possible. Thank you for this valuable comment. Ms. Hajar Yiğit, Yektem tariffs was the topic. Now, along with this new Yektem tariff, how do you evaluate this situation of the sector and the future? Can you see what I'm sharing now? Not yet. Let me brief you in the following way. Biomass energy plants, by July, in these plants that we set up, $133 plus 8 subsidies per megawatt. This was the figure, something like 146. But I agree with Sedat Akar in that as of July, these plants rates have been decreased to 50 kuruş. As of July, in biomass, when compared to fuel, a classification has been done. Thermal elimination, 50 kuruş per hour, and every 3 years, foreign exchange rates will be used to regulate. It's not something like 5.8 or $5.9. In a realistic manner, when we consider this in such plants, especially in waste elimination technologies, these figures cannot encourage investment, especially if you are going to be using fuels that are logistically, they are not feasible. But if Yektem mechanism continues, it's important for us. What I see for the future is, in the coming 5 years' time, in the fields of waste, AT or RDF, for elimination of them, an extra subsidy mechanism needs to be in place. The wife of president is working in this regard, and subsidies are important. Waste energy workshop was organized at the level of presidency, which we attended. And we have given our comment in that regard. I truly believe in the future of this subsidy mechanism, not only in the generation part. In the elimination part, there must be a subsidy so that private sector can make investment. So new Yektem prices plus new production, local production, plus subsidy. Generation is not a must. Elimination may be there, or auxiliary products can be there. So as the sector is expecting to have a subsidy incentive there. That's our approach. Thank you very much. My last question is for Koray. So as TÜRSEF, capacity increase efforts that we conduct, can you talk about them? In the financing institutions that have attended recently, it's possible to say that there are some risks, waste, supply, continuity or sustainability is on one hand, on the other, equipment problems, operation problems. Another problem that they experience is after investment starts, additional components are needed, so the costs are increasing. These were the points handled. So first of all, capacity increase activities with the financial parties. We have provided some training in that regard. Also, there were some projects coming to us. We provided feedback to them about financing institutions. And on the other hand, on the field for organization of waste, we paid some efforts. Last March, 3 ministries were included for poultry waste. We organized a workshop in that regard. It's possible to see the report in our website. As mentioned before, in the new coming period, YEKTEM support has changed. So what we foresee is self-consumption investments may come to the forefront, because in self-consumption, you have a specific sort of subscription tariff, which is higher than YEKTEM. So municipalities that are able to collect waste, their some investments can be done in that regard. Food industry, industrialists, or some producers under a cooperative, small scale self-consumption related investments can be done, we think. Consultancy is going to be important, of course, because it's not any longer going to be related to electricity energy revenues. Maybe waste can be more used more efficiently in some new investments. If there are agricultural production, greenhouse, integrations will be in place. Fertilizer sales were launched, maybe they can be focused more, and such investments can be more commonly become a part of the plans. So different revenue resources will be looked for. And with the new deal, Green Deal, it's in the agenda for exporters, carbon emission reduction related opportunities will be provided. That was the part that I wanted to say. Thank you very much. I have got 1 or 2 questions. Then we will finish. Direct combustion, steam obtaining, emission legislation. Do you think it's possible to have combustion? I can answer the question if you want to. In biomass boilers, depending on your waste, if it's clean biomass, the legislation is 375 micrograms. If it's husbandry or ATE, especially chicken waste, fertilizers, chlor content fuels, then waste legislation is in place, just as you have combusted waste, the emissions change. Technology is existing. We also have some systems. The only problem is it increases the cost of the plant. Stack gas filtering system is more complex in that regard. So investment costs can be increased and it can be done. The second point is treatment mud. OSP's purification is used in some plants. That mud is in a watered manner pumped into the boilers. According to fuel analysis, different solutions can be provided. Thank you very much. There is a question for Koray. To what extent can you collect gas in waste treatment? Landfill areas. It's not possible to collect all gas because it's open to atmosphere. Although we close it down, we want to make we do our best to have it all. It's uncontrolled when it's in the atmosphere. That's why we are working in the field of fermentation. It's possible to take this gas into the system in our control. Landfill areas, if the organic matters volume, around 60 to 65% methane is obtained. Thank you. Last question is for Tursef. We have talked about different resources, of course. Tursef industrial or household treatment mods combusted, such projects, are they funded, financed? Yes, independent from technology is possible. What is important is being organic based. Of course, they should be meeting our technical criteria and also social and environmental criteria. If they meet it, it's possible to finance. Thank you very much, each and every one of you, for sharing such valuable information with us. Thank you. Hello, Sedef. Thank you very much, Sedat, Koray, Ömer, Hacer. It's been such a valuable session. Hopefully, we hope that we will be seeing each other in person in the coming future soonest. I wish you the best. We have a delay of 12 minutes, distinguished guests. I think we will be compensating this in the coming sessions. Now we are going to be having a very important session. This session is about digitalization in the field of energy generation. Our speakers are quite familiar. We will be starting in a minute. Please stay here.
Welcome. Avni? Yes, I have to use my mobile for the connection. No problem so far. You look good. You sound well. All these technical issues are because of this Mercury retro. It's not our fault. It's the horoscopes. Yes, we are digitized anyway. Okay. EXG and digitalization in energy generation. Mr. Avni Chebi will take over here. Have a good one. Welcome again. Thank you. I'm going to try to watch through YouTube. Let's utilize technology to the fullest. So these technical glitches are also an opportunity for us. We are live now. I'm speaking, and on the big screen, I see the event broadcast. Okay. Just a small warning. When you open your presentations, you need to wait a bit. But I hear myself delayed. No, we are hearing you well. Okay, so it's delayed on YouTube. Okay. Okay, over to you. Distinguished participants, welcome to our session. This is the 21st meeting of ICCI. I joined as a speaker in a few. I was a moderator in others. So we are back together. ICCI is an important energy and environment related event. And we are fully digital now. I have to use my mobile phone for the connection. But I see the session on YouTube at the same time. Energy and digitalization is an important theme. And we do have the ICCI Renewable Energy Resource Guarantee System. Digitalization, decentralization, decarbonization, and democratization are the 4 Ds in energy markets. Digitalization, yes, when we were born, everything was organic and natural. And first we had the television sets when we were kids. We had TV only for 4 days a week, and everything changed quite fast. Then we had color TV, then IT and digital technologies emerged. Now we do have mobile phones. We don't need the TVs anymore. We personalize everything. Digitalization, on the one hand, we have data mining, we do have metadata, big data, and business intelligence, automation, AI, machine learning, and virtualization. There are many components. Digitalization also impacts the energy sector in supply and demand side. We use automation systems. In one of these sessions today, AWASH will introduce their automation systems. Ramsey will present that. And we are going into a more complex structure, the so-called democratization of energy. It used to be central. The consumers used to get it from a central place. Now we do have solar, renewable, or solar, wind, or other renewables for self-consumption. They can hand over the surplus to the grid, or they can get the deficit from the grid. The supply and demand keep changing. Everything is a player now. Virtualization and digitalization are very important today as a result. So starting from renewable energy resource guarantee system, the so-called ICCI, we are going to look at where we are in terms of digitalization in Turkey, together with renewables, self-consumption, What will the outlook of digitalization be like? We'll see. So here we are. We are going to look at ICCI and its infrastructure. Recently, the blockchain technology is quite often used. So how does the market operate? What does ICCI bring to the consumers and generators of self-consumption? But from EPH, we do have Taha Tashdemir, manager of environmental markets. It's going to be a good session, I believe. Over to you, Taha. Thank you, Avni. I have a brief presentation. Also, we are late already. So please keep your speeches to 12 minutes maximum. Then we can get the questions and I can moderate that part. Over to you, Taha. Do you see my presentation? Not yet. I share my screen. Are you sharing your screen? Yeah. Let's open your presentation from our side. Okay. We have your presentation. Not all the speakers share their presentations. Of course, they are right in their own way. Just a few seconds. I guess we don't have your presentation. Can you just email to us? No, we see your presentation now. Okay. Okay, it's on. Thank you. Good morning. Uray Remsey Avni. I thank the ICCI family for this successful event. They are addressing all themes of our sector. Every year is more successful than the previous one. It's becoming more and more effective every day. Thanks for your kind invitation. Under ICCI, Renewable Energy Resource Guarantee System, ICCI. This ICCI system was established how? And how was it integrated into greenhouse emissions? Since 1st of June, over the 4 past months, what about the statistics? Next one, please. In recent years, we've been talking about this a lot, climate change and countering the climate change. Our sector and our sectors are taking concrete steps, particularly over the past decade. The renewables have increased in our sector. Before 1st of June, while the ICCI preparations were ongoing, our statistics were, renewables share in the market is 51%. Now it's 53%. It shows that we are considering renewables under ICCI, of course. At the supply side, Turkey has advantage. And we have increased by 2% in the past 6 months. ICCI studies activities preparation started in March. We looked at the guarantee systems. We looked into their legislations. Of course, the ministry's vision and the leadership of Energy Market Regulatory Authority were quite persuasive. And the ICCI system, the guarantee system, is in place now. We generate a document for renewables. It's not based on declaration. Under IPH, and these comes from the meter data. Joining the system is voluntary. The suppliers trade in these documents, and they can also engage in the repayment system. It's been in place for 4 months. The ICCI system is consumer-centric. When a consumer is consuming electricity, they need to be aware of the quality and characteristics of this power if they have this certificate. And it's up to them to select what type of energy they want, from fossil fuels or renewables. Also, the consumers have this certificate, yes, the guarantee certificate. The electricity they consume is coming from which power plant? What's the installed power? Is this power plant included in the incentive or support mechanism? And they can see all the consumer information. This certificate, when we established this certification, we looked into the European geo certificates. This certificate is used across Europe. And the AIB hub is used as a system. It's an umbrella organization set up by European countries. And in the EU, in US and Far East, there are similar certification systems. We looked into what type of information they do include, and we incorporated this experience into ours. Many of this information is lacking in other certificates, but how do you obtain them? As Avni said at the beginning, under digitalization as IPH, no, we do have our softwares for pre-day or day softwares. And in all the markets, we do use the technology in our forward markets also. We for the first time use the blockchain technology. The data is not centralized only. At every data generation center, we can confirm and validate the data. We have high transaction security, we have high speed, and we can monitor all the processes. With the ICCI system, we can do this. Moving on. Okay, the ICCI system. And greenhouse emissions. We do have a greenhouse emission, a greenhouse protocol. There's a standard measurement report. The greenhouse emissions are categorized into different elements. Under scope 2, a consumer purchases electricity through green certificates. The consumer can prove that they get the supply from renewables. There are new scope 4, 5, 6 are coming up now for greenhouse interventions. These are going to be improvements, of course. Moving on, this ICCI certificate it can be used for carbon footprint calculation under scope 2 for greenhouse emissions. In this way, the consumer have the opportunity to take concrete steps to fight climate change. Also, the consumers are more prestigious, of course. In Turkey, the international reporting companies the ICCI certificate and international validity. There are two things for international recognition. ICCI certificate should be transferable, just like the GEO certificate. To make that happen, just like when Turkey submits a document to the EU, we looked into these requirements when we created the system. So the policymakers or ministries of the countries should make an agreement. As I said, AIB is the umbrella organization. So member joining the AIB or bilateral agreements can be used for this purpose. Another international recognition component is it can be used in international sustainable reporting, CDP, GRI, and ARI 100 are prestigious reporting systems. So these green certificates can be used in these reports. As APH, we are in contact with relevant organizations, particularly with CDP. CDP is the most often used reporting system, we could say one of the most often used reporting systems. So about use of ICCI certificate there is no obstacle as it appears. About international recognition, that's the outlook. Okay, we have a consumer. If they want to get the ICCI certificate, what should they do? This is a frequently asked question. Here, if you look into the regulation and the procedures, we do have free consumers and non-free consumers. Here, consumption below 1200 kilowatt hours. If they want ICCI, what should they do? They have to move on to the green tariff, of course. They need to go to their suppliers. If they want to move into green consumption, their portfolio will be moved there. and the supplier company will make necessary arrangements. How about free consumers? How can they access the document? They don't need to apply to the supplier company. They can go to their supplier company, or they can go to an independent company. So they don't need to go to the company they are purchasing their electricity from. They can go to an independent company for ICCI certificate. They don't need to move into green tariff either because they are free consumers. For both consumer groups, on APH website, we do have ICCI portal. When the payment is my payment number, the free consumer can use their ID number or text number to confirm their ICCI certificate. Also, and we are working on integrating the system into e-government system. So a legal entity can log on to the e-government and they can access the documents using the e-government portal. 1st of June, ICCI system and ICCI market were launched. Since that day, these are the transactions. In fact, the transactions are beyond expected 7 million megawatt hours. 88% hydropower. So this is the quantity of all documents. And the documents are generated and the repayment system is looking at the consumers, of course. It's very important. Today, the transactions are going 66,000 megawatt hour worth of certificates were obtained by end consumers, final consumers. So awareness is rising. Awareness of this market is rising. So in such a short span of time, the awareness is rising. And here, the consumers are shifting towards renewables, and they care about climate change. It's an important indicator. This is going to be my final slide. Also, ICCI can be traded, I said. This can be through bilateral deals or the ICCI market. So the trend is rising in the first one in June, July, and August. So bilateral agreements between two parties. Looking at the organized market, ICCI market, and it's where the price of the ICCI certificates appear. From June to August, the trend was rising. In September, per legislation, it's opened 1 day a month. The trend is rising though. In September, the matching is 26 megawatt hours. But we need to be aware of a point here. You can trade for monthly consumption. It can be quarterly, 6 months, or annually. So the monthly trade rates, and I mentioned about the repayment transactions. It was 66,000 megawatts. But in organized market, it's 11,000 megawatts. But these figures don't point at the final consumption of consumers. In ICCI system, the repayment of 66,000 megawatts, more than 60% is only from a single producer, and the producers can carry out the repayment, placed on the market directly. In terms of price, hydropower is cheaper than the other sources because of the high quantity of supply. Biomass and wind follow hydropower. We have 5 sources: wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, biomass, and geothermal is the most often is the source that's having the most transactions. And so hydro and geothermal are the most favorable ones. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. So back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Tabe. You have gone into so much detail, and of course, ICCI is a new market for Turkey. And as a strategy development director, I'm working in markets as well. And of course, carbon markets are being talked about to a great extent right now. And we are doing whatever necessary to process these applications. And of course, we would like to enrich our product lines with the carbon markets as well. And our second speaker, Uray Altaylı, is the sales director of Borusan. And as you know, Borusan in the energy sectors is a very important player, and I guess almost all of their portfolio consists of renewable energy resources like wind energy, and Uray, they actually did so much in this sector. In the past, we have talked about these issues. We discussed them to great length, and they are really a representative. I think he's really a representative. Thank you so much. I had a small presentation actually, which showed my titles, and it would be great if you could show it, but it would not be a problem if you couldn't. So basically, before ICCI, I think we should look at it more basically. When we look at the renewable energy resources in the last decade, from 34% rate of renewable energy facilities, power facilities, got to 100%. And in 2020, even 32% of this used to consist of electric facilities, but by the August of 2021, we see more diversity in terms of energy resources, renewable energy resources. We see the growth in this diverse scale. And how does this affect us? Actually, with the political decisions made in the energy sector and also the mechanisms being applied in the renewable resources market, and also the information and the know-how and the approaches of the experts in the field, because as you know, 10 years ago, the technology was much more expensive. And also the finance institutions' aids to the relevant organizations. These were the main topics. And today, the installed power of almost 98,000 megawatts, a lot of it consists of renewable energy resources, and we have projects which aim to undertake development of these energy resources being put into more use. And as the Borusan Energy family, we are so happy and proud to be contributing to this sector. And we have actually managed to reach a level of 720 megawatts of installed capacity. And 621 of them consist of wind energy facilities, 8 megawatts of them consist of solar energies. And in the energy sector in the last decade, in terms of sustainability, the focus has been sustainability at its very core. I think these are all indicators. So to able to sustain this new level of sustainability, or to be able to decrease the carbon emissions even more, what can we do? Well, in a lot of the applications, we see that to decrease the carbon dioxide emissions most efficiently, we must be able to put renewable energy resources to great use. And we talked about carbon dioxide emissions here, but the emissions here can actually be called these greenhouse emissions. Tabe actually tried to talk about this in great extent, but we see different facilities being put to use in this topic. With different metrics and calculations, we can try to measure these emissions, and the scope 1, 2, and 3 put the general umbrella framework. The scope 1 is all about these greenhouse gas emissions. So the company or the organization is calculating or measuring the greenhouse gas emissions due to its productions. And in scope 2, we see steam or other types of energy methods and the byproducts of these emissions. And TUK comes into play in this scope. And the third scope is the indirect emissions. And by that, we mean before the production of a product or after the production of a product, the emissions. So not directly by the materials used there or the facilities, efforts or works, but in indirect ways. And also we have scope 4 and 5 and so on. This is why this is so important. We are all awaiting a climate crisis. We have talked about this today with a lot of panelists, and due to it, a lot of countries, Turkey included, are taking precautions. So we are setting goals, let's say for 2030. Countries are saying, I'm going to be completely carbon neutral. And with those, we are trying to decrease the carbon emissions as much as we can. And I'll be moving on to Yekke from here. So renewable energy certifications fall under these second scopes. The electricity you produce by using different certifications, we can show that it was actually procured from a facility that used renewable energy methods. And as a country, we're actually connected to such a system, and with in an interconnected system. And thermal energy systems also allow us to distribute energy to end consumers in this way. And if the consumer or the customer wants to get a certificate on that on the fact that they are procuring renewable energy, they can. And after the 1st of June, this is actually announced as a digital resource as well. Since I am also in the sales side of the company, if we just go back for a few years, let's say to 2013 and 2014, of course, this is new in our portfolio, I know, but the customers and consumers really wanted to use renewable energy as much as they could. Of course, related to their level of awareness. And they ask us questions like, how can we use it to the most? And renewable energy licenses, they came to play. And we did not have the term back then. So procurers actually had to use some documents to show that they procured renewable energy, or the necessary employer, the relevant employer of the company used to create documents that listed the use of renewable energy for the end consumer to use. And we actually, in 2019, got into contact to an external party, and we asked them, how can we inspect or manage these demands of our consumers for a renewable energy license? And we got into an agreement with a Europe-based inspection company, and each year they come to your facility and check out if you are really doing things in a renewable energy method. And EPIAGR, as we used to call it, by looking at the consumption rates there, they say, yes, this is your consumption rate, and your facility produced this in this way and this way, so you can give this license or certificate. But today, with the digitalization in the rise in the European Union, with the blockchain technology, and also in the international stage, there are different systems for certification, and YEGGE is one of them. YEGGE is a license or a document that claims that you have been using renewable energy in the YEGGE, in the EPIAGE system. And you can get these documents by showing which facilities you have been procuring energy from. So the important question here is, why do consumers prefer renewable energy, or why would they prefer to use this certificate? Well, first of all, a lot of actors worldwide are moving towards this goal, and a lot of actors here and consumers here are aware of that. So to be able to contribute to a carbon neutral future, this we always hear from the assessments we make with customers. And secondly, by supporting producers who do production by renewable energy methods, trying to contribute to this system. So we are actually feeling that site production is seeing a rise with renewable energy methods. By using this method, they are trying to put excess energy into good use, and also they want to get certificates by compensating the lacking amount of energy. And we see that they are aiming towards a sustainable future by doing this. In those markets that serve final consumers, in order to get competitive advantages, and also because the customers are now preferring such companies that use such methods, they are trying to get certification on this. This is what we see. Of course, these are all tiering markets. And this is what we provide our customers with. Thank you so much, Koray Bey. Someone from the industry, and also as someone who has been using these certificates for years, you really gave us great information. And the energy consumption certificates under the second scope, they amount to the renewable energy resources certificates. But of course, as you know, there are different scopes and there is a whole number of there. So hydroelectric are also wind and solar energy systems, completely eco-friendly energy types, power types. We have them, and in consumption, we see a lot of different actors. So we have to be able to track all of their footprints, and this is very important to be tracking and documenting them. This is the energy efficiencies are very important. There are some white certificates being mentioned all around the world. They do not come into stage right now, but with the demands rising and the necessary improvements, the certificates being used through energy efficiency confirmations, we really think that they will see a rise. As a PH, we are continuing our research on this matter. And our third speech, PH Electric Services Department Head, Remzi Demir. As you know, they are the pioneers with TEAŞ. One of them is working on the production and the other is working in the distribution. TEAŞ is actually working with almost 70% of the production. And of course, they are also doing very invaluable research in the distribution and production side of consumption in Turkey. And he is a very visionary friend of ours. And of course, automations and digitalizations that existed before, so new ones. And we would like to hear about them from Remzi Bey. Remzi Bey, if you would please take the stage. Remzi Bey, are you there? Does Remzi Bey have a disconnection issue? We are trying to get to him. Remzi Bey, I guess your video is turned off. Remzi Bey is having displaying issues. I guess there is a problem with his connection, but we are trying to reach to him right now. Do they have an audio problem as well? If he is not having an audio problem, maybe we can have the session. Can we get the presentation of Remzi Bey on the screen? There's also a problem with his camera, I guess. Reaching out to him, like I said. Can we get Remzi Bey's presentation on the screen? Sorry for the short wait. Ms. Remzi Bey, I guess you can hear us right now. Remzi Bey, welcome. We thought that we had lost you. So sorry for that. I suddenly lost connection. No. We are all having problems with connections due to bad luck, I guess. So welcome again, Remzi Bey. Would you prefer us to present your presentation, share your presentation? Yes, that would be great. First of all, I would wish for this to be beneficial for all of our energy sector, power sector, and I would like to extend my respects and gratitudes to all the participants and panelists. Tabe talked about YEKE to great extent, and as such, in my presentation, I will go over them briefly and talk about digitalization. YEKE, as you know, is a document that is almost an identity card. The end consumer's use of energy. The text, it claims that it ensures the tracking and confirmation of the usage of renewable energy. And until now, we have been very active in Turkish markets, the day-ahead market and also the hay market. We have been very active, and we have contributed, I think, greatly to the development of these markets. And as a Yash, we did we've gotten very fastly into the market. With YEKE, can we get to the next presentation? And the next one, please. And this YEKE system, we have to look at it from the lens of the producers and also the suppliers, also the consumers. So the producers can increase their use of renewable energy resources, and also supplier companies, procurement companies can get renewable energies into their portfolios, and consumers can rest easy knowing that they are using renewable energy. And why do we do this as a rush? Well, as a company, we really believe that this brings out a new level of trust between all the parties and the actors in the market. And we also think that this will be very eco-friendly, and this will contribute to the noble development of the company, of the country. We will be less dependent on foreign countries this way. Because YEKE actually strengthens the trustworthiness and the brand image of a company, and as such it results in higher prestige. And by utilizing these competitive and strategic advantages, they are going to be one step ahead of their competitors. As you know, our company, when the YEKE market started in the 1st of June, approximately 165 documents in the temporary Article 1, under the temporary Article 1 regulation, gave them to 65 different companies. And can we get to the next slide, please? Thank you. After the opening of the market, especially in terms of RES and the YEKE purchases and sellings, Alaçatı RES was the first to do this. Can we get to the next slide? And after the 1st of June, if we are to look at the 4 different periods since then, in June 1, 990 documents were processed, and as a rush, we almost had the rates of 56 of the documents, of those documents. And elements of the documents were done by our company in July as well to the rate of 45%. And in July and August, we were on a decrease. And this was actually true for the general market. In September, the total numbers decreased down to 26. So we must think about what we can do here. This must be promoted, and also by the promotion and marketing efforts, the participation rates should be increased and the necessary mechanisms should be developed with the regulations. Steps need to be taken for this. And there are some ICCI applications worldwide that are similar, like the IEC. We have facility figures that almost add up to 1 million megawatts. And in Turkey, in the Turkish system in 2021, half of these documents actually amortized. Let's please skip this one.
Yeah, don't have much time. And we lost a lot of time in connection problems. And we didn't mention digitalization yet. So let's have a look at that. As you know, digitalization means real world and digital world working together. It incorporates changing business models. At EWASH, we attach importance to this because Turkey is dependent foreign automation systems. And our facilities are crucial. Foreign automation systems have a lot of negative aspects for us because costs are high, technology is advancing very high, and the procurement systems fail to provide the needs even before the life cycle is completed. Technical assistance stops, spare parts are a problem, particularly recently. We've had this chip crisis, system upgrades are costly, and suppliers sometimes are closed down or they withdraw from the sector, and technical assistance stop. And you are dependent on foreign hardware. You know, it's been trying for our company, particularly during the pandemic. Because of these reasons, we started developing our own systems. So we focused our R&D on automation, on our own automations. So our subgroups offered a lot of software and hardware items. They were automation systems. Incorporate hardware, software, data infrastructure. Many elements are integrated. The communication and digital input and output, analog input and output elements of these systems use the EOS communication pathways. INCAP has one power plant. This automation system was applied, and system is functioning actively. In the coming times, this software will be improved and scaled up to all our power plants. our Director General was dreaming about this to reduce dependence to foreign resources. And we are very proud to have achieved this. Next one, please. Next one. Currently, as a WASH, we have three software items. We have EPIS and ESIS. In addition to EOS, EPIS is a WASH market information system. Day ahead and day markets use this program. Our portfolio is 23,000 megawatts. We receive 40,000 data items every day, and we generate 50,000 pieces of data every day. And production optimization, day ahead and day markets use this. We use this for these markets to generate offers, including block offers, and decision support and reporting features are embedded in the system. Nearly 500,000 pieces of data have been put in. Algorithms are used to compare this, and our managers are informed. Next one, please. And we do have the plant monitoring system. It's ESIS. We monitor the production status of our power plants real time. We collect them at the headquarters, and the data and events analysis are carried out on a daily basis, and reports are generated. Next one, please. I mentioned about EOS. Our engineers developed this in-house, incorporating hardware and software. And we do have conceptual, basic, and detailed design as design stages of the software. Next one, please. In today's world, digitalization is key to developing strategies, and this is very important for the companies, for compliance and improvement. This is about it. If you have any questions, they are very much welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. AWASH is carrying out advanced level of work. It gives me pride. Automation, on the one hand, we need energy safety, and we need continuity in technology. So we need to be as local and domestic as possible. In terms of information security, we need information security, also automation, digitalization, and products, of course. In the defense industry, Turkey has developed very nice business models. If we can extrapolate to energy systems, TEİAŞ and EVAŞ can create synergies here. With these companies, Turkey can move ahead in automation and in other components of energy sector. We can sell these products. We can export these products. EVAŞ, thanks for your leadership. Remzi, thanks for your nice presentation. We have a question from Rehan. 1 megawatt renewable certificate that you mentioned. How about the trading of this certificate? Of course, a participant joins the EXG system if it's a producer with the issuance certificate. With the issuance transactions, they can get the certificate. If it's a consumer, they can join the demand part of the system. And it can be through a bilateral agreement. And also, we do have the organized market opened once, 1 day a month. Different contracts are opened. They can purchase. So this is a sort of trade. In bilateral agreements, we have a buyer participant and seller participant, and they agree, and issuance is through EXG system. In the organized market, the participants don't see one another. Buyer and seller put in the price and quantities, and as long as they are appropriate, we have a matchup, and the certificate is transferred automatically. That's how the trading occurs in the EXG system. I don't have another question, and we are late already. So let's close this session. We are hoping for a greener world, more environment friendly. We have 2030 targets of EU by 2050. They want to become carbon free. Many countries follow the example. EXG and similar systems are very important. And consumer awareness and consumer diligence is also very important. So we all need to be sensitive to protect our blue planet, leave a better planet for the coming generations. Thank you very much indeed. Avni, thank you very much. I thank Remzi, Uray, and Taha. Thank you very much for this informative session. Everybody was waiting for this session. We have nearly 650 people were watching online. Thank you very much once again. So allow me to proceed into the new session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good day. We have another nice session in a few minutes. The role of natural gas in 2050 net zero target. We do have Meta Maltepe from GE, and we do have 2 distinguished speakers, Sohbet Karpuz. You know him. Sohbet's been in the sector for a long time. And we do have Benan Başoğlu from EVAŞ. Just a few minutes to invite them to the meeting. We'll be back online. Please stay with us. Mete, welcome. Benan, Sohbet, welcome. Very good to see you. Thank you. Mete, without further ado, over to you for your moderation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Feraye. Our theme is the role of natural gas in 2050 net zero targets. Two distinguished speakers to talk about the role of natural gas in the world by Sohbet and in Turkey by Benan. You know Sohbet, he's oil and gas director from OME. Benan is from EWASH, head of energy efficiency department. 10 to 15 minutes for each speaker, please. Sohbet, over to you. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. I don't have a presentation and I'll be just talking about Green Deal. How about natural gas? Who's thinking about it and what are they thinking about it? The Green Deal is for sustainable economies developed by the EU. It's a growth strategy. In December 2019, this deal was proposed. The target is to make Europe climate neutral for 2050. Now they say fit for 55 now. Fit for a set of legislation, fit for 55. The EU by 2030, all the EU legislation will be updated to reduce emissions by 55%. So Green Deal is carbon-free, electricity-based and integrated and digitalized energy market and energy future for the European Union. What's the role of natural gas here? Natural gas and sustainable energy has become quite debatable. Some parties say it's cleaner, so it's a transition fuel. But some others say it's fossil fuel based, so it doesn't have a place in carbon-free future. We have an energy crisis in Europe, so this debate is getting more heated from when now they were talking about shifting from coal to gas, but now they have to go back in many places. And they claim that renewables were not as efficient as we expected. Others say renewables don't get necessary investment. That's why we have the crisis. So these are the different ideas. The EU Energy Commissioner and Vice President are the proponents of this argument. If we had invested better in wind and solar, and if we started earlier, then we wouldn't have had this crisis today. This makes no sense for me, because all your installed power can be renewable, but if you don't have sun, what to do? If you don't have wind, what to do? After September, they don't have any wind in the UK, so they pushed for natural gas. And in Latin America and in Asia, the situation was no different. Everybody pushed for LNG and natural gas. The prices increased. Now we have this situation in Europe. Some facilities are using fuel oil. This is funny when you are talking about the Green Deal. So natural gas, for me, is inseparable from future considerations. Many others think like that. But we are going to use it using a different concept. It's going to incorporate natural and non-natural gases. Perhaps we are going to be talking about gaseous fuels, including natural gas, biomethane, biogas, hydrogen, and synthetic methane. These are renewable and carbon-free. In shaping net zero energy, the gas will have a lengthier future compared to oil and coal. In gas, the situation is complicated. Unlike coal, coal consumption is reduced to energy generation as some industries, and oil generation is reduced to transportation. Natural gas has broadened its areas of use. It's continuing to grow. Despite that, there's a struggle for reducing greenhouse emissions. All fossil fuels are not the same. This is suppressing the further expansion of natural gas. But carbon-free and renewable gases alone or in mixture with natural gas is discussed more and more every day. You've been hearing that. And so this means an opportunity for bringing all gases under an umbrella. Perhaps yesterday, Total company produced a new energy outlook. In their outlook, they have a projection for 2050. By then, natural gas, considering the climate rupture scenario, I mean, the share of gas, natural gas and non-natural gas will have a bigger share. The rate will be increased, but half of it will be natural gas, half of it will be non-natural gas, biomethane and hydrogen, I mean. And they will be carbon free. But as natural gas that's extracted from the ground, it's going to be nearly half of the total gas consumption by 2050. These days, another debate is about methane emissions. The sector needs to generate a solution, a way out, and it's going to take place. So it's inevitable if gas will continue to have a role about minimizing methane gas. The sector and policymakers are working hard in the future energy mix. Even if you don't consider sustainability, it's going to remain as a transition fuel or destination fuel. It's not going to be natural gas, but it's going to be gas. So the gas will remain there. So 100% renewable energy future is still far away. You cannot simply stain and mar natural gas in terms of energy security. It's going to be wrong. It's politicized. Let's see what the politicians will do. The COP is coming up, you know. Will they say we don't want natural gas, or will they continue to want it? We'll see. I will not take a lot of your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sohbet Bey. It was very enlightening listening to you. And Benan Bey, about the role of natural gas in Turkey. He had a presentation about this. Can you please share it with us? Yes, thank you so much. I have a presentation which I'll be trying to share right now. So, can you see it right now? Do you see my screen? No, not yet. Okay, I'm trying once again. It says that I'm actually sharing my screen, but sometimes it can start off on a delay. Okay, let me try it once again after I stop presenting my screen. I guess you can see it right now. Can we please wait for 10 seconds? It may delay. Okay. Unfortunately, we cannot see it. Okay, as plan B, I sent my presentation to Yağmur Hanım. Yes, they are sharing your presentation right now. Okay, great, thank you. Yes, we can see your screen. You can start now. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, let me please introduce myself. My name is I would like to proudly say that I'm working as a department head in the biggest electric producer in Turkey. And about my duty as a department head, I would like to give brief informations because I have great project groups that have great activities. If I do not talk about them, it would be shameful, I think. For example, for the last 2 years, under the auspices of the committee, we have a group that is trying to come up with a research and development side team. And I think in the public organization, between the public organizations and the sector, this is a first, I think. And our goal here is, as AOH, our engineering resources, we will try to utilize them in promoting the solution of problems faced in the energy sector, in the energy production. And in the last 2 years, we are seeing these projects come into fruition with really fine results. And I hope one day that I will be sharing them with you. In our facilities, we are having study works with the relevant department heads on energy efficiency. We have a team about that. And the study results, again, with the relevant department heads, with the departments, we are trying to evaluate results. And we have a different team that is trying to come up with a facility in terms of electricity power according to ISO regulations. And we also have a turbine designing project, which we want to turn into a workshop atmosphere in the future. As you know, we have a lot of hydraulics facilities. We want to be pioneers in that field. And In the generator production, as you know, we have very extensive experience. We want to be masters in generator production, and we have projects planned with the relevant departments and this as well. And just like Remzi has just mentioned, our own engineering resources, with them, we came up with our automation system and different subcomponents and subgroups of projects, which amount to 4 or 5 different projects, which develop the automation system and also the subsystems. And I would once again proud like to state that in one of our facilities for the last year, our own facility is working in full effect. And we would like to make it into a standard component for all of our facilities. And let's get to our topic. Today's topic is the role of the natural gas in the net zero goals. I would not like to say, next slide, please, but I have to. So, first of all, like Sohbet Bey has mentioned, before 2050 and also today, the electricity production in Turkey, in the world, and also Europe, what is the situation and what are the projections about 2050? And what are the reasons that associate us to take this road? What are the main reasons? And from the starting point or from today's point, what role can natural gas in getting us there until 2050, which is basically the main theme of our session? And as Ayash, what is the situation there as Turkey's biggest electricity generating company? Can we please get to the next slide? And we'll look at the current situation. The electricity generation methods are things we have all known about for years. Coal, gas, nuclear, and coal. They are still dominating the portfolio. But in the last 2 or 3 decades, scientists are shouting out and saying that there is global warming and the greenhouse gas emissions and the bad effects of these. And some of the companies and actors actually took precautions, but in the last 5 years, we are seeing very different situations. The forest fires we had this year, and not only us, Greece, our neighbor, had one as well. And last year, the forest fires in California and also in the southern hemisphere. So in connected places all around the world, these global disasters, almost, I think we can call them, and the floods we have simultaneously with, let's say, New Zealand and also in the Black Sea region in Turkey. So these are all indicators that the current crisis is global, and these require us to do some things. Decision makers, policymakers, and all the high-level executives must take steps. And after these steps, we came up with some goals. And among those goals, one of them is trying to reduce coal usage to almost none, and gas as well, and nuclear. Not reasons that are due to these components, which we will get into, by the way, in the next slides. We are not all that high on nuclear either, and hydroelectric is actually still on its throne. And also on the other side, we are seeing very serious goals being set for wind and solar energies. And in the next slide, when we look at Europe and the current situation, a much more serious set of goals are being set, as we see Europe has now officially deemed coal as the bad boy of energies, and similarly, gas and nuclear are aimed to be reduced to almost none. These are not very wanted resources, let's say, and as such, they are putting forward very serious goals for 2050 in terms of wind and solar energies. And we are going to be seeing some of the goals in written form in the next slide. Yes, so by 2030, reducing these greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55%, and by 2050, in terms of climate becoming all neutral, and increasing the competition in renewable energy production. And through this, by 2030, 27% rise, and also by 2050, a rise of 40 to 60%. So yes, these are very serious goals, but are these actually manageable and achievable? Only time will tell, I think. But in the next slide, let's talk about whether or not these are feasible. And maybe try to get some projections and predictions. When we look at the current situation, it is the fossil fuels are very important for EU and Europe. There's not much that has been changed, and conventionally still, we are still using the main fuels as natural gas and coal. But since 2000, we have seen a very big rise in wind and solar energy utilization and electric production, and all, in fact, by 250%. But these are actually very changeable and variable energies, which I would like to get into in this slide. These are still not up to the level of the wanted validity. If there is wind, then you have electricity if you have a wind power facility. So we have one. Yesterday in the morning it was 2 megawatts, and by the evening it was 8 megawatts. And today, we actually talk about this between ourselves, there was none. And this is the same for solar energy. If there is no sunlight, then there is no energy or power. So this is very variable. These methods cannot generate power 24/7. And if we actually try to get the level of efficiency higher, the costs are very high as well. And this is what I mentioned before. An electricity generation portfolio, which is heavily affected, which is heavily comprised of wind and solar energy. So how do we move on from coal and nuclear to this? So we cannot just wave our magic wand, or there is no rabbit hole or wormhole we can use instantly. We must come up with some methods that will take us there. Maybe new technologies could be the solution, but is it easy to produce new technologies? These are very time-consuming and hard endeavors. So we must use and utilize the resources we already know about as to put forward a bridge, construct a bridge. So let's say we come up with a system that utilizes wind energy hybridly. A transitioning phase fuel, we need one for this. So we must be agile and flexible. Which one will it be? As you know, when flexibility comes out, you cannot always expect an end-all solution. And we only have coal, nuclear, and natural gas, I think, in this one. Let's start with the nuclear energy here, nuclear power here. In the next slide, I'll be talking about these resources: coal, nuclear, and natural gas. Let's start with nuclear. I'm actually a nuclear energy engineer. I can talk about it to great extent about how great it is, but in this transitioning phase, we are trying to research into resources that would give us flexibility. They are energy-wise, nuclear energy facilities are only compatible with ACEs. Nuclear safety, as you know, due to regulations, they will not like to have too many changes because in the past, the changes gave way to some unwanted circumstances like instant shutdowns, and they have very high construction costs. Nuclear facilities, for an example, Heta 3 in Europe, which was constructed. The initial cost of construction was actually about 3 billion euros. And they had delays in the beginning of the construction. And a few years ago, it's almost 8 billion euros. And they also must get the necessary licensing. Nuclear licensing organizations, they must get confirmation from those, validity from those. Even though that is not that popular in Turkey, which I think we are very fortunate about, in those countries which these things are standard, they are almost like source of democracy standing above nuclear facilities. They almost meant things, and when things about nuclear energy come up worldwide, the good of the people and also the costs are almost always the priority. So this is actually problematic for electricity generators. And also there were some incidents. In 1980s, there were 6 commercial nuclear energy facilities. I think we can almost say 7 of them were present. One of them was also commercialized, but today there's only one. A gas cooling reactors used by the English, but they're not even using anymore. And the Russians have never ever constructed one more after the Chernobyl incident. Boiling water reactors, after the Hishma incident, they really fell out of favor, and we only had pressured water reactors, and they actually did an incident with this in 1997s in the US as well. So we really have a very narrow range of options, and pressured water reactors, if they have one more incident, I think the nuclear technologies as we know them today may come to a complete stop. So new concepts must come into play in this area, like fusions and radioactive waste. We still could not find a solution for them. And if you're also managing a nuclear facility, you must make the necessary efforts, which can be very demanding or which can be very time consuming and costly, which is not preferred all that much. If you can, sorry for cutting in, but if you can wrap up in 5 or 6 minutes, yes, I will try to do that. The nuclear safety and the limited fuel providing. Due to those, it is not preferred all that much worldwide. And we do not even have to talk about coal, I think. We can get to the next one, the bad boy of Europe, as I have mentioned before, which contributes the most to the effects of the global warming. And we are saying today the effects, maybe preventing the next generations from doing these mistakes. And carbon dioxide also has some very bad effects. There's also coal mining has such similar effects as well. And we only have natural gas left. When you look at the current share, the global share, it is almost 20%. But still, the global CO2 emissions are a big contribution to global warming. And 2/3 of this is due to electricity production. But on the other hand, it has some advantages compared to coal and nuclear energy. Per unit, they have less carbon dioxide emissions. So 60% less carbon emissions, and they do not have problems like ash or other byproducts. And durability and also easy tracking of power, fast activation and disablement, and also less space required for installation some of the advantages. When you look at all of these, among the resources we know about so far, the most suitable, I think, resource is probably natural gas. Sohbet Bey has already mentioned this, but natural gas is not innocent at all. Natural gas, we must complement it with some new technological components like carbon capturing and storing. When we come up with the mechanisms that can prevent carbon emissions, maybe it can be 100% innocent in the future. So new and cleaner methods of running natural gas, igniting natural gas, we have some methods, and the wet cycle and also the Brayton cycle. Maybe we can talk about those. The new emission methods, there are projects about finding them. And I took this from an EU evaluation report. And we get to 2050, some of the resources we may encounter, like renewable energies and also nuclear or biomass, we see that natural gas may have a very prevalent role of supporting these until 2050. Let's talk about maybe wind and solar. If they are not compatible in a given period of time, then maybe natural gas can take their place. Maybe a concurrent production can be achieved with biomass or other types of power production as well. Power generation as well. Let's get to Turkey before we go over time. As you know, in Turkey, there are a lot of local types of coals. And it doesn't seem very possible that we can stop them until 2050. And also our foreign trade rates are being affected badly by natural gas because we are importing it. And high amounts of money we are spending on this. And there are some initiatives that aim to compensate this with nuclear energy starting from 2023, and for electric facilities, we will be using them by 2050 as well. It's not possible to stay away from them. And also we cannot stay away from renewable energies. We project some developments in solar and wind energy. And you see the current installed power in Turkey. Our department head monthly gives us the up-to-date figures. I would like to thank them for this. These are the most up-to-date figures. Our total installation power is 21,597, which is the biggest in Turkey. And you can see our production facilities, generation facilities all around Turkey. Now, 18 Mart'tan, 18 Mart'tan, and some other facilities apart from those. The ones located near Istanbul are natural gas facilities with the red dot. And we have 7 natural gas facilities and 7 mobile facilities, which amounts to almost 20% of our total portfolio and almost 0.2% of RES by the figure of 2. Of course, we cannot stay away from renewable energy resources. We have 2 wind power facilities, but we would like to raise the number of this. And ICCI is a very big company. We have a lot of different projects, but we only have 5 minutes, so I will not be able to talk to them to great extent. So I would like to give you some tips about the important projects of some of our department heads. And one of them is the capacity increase in the A facility. And this is very important because, as you know, we would like to become pioneers at a certain date. And with the agreements, the of the ministers, priority was given to electric power generation facilities in energy generation. And ICCI really took up to the stage and is a very important actor in this right now. And we could not actually produce any electricity. And this resulted in being almost visionless for us. And as you know, this can have very deterring effects for organizations. And I think this can be a solution for that, which I think is very important. Next slide. You see the 2 facilities there, and we can get to the next one. We have very high efficiency here, 1,800 and also 1,200 megawatts. Between those, we would like to install a power level between that, and this will be a very proud moment for us, I think. Next slide, please. Yes, so this will have many advantages for us. We are awaiting reduction in natural gas consumption and also in the cost of power production, electricity production.
These are all sample projects of Schnee-Vista and auxiliary liquid fuel burner systems. In thermal powers, we use auxiliary fuel during commissioning in coal gallery. There are variations. We want to make up for it. We use liquid motorin and fuel oil, but instead of that, using natural gas is more advantageous. So in the next slide, we'll see. We are still working on that. Next one, please. About reduced adverse effects to the environment, continuity in combustion, reduced maintenance of the combustion systems, and reduce energy generation costs. Let's talk about another group project. This is renewable. Parallel to developments in the world, we are working, of course. We need to do more. So in this regard, this is a local design wind turbines. Local design and manufacture and installation. This is a new project. Alaçatı region was selected to install the prototypes of these local turbines. In Alaçatı, we already have a wind power plant. Next one, please. Electricity generation company, Aselsan and Ministry of Industry cooperate in this project to design, manufacture, and installation of the prototype of the local turbine. Thank you very much for your attention. I can answer your questions. Thank you very much. Benan, I guess we are all over time, but I have one question for Sohbet. Today, the jump in natural gas, particularly in Europe, is it long-term or short-term? Yes, everybody is worried about that. People are scratching their heads. It's supply and demand balance. Demand has increased because the winter was harsh, very cold, and we did have a cool spring and a very hot summer. The demand increased in many places, particularly in the Asian market and Europe. That being the case, the gas was not restocked. After Monday, after 1st of next month, it's the time for drawing gas from stocks. But look at the stocks in the European case. Their occupancy rate is the lowest of the last decades, so they don't have a lot of stock before winter. Asia, China, Japan, and Korea are purchasing a lot of LNG. So in order to avoid electricity crisis, people don't care about the price and they go for LNG. And if you have too many buyers, the price will go up. So 3 continents are competing. In South America, particularly in Brazil, there was drought. In Argentina, that they had production problems. So Latin America wants LNG and Europe wants LNG to restock. And Asia wants to restock and meet the demand. So that's how we are going into the winter. If this winter is as cold as the last winter, these high prices will then be considered cheap. So we are going towards an energy crisis. It's not only natural gas in Europe, carbon price has tripled in a very short span of time. It increased the electricity prices, oil prices are rising, coal prices are rising. Everything is getting more expensive, but there's no solution ahead. The only solution is to reduce demand. Because of excessive prices, the consumers will say, okay, I won't buy it. So expectation is even more even higher prices. In the long run, the prices will go down because these are extraordinary times. It doesn't make sense. But there we have, particularly in LNG, the demand is too high. So in short, there is no way out in the short run for the prices. One factor is this year's winter. Second is the European stocks. Will they be able to restock with these prices? Perhaps they will restock considering higher prices in winter. These two factors will affect the prices. Thank you very much, Sohbet. I hope we have a mild winter. And I thank you very much. I'm closing the session now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mete, and the speakers. Sohbet joined us from abroad. Benan, again, thank you very much for your informative presentations. Thank you very much. Hope to be face-to-face soon. Thank you very much. Distinguished viewers, now we are going to have a special session by an Energy Law Research Institute. The state of play in energy arbitration. There are new developments. The Institute Director, Mr. Süleyman Boşça, will moderate this session. We'll be back with the participants in a few minutes. I guess everyone's connected. Yes. Welcome, sir, Mr. Chair. How are you? We are fine, and all the speakers are here. I welcome all of you. We have too many lawyers, so let me remove myself. Have a good session. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As the Institute of Energy Law Research, we are together in another ICCI. Previously, we have joined a lot of sessions in ICCI meetings. Today, last year we set up the Energy Disputes Arbitration Center under our institute. I thank the ICCI organizers before we start. So greetings from our institute and arbitration center. How about EDAC, our Energy Disputes Arbitration Center? We call it EDAC. Perhaps some of you know, in energy sector, we are the only sectoral arbitration center in the energy sector. All the energy, we aim to become a hub for arbitrating all energy disputes globally. In energy sector, in energy contracts, the volumes are high and commercial secrets are very important. And beyond everything, energy sector is too technical requires a lot of expertise. That's why we needed this center. All the experts were calling for an arbitration center like that. As the Institute of Energy Law Research, we said we are experienced and we can build this arbitration center. It's been 1 year. So far, so good. How about the organization of EDAC? We do have two chambers. One is the international chamber. One is the national chamber. All members of these chambers are prominent names in energy law. We have arbitrators. Our arbitrators are accredited by two different boards. They have experience, they have the knowledge. We have a secretariat. Each deputy secretary general is in charge of a content, so our international relations are quite powerful. Under EDAC, we do have advisors, leading characters around the world. We do have representatives for the continents, for the countries. We do have a young EDAC section, the future arbitrators, young lawyers. So far, more than 15 international arbitration centers signed MOUs with us. We are closely interacting with them. Finally, this year, we are going to organize the Turkey arbitration event. In Turkey, we don't have only energy in the event, in the meeting. We are going to explain what's Turkey doing in the arbitration area. It's going to be an important event organized by EDAC and our institute. So without further ado, let's turn to our speakers. Leading lawyers in energy arbitration. Thank you very much for being with us today. So, I'm going to give 15 minutes each. Please watch the time in your presentations. First, we have Professor Mustafa Erkan. It's from Marmara University, Faculty of Law, International Private Law Department, and academic. From Ankara University Faculty of Law, he graduated. In University of Leicester, he did his master's degree. In University of Exeter, he did his law PhD. He's experienced in international private law, trade, commercial law, energy investments, resolution of energy disputes, in mediation and arbitration in commercial disputes and energy law, member of International Oil Negotiators Association. He is a part of EDAC also. Over to you, sir. Thank you very much, Chair, for this nice introduction today. We are talking about recent developments in energy arbitration. What's the most recent development? It's the establishment of EDAC as an arbitration center. For the sake of Turkey, it's good work. In Scotland and other countries like Germany, there are arbitration centers concerned with energy, and Turkey set up a center like that. EDAC is advantageous, as the chair said. Specialized people are arbitrators or members of the chambers. So that's the outline of today's session, actually. The establishment of EDAC is very important and the most recent development. in the energy markets. After that, perhaps we have investors among the audience, people who are willing to invest in other countries in energy sector. So there are 2 points, important points for them. First, investment, the term investment and investor, these are very important terms if you want to go to, particularly in energy sector, you need to understand this well. So if you go to another country to invest, you need to understand well whether what you are going to do is investment. Otherwise, you are going to be deprived of some advantages and incentives. Investment is bilateral or multilateral. We know there are a few methods of investments. One is specific, limited, including specific works and services. The other is the sampling method. It's not tangible, but you just put in examples to give more meaning to your description. Otherwise, your description is comprehensive. And we do have the hybrid method. I won't go into the methods now. I'm going to be focusing on the term investor. Why? As I said, if you want to invest in another country, are you really an investor in the context of that country? Second, recently in the arbitration cases to which Turkey is a party in the energy sector, I see some cases. I'm going to mention some of them. And the term investor is very important in these arbitration cases. That's why the term investor is very important for my presentation. The concept of investor is important where? There are 3 points. The first is the investor will be part of the arbitration, particularly in investment contracts or investment agreements. If you want to go to investment arbitration, you need to have the capacity of foreign investor. So that's the most basic characteristic of the investor. Second is ICCI, the Investment Disputes Resolution Center. Article 25 of their status says the investor concept is important. You must be a foreign investor so that they can be competent. Third point, it's important for the nationality of the arbitrators. So going back to the first point, let's start with the arbitration Central World Bank. For the investor concept is not described. It's mostly up to the bilateral and multilateral agreements, for the definition. In some bilateral agreements, the investor has 2 definitions, one from each party. Sometimes the states describe it in a specific manner. In some agreements, we saw that for natural persons and legal entities, investor definitions vary. There are different reasons for that, because so that the parties know the position of one another. If a party wants more investment, that's how I designed the definition in terms of natural persons. The main point is, being a citizen of another country coming to the host country. In general, these are investors. Or in energy charter agreement, you see this or. You must have a residential permit in one of the contracting states. If that's the case, you are a foreign investor. So in the energy charter agreement, that's how they organize it. In some BITs, instead of or, they use and. A citizen of the contracting state and a resident of the contracting state. So there are different definitions. If you want to invest in a foreign country, whether you are a foreign investor or not, needs to be checked from similar agreements because it might have grave consequences. If you have a wrongful act against you in the country, you can seek remedy in arbitration. If you want to use investment arbitration, there are not too many options. That's why this is important. Between Chile and Argentina, there is an agreement. The capital must come from the other country if you want to be considered a foreign investor. Otherwise, they say if you find the capital in this country, you are not a foreign investor. In another BIT, again, in a BIT including Argentina, the condition is that the foreign investor should not be staying in Argentina for more than past 2 years. Otherwise, you are a resident of Argentina. So you need to explore, you need to research well. In terms of legal entities who are foreign investors, it's a bit more complicated. In natural persons, there's nationality, sometimes people have dual citizenship, etc., but it's a different story. In terms of natural legal entities, it's different. In identifying nationality, there are some theories, the headquarters, administrative center. So looking at these theories, we need to identify the nationality of the legal entity. In energy investments, we have joint ventures. Joint ventures, according to Turkish law, it's an ordinary partnership. But if you want to go to exit, if you come here, you need to be a legal entity. What's the problem? To be in the competence of exit, you need to be a legal entity. If in a country joint ventures are legal entities, you can use their competence, but in Turkey, all joint ventures must go together to arbitration. When we look to BITs, the place of establishment and the place of administrative headquarters are so together. In the control theory, looks at abuse of a right. If the option was selected only to go to exit, They use the control theory. That's the point we are at now. The control theory is important. Particularly, there are two important cases that are, one is Tokitokales. The other is the Danenko case. These are famous cases. One of the exit rules is the person cannot litigate their own country. First, you need to be a citizen of or resident of another country. That's the other criterion. And there is the principle of not being able to litigate against your state. Of course, the Strasbourg court is an exception to that, but not at exit. Yes, but there are other platforms in Stockholm, in ICC. As an investor, you can litigate your own state. Cem Uzan versus the Republic of Turkey, for instance. The case was opened in Stockholm as part of Energy Charter Agreement. And the concept of foreign investor was discussed in depth. And Cem Uzan was not considered a foreign investor. It was not a resident or national of another contracting state. Coming to current cases of Turkey, there are some recent energy cases. We have Akfen case, for instance. Again, in my Akınipek case, wastewater case. Wastewater case is different from, there is a US company exploring uranium back in 2007 and 8. They are doing exploration in Turkey. And then, I guess in 2018, their license was revoked because they said, we gave you this license by mistake. Wastewater company was other mining company in Turkey. They filed cases and they said our investment was confiscated. In terms of competence, I don't see a lot of problems in terms of foreign investor or national investor. A BIT between US and Turkey. The other companies are different. IPEC case and the other one, it looks like Liberenko case.
When you look at the rules generally about abroad, or companies established by Turkish citizens, so can they actually take legal action against Turkey? It's a question. So, since one of them was established in the UK and the other one was established in Singapore, and some of them are foreign citizens, basically. And the point we have to look at is the question of, are they actually foreign investors? We have to look if they are considered foreign investors under these IMs we have talked about. Generally speaking, we can call them, and under these BITs, foreign investors. It's a very extensive term, actually, especially in Netherlands, but able to go to Senate for foreign investors without any real economical activities abroad, just to be able to take legal action against one's own nation or state. These are inspected thoroughly by the Arbeiter body. So Liberenko was inspected to a great extent this. And the transfer of the company was done after the action, so they could not be considered foreign investors. And if it was before, they had to look at whether or not there were any economical activities or commercial activities. So the transfer of the stocks, when did it happen? One question is this here, because joint venture efforts, and as soon as they hand signed agreement, then these are considered valid. And they also need some validations with the textings and also emails, etc. If they can validate or confirm that things came to happen through this method, then they will come back to the question of whether or not these entities are foreign investors. So, some topics that are always being discussed. As stated, they cannot take legal action against their own state for economic purposes, and there are some projects that seek to update these. The general philosophy here, the general mindset here is in investment arbitration, at least, is not to protect certain investors, but to protect foreign investors. The important thing is promoting investments between countries that are in contract. And in fact, there is an example from one of the arbiters in a note that they say investment arbitration, it is not a case of the Court of Human Rights. So could they be made to be this way? These are some hot topics around the world right now being discussed everywhere. That is the question. And I guess I went a little bit over time, and thank you everyone for listening to me. Thank you so much. Yes, in terms of arbitration, one of the most important topics is investment, and you talked about this in the power sector as well. Foreign investors invest in the power sector of Turkey. And also Turkey is taking its domestic experience abroad and investing in the energy sector in foreign countries. This is a very valuable asset for Turkey as well. And so for both foreign companies and also Turkish companies, the investments that go both ways. You talked about a very important issue about those, and I know that you went a bit over time, so I couldn't talk about everything, but you had a speech about arbitration, about an arbitration school. We know that you have to be there, but if you can find the time to stay here for a bit more, we would appreciate that very much. Thank you so much, but sadly I must leave. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mustafa Bey. Dear participants, dear members of the audience, now I would like to leave the floor to Professor Fatih Işık, a valuable colleague of mine, and about him I would like to give you brief information. Fatih Işık, undergraduate studies, completed in Galatasaray University and Helms University, Department of Law. And again, as a master's study, he was in Galatasaray University, and with his decade worth of experience, he has been in international arbitration processes and also sometimes has acted as an arbiter. And he had a book published about this in 2015. He speaks fluent Turkish, English, and French. And he is also that arbiter. Thank you so much. This is a great honor to be here for me today. And also I'm very happy to be here. And I guess I will be able to give you valuable information like before. So Mustafa talked about investment arbitration. I would like to talk about commercial arbitration. As you know, the power sector is one of the sectors that have very high amounts of money is being mentioned in contracts, and so we see a lot of disputes, and the settlement of these disputes require serious efforts and expertise. But in Turkey, we have this small issue which I'm working on. I would like to put it into limelight a bit more. In two different arbitration processes, I have been involved. One of them was the stock transfer between two power companies, and another one was the price definition dispute, again between two companies. As most of you know, people claim that arbitration applications are not that possible at this day and age, but we have actually two articles about this. One of them is if the representative, if they are going to do an arbitration agreement, then the representative must give full custody about this to the representative. So we actually go and negotiate in these processes, maybe sometimes for months on end. And when everything started beautifully, after all that time, suddenly things are taken into arbitration, and people realize that, oh yes, this person did not have, let's say it be Fatih, it is Fatih. They say Fatih does not have the authority to sign these. And if such a thing is taken into arbitration, it is under risk of being cancelled. There are a lot of disputes about this in Turkey. Yes, I guess this is one of those topics that foreigners call pitfalls of Turkey. Like I said, the law number 5.3, it actually exists in other countries as well, like Switzerland or Belgium, Germany. But we take this a bit more seriously, I think. And of course, we can always say that the Supreme Court takes this very seriously, but they're not consistent in their final decisions. Sometimes they say things depend on whether or not the company is a public company or the announcement is a public announcement. So this regulation actually says whatever happens, if this and this happen, this come to be, then I will consider your contract invalid. And even the same department, they can be inconsistent with their decisions. Especially the 11, 13, 10 to 15th departments, they are controversial on this topic. Some of them claim that these are issues of public order or public safety, and some of them say, no, it's not. So let's say a contract is signed for the representative or the represented, but the signee is actually someone else. The person that signs the contract is someone else. And they say, yes, so the whole contract is signed before the one who gave the authority and the proxy. So this must be considered valid. And sometimes Supreme Court takes this into account and sometimes doesn't. So for example, in Switzerland last year, there was a decision out of an arbitration, and since they did not have special authorization or exclusive authorization, the person who signed the contract, the arbitration condition was considered invalid, and it was taken into federal court in an appeal, and they said it was not needed because there was no reason for the cancellation. So what I'm trying to say is, as long as we have Turkish law being applied in these situations, we can see the laws number that I mentioned being put to use. And the dispute between two power companies, it was a very serious dispute, and we are discussing things. As you know, there was a requirement of the executive board member numbers being at least 5, so all brothers or siblings used to become partners in the company. But when it was taken into arbitration, they said this is invalid, and they had to go to the court for $1 million worth of agreement or a contract, and all of their efforts and hard work added up to that point. So I think our companies right now must be very careful about these, because as EDAT, we must work in line with all the rules and legislations in power law as well, energy law as well, but we must be able to use different perspectives. So most of the time for companies, the problem arises from the company not knowing who the person that needs to be signing the arbitration conditions should be. The thing that confuses the people the most is whether or not the people who represent the company has to have special or exclusive authority to sign these documents. So this person is not technically the representative of the company, at least in terms of the Turkish Code of Obligations. But if the company says through a board of executives, an executive board decision, they say Fatih Işık has this authority, then they will need to give me the full authority so that I can actually come into an agreement on the behalf of that company. And when we give proxy, these people must be suitable. And this part from the representatives, all the arbitration representatives must be given authority as well, or the contract or the agreement will be considered null. I would like to highlight something, especially in terms of international companies, which they can have headquarters in a lot of different places. They say, for example, this does not fall in line with the Turkish laws and legislation. So should the law of arbitration be put to use here? Does it fall under that? Or does it fall under something else? And we say relevant law and legislation in this sense is a separate entity almost. And on some cases, we see stock transfers being Turkish and the stock receivers being foreign citizens. And they say, yes, we've given the proxy or the power or the power of attorney in Turkey, and they say, yes, we've given this in our country, and so your laws and legislations don't concern us. Last year, in short, there were party in a UK case, and a decision that became very famous came out. They said whatever actually international arbitration decisions would be made according to laws, then they should be made in country levels and specs as well. So this, I think you must be very careful, because our companies in their activities abroad, it doesn't have to be our country only. If you are maybe getting into a contract between different foreign power company, you must take a look at the conditions very carefully, so to see which arbitration laws will be used in a dispute. So I needed to wrap up very shortly, because we had limited time and this is a very extensive topic. But thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much, Fatih Bey. You talked about the topic of arbitration, and these processes are very important, because as you know, while people are coming into agreement on contracts that amount to millions of dollars or even billions of dollars, the smallest dispute can escalate the things into very dangerous situations. So we would like to get a bit faster, and I would like to give the floor to my dear colleague Ayşe Tuğba Özkaslıgil. But again, I would like to give you brief information about her. Ayşe Tuğba has been working on international law, international arbitration, and international law. After graduating from Ankara University Department of Law, she had into a master's program in Boston University, and then in Boston University she went through a program international law, and she went through this assertion international law, and again in 2013 she had been involved in energy consumption laws, Harvard University, and with Columbia University as well. She has very important arbitration works, and she is currently the department head of law in Uludağ University. Thank you so much, Süleyman Bey. It is a great honor to be here for me, and I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone. During our speeches, we had some great information, and I would like to go back to investment arbitration for a bit, which will be parallel with what was spoken before. In line with the up-to-date trends in international investment, and also with a trend that is rapidly rising in the sector of renewable energies, I would like to talk about those topics. So in our sessions, we talked about why renewable energy investments were important, especially in the global scene. The demand for renewable energy saw a rise, and there is a very important topic here. We are seeing a transformation in energy and power, and according to the data from the International Power Agency, by 2040, the electricity will transform into petroleum and be the biggest energy resource worldwide. So many more investments must be made in order to actually get to these standards, and foreign investors are becoming more and more prevalent in this stage. Maybe there are some investors who are listening into us right now. Let's say I am a Turkish investor and I'm actually planning to invest in a different country. So I would like to start with the question of what would affect your investment decisions. So your advantages and disadvantages, you must be able to be knowledgeable about them in terms of that country which you are going to invest in, of course, and of course the economic situation in the targeted country, and also if there are any incentives given to.
As a foreign investor, you invest in a country, you need to believe that your legal rights will be protected, particularly in energy sector. Environmental regulations and political considerations may affect the sector. It's complicated. It requires a lot of investment, and the profit is not short spent. It's long term an investment. So disputes are probable. When you decide for investment in another country, you need to be careful about potential disputes. When such happens, will you have a fair trial? The disputes should be handled in an independent platform. It's important to know. Why do we have energy disputes in the energy sector? In recent years, particularly in renewables, disputes are rising. In many cases, the governments provide subsidies to investors to draw them. These incentives are tax advantages, or the host government provide a fixed purchase price, and it provides a guarantee to do that. Such incentives, after some time, these incentives become a financial burden to the host country. And in terms of economic crisis, the host country may lift these incentives, these subsidies. In recent years, particularly, we see this particular disputes in renewables, and the foreign investors go to arbitration. As Mustafa mentioned, particularly you see this in BITs. BITs are signed between the governments in order to reduce the risk of the foreign investor. For Turkish investors, particularly investments are made in Central Asia and Middle East. So these BITs are made to safeguard the investor. So from the perspective of international law, there are some sanctions in these agreements. In Turkey, Turkey signed the first one with Germany in 1962. More than 100 investment agreements have been signed. Disputes are rising, I said. Looking at the main reason, these are old generation agreements and new generation agreements. There are two such categories. Many of these disputes arise in the old generation agreements, where the countries want to draw investors. So they did mostly ignore the content of the provisions. They didn't think a lot about the potential ramifications of the provisions. So they signed a lot of these old generation agreements. Recently, the disputes have increased, so the governments had to pay a lot of damages and compensation. because of that, when they sign this, they are much more cautious. After 2010, they've become cautious before signing these agreements, and they have concluded these agreements, and they have made fundamental changes to these model agreements. A major change in this regard is the local the exhaustion of local remedies before going to international arbitration. This requirement is not very reasonable for the foreign investor, of course. The BITs and the energy charter agreements, there are provisions protecting investors. Some of them are mostly the treatment of nation and fair and equal treatment and public, unless it's public interest, expropriation cannot be done, and the right to go to arbitration. About fair and equal treatment is important because looking at the current disputes, we see this principle. This is referred to frequently by the investors. It dates back to 1948. It was regulated in the Havana Charter, and after that, it was included in many agreements. Looking at agreements signed by Turkey, sometimes it's said fair and equitable treatment, sometimes it's fair and equal treatment. How is it described in the agreements? In Turkey's agreements, in Turkey's BIT with Austria, both parties, the investors of both parties are safeguarded with equal and fair treatment. In many agreements, that's how it is described. Investors, they rely on this article, this principle in many disputes. Because this article is too broad. What is fair? What's equal in treatment? There are no details about what's fair and equal. So when investor wants to go to arbitration, in virtually all disputes, they rely on this principle. So this is a super standard, or this is the dream principle for lawyers, because lawyers can refer to this for any kind of treatment. How about the recent disputes and cases in the sector? In virtually all dispute, you see this principle in energy charter agreements and in BITs. We have this principle. In some cases, arbitrators interpret this broadly, this principle broadly. In this regard, the EMRA president Mustafa Yilmaz also mentioned this. He mentioned about the Spanish situation in recent years, the renewable investment, the disputes are very frequent in Spain as a party. Since 2011, nearly 50 energy investment cases were brought against Spain, and the proceedings are ongoing in many of these cases. Some of them have been concluded in this. So some of them were won by Spain, some of them were won by the other parties. There are different decisions, but all these rely on the same cause. The reason was the same. Why is this situation happening in Spain? In Spain, in 2007, the sun can be yours slogan was launched for the solar investments. So in renewable area, they started a special regime. Then there was a change in the law. All these tax advantages were lifted. In the following years, other changes were made to the law. For instance, the 7% income tax from generators and subsidies were reduced. So because of these energy-related reforms, foreign investors claimed that they were not treated equally and equitably. So they went to investment arbitration. Just to name a few cases, Shell versus Spain is one. The arbitrators decided to the favor of Spain. The reasons were the same, but in the coming cases, the arbitrators changed their mind. This was a criticism towards the system. This is a criticism point against Shell versus Spain. The arbitrators said that the government changes didn't affect the value of the investment too much. So the decision favored Spain. But in another case, in ICCI versus Spain, the arbitration panel said that the investors have the legitimate expectation that the government will not make fundamental changes in the legislation. But these legal changes were fundamental changes. So the legitimate expectation of the investors were disrupted. So in Forza and Green Tech versus Spain, or in No Energia versus Spain, the arbitration panel said that the legal amendments deprived the investors deprived of significant revenues. So to sum up, the arbitration panels interpret the principle of equal and fair treatment broadly. Of course, the legal expectations of investors need to be observed. These expectations need to be reasonable, of course. However, sometimes the arbitrators interpret these expectations too broadly. Then the governmental legislative powers may be limited. As in the Spanish example, the governments change their domestic legislation. And on the other hand, we do have expectations of the investors. So a balance needs to be struck. So every year, meetings are organized involving the stakeholders, including NGOs. They are seeking answers. How about potential reform topics, about disputes? A multi-partial investment court might be established. Alternative dispute resolution, third-party funding, and other reform activities are considered. So to sum up, the system needs a reform in the coming period. What type of a reform? We are going to wait and see. I guess I completed in 15 minutes. Tuba, thank you for using time well. Thank you very much. We are late and we started late, of course. Today, we looked at the energy sector from a different perspective. We looked at arbitration in energy investments is very important. Protection of investment is crucial. In energy sector, we have a specialized arbitration center in Turkey. So our companies can incorporate EDAC in their contracts in terms of resolution of their disputes. If you want to get additional information about that, you can change arbitrationcenter.org, our website. I thank all the viewers. I thank the speakers. Feraye, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope it's been a useful session. Absolutely. Fatih, Tuba, Mustafa, thank you very much. The best presentation is the one that complies timing. You are great, thank you. Everybody needs the law. Suleiman, particularly this new center, arbitration center, is very important. Thank you very much for sharing that information with us. So the energy sector is hereby informed. Thank you very much. Okay, now back to you for the next session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be about the future of renewables. We are almost half an hour late because the minister joined late. The Renewable Energy Future of Turkey Chair of GÜYAT, Mr. Cem Özkök. We have representatives of associations. I'm going to invite the speakers now. Chairman Cem, good afternoon. Very good to see you. Everything all right? Yes, we are well. Business as usual. Having this meeting online has been a very appropriate decision. Otherwise, it might have been dangerous to health. Just wait a little bit more. Yes, everybody is scared. The thousands of cases. Vaccination is not going well, so we decided to do this online. Hopefully next year we can have a physical meeting. The speakers will be coming in now. Mr. Ebru Arıcı had a health emergency, so Iskandar will replace her from their executive board. So, Mr. Chair, before you start, our viewer traffic is more than 4,000 people now. Hopefully tomorrow we are going to have as many audience as today. So have a good session. Thank you, Feraye. Hello. Yes, we are already late. Let me start with Murat. He's in the field now. His background is forest, trees. Murat, we don't have a lot of time. We have 11 minutes per presentation. I'm sure you can use the 11 minutes well. Thank you very much, Chair. You know, I'm in the nature. I'm in the field. It was very difficult to find a good connection. I guess you can see it now. We tried to do a tender as Turkey. We didn't get any bids because they said you don't have infrastructure. The foreign parties are asking about offshore projects. Over to you. Thank you very much. Feraye, thank you very much for this offer, for this opportunity. I'm going to be talking about offshore wind power plants. We do have some projects in the Black Sea. I'm going to be talking about that. I'm going to be talking about the association of offshore wind power. Now, our association was established in April, a new association, but we are bringing good energy and excitement to the sector already. About the initial processes, we have created awareness in the public sector, in the domestic sector, with the banks, with the international organizations. It's 7 of us. It's maritime people and energy people, in order to promote the industry and utilization of offshore wind. That's the main concept. It's not based on projects. We are going to be healing production and industry. So until our association was established, the discussion was not intensive. There was no awareness. Looking at the international arena, offshore energy associations are separate from others in Norway, in Germany, in US, in UK. So that's why we set up the association. Looking at wind turbines from 19th to 21st centuries, now it's around 15 megawatts. I was involved in the sector back in the 90s. It used to be 600 kVA. You see one of the largest turbines in the world, 14 megawatts. And then we do have 25 megawatts. This was taken in Copenhagen, in the offshore fair and symposium. These are prototypes, of course, because of the pandemic, things became tardy. This, 25 megawatts single unit. It's going to be commercialized in near future. It's being tested. 25 megawatts single turbine. 4 turbines means 100 megawatts. It's just like a medium scale thermal power plant. So offshore, the future will be offshores. So what does it look like? You see the turbines. It comes to the switchyard. It's under or over the sea, and then to the national grid. So I looked at initial capacity around the world. You see thermal 29 to 63% back in 2020. Solar 10 to 21%. Terrestrial wind 22 to 43. Offshore 29 to 52. Those Heliade turbines will increase the capacity by 60% or so, just like combined cycle generation plants. It's going to catch up with geothermal turbines even. Looking at Europe, there's similarities. You know, we are following the European example. By 2030, they have a target for offshore wind plants. It's not only in Europe, in US, in Australia, in China, Taiwan, Vietnam. And everybody is setting up targets now. I hope we are going to have targets also. By 2040, biggest importance will be given to offshore wind plants. I'm going to be older than 70 by then, but we will all see that the major source of electricity generation will come from offshore wind plants. And in many countries, they have a dedicated law for offshore wind power. And the purchase guarantee varies between 15 to 20 years. This is important. And the maritime zoning and grid connection planning is done jointly by working groups, bringing together several countries. And we are looking at Black Sea region. The tender system is similar. They are going to introduce a no incentive market mechanism. Transmission is mostly, the transmission line is built mostly by the offshore plant investor, but there are some subsidies for this. Looking at capacity projection by 2030. I'm going to show you the countries. I made this presentation 4 years ago. A similar presentation, actually. This GWEC projection was 205 megawatts, but last month, IDEC, this month actually, GWEC published a revised report. They added 70 gigawatts. So the countries have increased their capacities. For instance, Europe jumped from 80 to 100. US jumped from 30 to 39. China said 70, and now it's 98. Turkey is more new, of course. Taiwan, Vietnam, China are coming in. The Black Sea countries are coming in. It's going to be 300 gigawatts or so. Now, we have the energy net. You see, in the North Sea, this is just like a ring. 10 gigawatt, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, Norway, UK. They want to create this economy of scale, of course.
So, through this collaboration, they are sharing the cost of under sea level cable costs, and also they are reducing the risks. As you know, there are different connections in the same place, and some problems can actually completely disable a central power plant. And yeah, also Poland, Germany, and Sweden, they're doing the same thing. They have different offshore wind power plants. And we said, could we adapt this to Black Sea countries? We said, could we come up with a federation of some kind? As you know, federations consist of different associations coming together. So we got into contact with the relevant associations in those places and areas. And it has a wind power capacity of almost of about 269 gigawatts. And this is actually in total 435, and there are those claim it is different, although it is data by the World Bank. And we came up with a name, Black Sea Offshore Wind Power Association and Hub. We said, why not? This could be shared between those countries. So the grid planning, the maritime planning, the fishing activities, all of these are very important and need to be planned together. This can actually be good in terms of reducing costs. Also, developing the legislation and also the regulations. This is actually a chance because they have not done it before. We thought maybe we could all do it together. So the planned countries were Turkey, Bulgaria, Georgia, and we did not include Russia for reasons you may have actually predict and understand by ourselves. And we said if the country is going in this direction for the year 2040 or 2050, we're looking at our country and say we are surrounded by sea on 3 different sides in 3 different directions, so we cannot actually elude this. And this is especially important in the Black Sea region. As you know, in Izmir there is a very important power plant and project, and the Chandar Liman project is also in Izmir, which we hope will be active soon. And so the wind turbines being procured, provided by Germany or the UK, etc. It is not okay for us. They have in these areas very good maritime infrastructures, and we will strive to include Turkish-made ships as much as possible, and also establishing connection between countries economically and in maritime trade. It is very important for us as well. Well, this was just a template for me, sketching for me, just as an example. Why not have a connection system that looks like this, a model like this? You can have it in Europe. Why not in the Black Sea countries? Of course, we signed a protocol with a federation protocol with the Ukrainian state, and we hope to bring things into life in the upcoming months. Ukraine, after us, to the World Bank and got funds for maritime activities. So, like I said before, we do not want only the market, the offshore wind energy market, but we also want the industry. It is a must, put simply. And we are saying that regulation must be put in place in our country as well, because they are prevalent in Europe. We cannot stay back in this. There are regulations 4465, but they are not efficient enough. If our country in the area of Black Sea wants to be the leader, the pioneer, which is what we strive for in terms of engineering and science as well, things must be put in place by 2030 at latest. Can you hear me right now? Yes, I can. By the way, you have went over time, 2 minutes, and Halil Bey has a flight that he must get to. So if we can get to questions and answers, or when can Turkey accomplish these plans? Can we please talk about those? Yes, so our Ministry of Energy is working to this end, and they hope to announce a roadmap for this. They're working with the bank. And as far as I could see, things are going to be coming into fruition next year in terms of wind power plants or offshore wind power plants in our country. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your great contribution. So, Halil Bey will take the stage now. Can we please get him to the stage? Yes, there was a change. If you would like to, we can continue on with the next speaker. When Halil Bey is with us, I will be getting him into stream. Okay. We can get trip in order. Sadi Bey, can you hear me? Yes, Iskender Bey, hello. In wind, we went over the 10 gigawatt capacity threshold. And we are seeing meaningful developments in our sector. So, according to you, for more wind investments to take place, what should be done? And also these mechanical increases. There's announcements made by PDK. So are they in any way relevant to your efforts? Sturep, you have 11 minutes. Okay, I will get right into it. I will also be sharing my presentation. I noted down your questions. After my presentation, I will be answering your questions. Yes, I guess I can see my presentation right now. Once again, hello everyone. My name is Iskender Köke. I would like to salute everyone on my behalf and also on behalf of TÜREP. And also I would like to send my salutations to our head. Ebru Aracı couldn't be here due to health problems. So I will be summarizing what has been happening in the sector up till now, and in the future, what will the sector require from us? As you know, TÜREP in 92 has been founded as a non-profit organization, and we have different representatives as executive members, decision by the Council of Ministers, by the Ministerial Cabinet, and from students to academicians to producers and manufacturers. This is actually an umbrella organization. And let's get to the figures about today's wind power figures in Turkey. Like, as you have said, Cem, we have went over 10 megawatts, and we have done this with 272 power plants that are active and more than 3,000 wind turbines. And in the first half of 2021, our total electric consumption, 9.22% was generated from wind power, and the total capacity factor is 24%. It was 34% in 2020, and In the EU countries, it was 25%. So we are a bit better in this. As it was just mentioned, we've also worked to the employment and contributed added value to the Turkish economy. Thousands of people are producing and manufacturing in this sector, and many of our manufacturers are exporting their products and creating added value for Turkey. So in the next years, we believe that our goal should be 1.5 megawatts. And this can actually be achieved very easily with the infrastructure and the distributions and the grids we have in place. And on the investor side, they are very much favoring these projects as well. We are accelerating. And I talked about the installed power of almost 10.5 megawatts, and we also have those in construction right now of almost 12 megawatts. And other than those, for a power plant of 200 megawatts, we had construction permissions, and we are starting the construction works. As you know, our ministry distributed licenses in the year of 2019, and we had one license. So our power plants that are in construction right now that will be active, added to the other ones that were active, we have almost a project stock of 15,000. And after Yakabires, we have the Kires, the Cost2 res. And we have distributed the licenses there as well. And in total, the distribution amounts up to 16 watts. And some of them are actually works in progress right now, and some of them are in construction work, and some of them are already completed. And for HECA 3, recently our ministry announced the call. And after the success of this HECA, we will be talking about a project stock of almost 2,000 gigawatts. And our goal for 16 gigawatts of installed power will be achieved through this, we believe, and we can even do more than this as a sector. And our local industry, domestic industry, it is very much developed, especially in Izmir. There are those who manufacture the towers and relevant parts. We must highlight this when we say wind power sector. We cannot only think of the investor or the installed power. There is this whole new level of wind power sector, and with the investments in this sector, we are continuing to create added value for our country. And as TRIP, we are trying to map out this sector with the Izmir Development Agency. And in this inventory work, those who are active, producing, or creating employment opportunities in the wind power sector, we are seeking out those, and we are getting x-rays of how much employment they give away to, or how much production they achieve. And our plans for the future is taking this one step further, not only for market efforts, but also supporting the industry so that they can contribute to the country's economy and also development, the employment. And as a country, I think we can say we are in a very good spot. So this local supply chain we have created and the rankings of EU countries as well is in a very tight spot. And as such, these capabilities we have called, we must work all together to take them one step further, like Murat Başkan has just said, Murat Bey has just said. Our headquarters are in Izmir, Istanbul, Kocaeli, and when the rings between them, our producers are continuing their activities, and in total, we are active in production of wind power in 15 different cities. And as TÜREP, to activate the existing capacities right away and also taking things to better places, we are working together to communicate and partner with the actors and the stage. We have three different groups: offshore groups, hybrid groups, and industrial groups. And under all of these titles, among our members, there are people who are experts and who can wait to beg months of created value, added value. And our work will be starting next month with the hybrid group. So I would like to go back to your questions and thinking that I have used the time very efficiently. So first of all, to be able to do more installation, what you must have is actually right before you, at least right before us, there is this hunger of investors. We do not have any things that are lacking in producing the power. And when we look at the current situation, there was this 48 in total country potential in Turkey with a very old technology, but today we think that we can actually take things to a much better place. What we need is with a better planning process and also with better and faster bidding and licensing processes, we can get investors and actualize projects and create added value. So for this, on both the public side and the private sector, we are continuing with our efforts. And there was a call for 1.2 gigawatts, as you know, and recently, and we'll be following this process very closely. And I hope each year when we meet, we'll be talking about much bigger figures for the wind power industry.
Iskender, thank you very much. About the mechanical increase, what would you say? The EMRA. You know about what EMRA expects from investors. The investor and EMRA agenda is always quite high. The talks are ongoing. The most up-to-date information can be shared later because I'm not up to date about that. Thank you very much. In wind, capacity determination is very important. You need to have strong infrastructure and the investor appetite has increased seriously these days. The more capacity opened, the better for the investor. Thank you. Over to Altan now. Altan, hello. Hi. Biogas sector, our challenges, our sector roadmap. What has Turkey done? What should Turkey do to increase investments? Thank you very much in advance. Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me talk about the association. It was established in 2007. No, we didn't have a biogas sector back then. It was an association for developing biogas sector. There were no investors. For years, we've been working on developing, improving the sector. And we explained the importance of the proper way of doing business to the sector, to the government. But the developing part is over now. It's going to be a biogas investors association because the sector has developed, 100 facilities already for wet fermentation, excluding incineration. Of course, we have developed the sector. Domestic production is 80% now, excluding cogeneration, CHP. With the new renewable support mechanism, we were struck now. We don't have the biomass sector, they told us. It's 54 kurush, 54 Turkish cents, I mean. If the value is 54 kurush today, and they estimate for 13 months later 54 kurush. With this amount you cannot invest, so this is over. Because in renewable sector we are the most disadvantaged, because we need to obtain something from someone. We need to have waste. We have to have waste owners. They need to give their waste to you, so we can do something. They wanted to get rid of their waste, but now they want to make as much as possible, and we do the transportation. And 1 ton of poultry waste is 30 lira, 20 lira for transporting is 50 lira per ton. And for cow waste, it's almost 6% solid matter. So 54 kurush was bad news, and this is another bad news for us. So 1 megawatt, 3 megawatt, no, only municipalities can handle this. The municipalities should set up the biogas facilities. They will do wet fermentation or whatever. Otherwise, the private sector cannot do this with these prices. Because in private sector, whatever input you have, that's the output you have. The farmers are okay. They give the waste to us, and 100 tons of waste. To manage it, I need to have a separate facility, and then you need to organize sales, a sales network, salespeople, chiefs, directors, and then payment problems. And farmers are already scared of fake fertilizers. So we are the most disadvantaged. The renewable sector, other players are better off. They are using God's given resources like the wind, like the sun. and they don't produce pollution. If that's the case, why are we doing this? We don't consider this as energy. We are not dealing with energy. We are managing waste. The byproduct is our gas, and from that we generate electricity. We manage waste. The waste managing companies should not be included in the renewable support mechanism, YEKTA. We are collecting waste for the sake of the environment. The Ministry of Environment sets up fewer facilities. We protect groundwater, and it means fewer treatment centers. We eliminate bugs and insects. And fertilizer prices are very high in Turkey, chemical fertilizer, and we produce organic fertilizers. When you have full fermentation for the fertilizer, for the Turkish soil, it's valuable and it's suitably priced. That being the case, we ask for fertilizer subsidy, and they support organominerals. Organominerals means chemicals in your fertilizer. Okay, it's valuable, it's important, I agree. But the company needs to invest in biogas and then organominerals and then fertilizer production. And the energy investment doesn't mean anything in this picture. We are waste management sector. We are doing part of the work for the Ministry of Agriculture, but we need support. But there is no effort about that. They ignore us. And sometimes we are sanctioned for the waste disposed of illegally by others. The Ministry of Agriculture asks for organic fertilizer to be used, but the Ministry of Environment then comes and finds us. Now the Ministry of Energy set the price. Every ministry is looking at the cheapest prices, of course. That's okay. But the Ministry of Environment should say that you are managing that quantity of waste every day. So let's give you an exception. The Ministry of Agriculture should approach us like that. Also, we are accused of paying money for waste. Actually, waste producers should pay. We shouldn't pay them, because when we produce domestic waste, we pay environmental tax. But then they expect us to pay money when we get waste. But it's the other way. It should be the other way around, and everybody can raise their prices. These are abnormal prices. So the sector doesn't have any operation that can talk about megawatts. Of course, some things are going wrong in the sector. When you say biomass, everybody understands incineration. Biomass is incinerated. When you say biomass, it includes wet fermentation, dry fermentation, pyrolysis, gasification, incineration, and plasma gasification. 7 different disposal methods are used, and all of them have the same raw material virtually, but the outcomes are different. I'm against incineration because you get municipal waste. The Europe uses proper filters in all major cities. They have waste incineration stations, but they use excellent filters, and the heat is used for heating the city. But we missed that train. We cannot do that because Europe did this 40 years ago. Amsterdam uses waste heat. We started incinerating, but we are not incinerating waste. We are incinerating agricultural waste. Hey, but it should be animal feed and forest waste, cellulose. It should be gasified or pyrolyzed. Then you are going to have carbon, fertilizer, and waste heat, and then you'll use it. No water, no cooling, no cool. Then, but we cannot do that. We have cooling towers. We invest in that. In biogas, we always tell the companies to invest in accordance with the capacity. But our investors say 3 or 7 megawatts is too little. But now they cannot find waste. And this is a planning error. Now we have waste wars. Everybody is trying to get the others' waste from the farmers, etc. In garbage municipal waste, they said you are going to segregate organic waste, but the system is wrong. They said that you are going to do wet fermentation. Actually, it should be dry fermentation and then segregation. We are talking about this, but nobody listens to us. And we are not invited to anywhere. They are not inviting biogas people. The Ministry of Environment doesn't do that. They do have an environmental commission, but we don't have a representative for that. They say zero waste, and we are managing waste. And nobody comes and asks us. They don't ask about good practices. You know, you need to do benchmarking, look at other countries and adapt it to yourself. They don't do this. They don't invite us as the expert. We don't have any platform to talk about. We talk to the Minister of Energy. They say, go to the Minister of Environment. They say, go to the Ministry of Agriculture. But to reach out somewhere, we need to know where to go. We have only wet fermentation as the future in our sector. They need to go to the European system. They have 11,000 biogas facilities, but only 9,000 of them are operational. People set up their own small biogas facilities privately. In Turkey, they will say, if you have 500 cows, then you are going to set a facility of this capacity. And electricity is already too expensive, and it may be considered feasible now. Such projects are feasible now. Now 500 kilowatt or 50 kilowatt facilities will be established. Okay, you do wet fermentation, but how about the municipal waste? No new waste stations. Is there any planning? How about forest waste? They are incinerated. It's a pity. You need to do pyrolysis, get oil, and you can use wood and get wood vinegar, and you can do many things. We are just focusing on electricity though. The only focus is electricity. There are too many other benefits in our sector. You know, wind people, solar people can only generate electricity. But in our case, there are too many benefits. But we are confused about what to do. The prices don't allow us to pick any direction. Yes, too many troubles. Too many troubles. I'm sorry, but our time is over, by the way. Just a minute. Yes, I'm just trying to explain. We need smaller facilities in our sector, 50, 100, 150 kilowatts facilities, because our business is not electricity. We convert waste into beneficial products using different methods. We need to get out of the electric cycle, with the exception of incineration. It's going to be beneficial. How much benefit to environment, to agriculture? For this, we need to R&D. You know, the R&D project supports are the same compared to 10 years ago. So the grants are not enough because they are not adjusted in accordance with inflation rates. So first of all, you know, farm type biogas operations should be started. After that, small pyrolysis and gasification facilities should follow that. But all other technologies require R&D. Otherwise, we are going to be relying on foreign resources. But it's going to take at least 8 or 10 years. If you have any questions, yes, you have a lot of problems. You know, I gave you some additional time, but you have a lot of challenges, I see. You know, it's that's why I couldn't prepare a PowerPoint presentation, you know, consumption production. You know, 500,000 of cow waste and 100,000 of municipal waste. And I'm talking about this many wells only. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again, and may God help you. Each one of us. Yes. The chat, JED, General Secretary of the Association, Elif Ferdal Karakaş, I would like to give the floor to her. So in geothermal energy, we've gone over 70% and went over now 1.6 billion. So what happened in Turkey? What should be our roadmap to utilize to maximum effect? As you know, geothermal energy is kind of different in that it can be used in every area. And how are things in Turkey? So you have 11 minutes before you. On my behalf and also on behalf of my association, I would like to say hello to everyone. So first of all, we are a new association. We're established during the pandemic, so we did not have the chance to introduce us all that much. We as JED, in the discovery of our country terms of geothermal energy. We have been established with 10 founding partners, and we are a civil society organization. Our goal is to actualize the discovery of geothermal energy, the efficient and effective use of resources, and also highlighting the importance of geothermal energy in direct and indirect applications as well. And we are aiming to get an active role as an association, the public awareness. And of course, as we do that, we are aiming to work as an association that respects social and personal values, and also the importance of being eco-friendly. And it has almost been 20 years for me now, since 2001, with the forming process starting that year. I was a public servant back then, and now I am with you as head of an association. And as such, while we are talking about the future of renewable energy, we must talk about its past briefly as well. Because as you know, in renewable energy sector, we got a reform in 2001. And why so? Why did we need it? But then a lot of our energy sources were actually dependent on conventional fuels that came from foreign entities, and public institutions were very prevalent. Private sector was almost non-existent, and if so, they were very problematic. The market share of the private sector was very low, so we had to go through alignment process with the EU and also the world, and a change in regulations and laws came by in 2001, and an executive authority was founded. We went through a transformation in energy in that period. Our power was about 26,000 megawatts, and like I said, private sector's role amounted up to almost only 1 or 2%, and the renewable energy resources were very few in between. And what kind of situation do we have now in geothermal energy? Back then, we had a capacity, a very limited capacity as well. So as we went through that reform, we first of all said we had to leave behind old habits, and we set goals for ourselves. Of course, we had a strategic plan. I don't remember all that much, but I guess in 2003, our projection was that by 2023, our goal increase the rate of renewable energies up to 25%, and in geothermal energy by 2023, our goal was 600 megawatts capacity, and today, right now, almost 65% of Turkey's electricity generation is done by private sector, and we now have 1,650 megawatts of geothermal installed power. 30% of that is renewable energy. I think this is a very big miracle. We really gone over the goals set for 2023. And geothermal energy is one of the most important indicators in this. I talked about this because, as you know, in energy, the Green Deal and also some environmental issues, we need a reform once again. And why we have that reform? while we are witnessing that transformation, about which a lot of different panelists spoke about today, I'm sure, and we must, while we are doing those, take lessons from past applications and processes and get projections from those. So how did this miracle I've just mentioned come to be? Well, personally, I think the common and shared goals and ideas of the public and also the private sector, and the public taking the initiative, and also the investors believing in the process, of course, with working hard, we managed this. And one of the most important criteria is the promotion of renewable energies and some supplementary mechanisms being put in place, because as you know, renewable energy resources are kind of risky, they are not stable, and power plants that are producing through conventional methods, they are having troubles in competing with those. So that's why you have to promote competition. And also, on the other hand, renewable energy is a very big source in the way that it is eco-friendly, and also it is good for the people, and it lessens foreign dependency. So we mentioned the Green Deal, a goal set forward by EU to be completely carbon neutral by 2050. And you may call this green transformation, etc. But I think this is not only a policy, this is actually more than a term, this is a responsibility. So EU's commitment to completely neutralize the greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. What kind of things can we predict about this goal? In Turkey, I think the most important indicator would be the big industrial organizations, and also naturally the power generation side of the sector. The EU's Green Deal will not only affect the EU actors, as you can guess, it will also affect those who have commercial connections with EU members, and as a result, we must work and plan in line with the EU's projects. We must rapidly adapt to this transformation, or else there will be serious repercussions on our part. On some of the projects and activities under our association, we say that yes, in terms of renewable energy, we made big progress, but there must still be very big goals for which we must strive for, to be able to provide green energy to the industrial actors. We project about 50 megawatts of power. And I think the future of renewable energy in Turkey can be summarized in one sentence, and that is, renewable energy is a responsibility. And of course, as we do that, we must first of all think about the process that started in 2001, and we must keep the spirit in place that supported and incentivized action in this area. We need immediate planning of investments for the EU Green Deal, and also correct courses of action. And how does geothermal energy come into place here? I think in the renewable energy side, even though it's low in figures, to be able to give way to development, I think one of the most important and prevalent investments are the geothermal energy investments, because in the recent years it rose up to 1,650 megawatts. So that means we are worldwide in the 4th place, and in EU we are in the 1st place. We rose up more than 100 times. So people are paying for our expertise in this worldwide. And with these characteristics, geothermal energy investors have this characteristic which puts them forward. They differentiate in this way, and our geothermal resources up till now, our potential was about 35,000 megawatt thermal, and we now have a projection of 60,000 megawatt thermal. So this actually means that with today's projections, we can produce 5 megawatts. And of course, this may change with the advancements in technology in the future. And on the other hand, other than electricity generation, geothermal energy, the heating of greenhouses, we can take it up to 100 hectares. We can get the figures to millions even. And the tourism sector in some of the developed countries, geothermal resources bring forward very valuable inputs, and this is also very important economical resource for us as well, which we can use. We can go to more than 15 different applications like chemical and drying and fishing. So a lot of direct and integrated applications can be possible through this. Geothermal also has this characteristic in terms of renewability. As you know, geothermal energy, despite being renewable, it doesn't depend on the climate conditions or the wind conditions. It can work 24/7 and 365 days. It needs a lot less space than the others. Also contributes to local employment very highly. So geothermal is in a very special place. It's almost an ancient place. And I don't know if you're aware, but sorry, Elif Hanım, but we are over time right now. Sorry to be cutting in. Okay, let me wrap up very quickly then. I would like to state that geothermal energy is very special. As you know, in the G8 summit, world leaders they took a photo in front of a geothermal resource to be able to express their sensitivity about eco-friendly applications. And also the Microsoft company, the technological giant, in their new systems in heating and cooling, they are going to change. They are aiming for geothermal energy in those applications. And again, in a research done in the UK, in a societal collapse due to climate change, the countries that would have agricultural spaces, and also the ones who would have hydraulic and also geothermal energy resources and applications would be coming out on top. Why do I say these things? Well, because those involved in geothermal energy usually think that they are like middle children of this family, this energy family. But we now see that we can put ourselves in a different light. We are actually more valuable. We were not even NICTAM applications actually in geothermal, but now we have come to a different place. We had a research process of about 4 to 5 years, and we do not want to complain too much, or we don't want to reveal too much, but in terms of NICTAM, we demand that our process is lengthened. We are granted more time for this process. And for the integrated identification, we are waiting for laws coming into place. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Now we will have Murat Bey as president of the RED. Murat Bey, welcome. Thank you so much for having me. So yes. Wanted to take a flight, so yes, in solar energy we reached up to 7,500. And in solar energy in Turkey right now, investors are very hungry, very much hungry. And the ICCI processes are still going on. There will be a call for 1,000 more megawatts. And what should we do? What kind of roadmap should we be following for solar energy? So, Cem, first of all, I'm not prepared, but I can say our solar energy is so popular right now and so high in demand. I mean, we talk about this each year, and I think we will not be faulty to say that for the last hour, by the way, I've been following the program, watching the program, especially from Altan Abi. I call him Abi Big Brother because we play table tennis with him. After his speech and his complaints, and also the geothermal energy presentation we just had for solar energy, I would say we cannot say the same things because it is in top position right now, undoubtedly worldwide. But we must look at this from three different perspectives, I would say. First of all, where is the world going? In which direction? Secondly, where does Turkey come into the picture in this? And also, third, where does technology go? Where will it take us? So let's talk about in which direction the world is going. Turkey. Can I interrupt? Murat Bey. Yes, of course. Can you please adjust your camera so that we can see your face? How is it right now? I guess we can see you right now. Yes, yes. Sorry. No, please. And if you could please speak more loudly. Of course.
Now, where's the world headed to? 90,000 megawatts to 135,000 megawatts in 2020, but 111,000 megawatts were achieved despite COVID. This year they said 170,000, but because of raw materials, some problems, it's going to be around 140,000 megawatts. And 650,000 megawatts is the ultimate figure now around the world, almost. I don't have the latest facts in the coming 3 years or so. We have 2023 targets. In the coming 4 years, the 250,000 megawatts are targeted as Turkey. It's 1% in the coming 3 years. If it's if it's going to be 1250 gigawatt, we need to be around 15 gigawatts or so. But in Turkey has a lot of sun. Thinking about our geography, this should be not 1%, but it should be 1.5%. It means 20,000 megawatts or so. Currently, as of September, it's 75,000 megawatts in terms of electricity. not mechanical peak in terms of, but it's electricity in Turkey. In terms of mechanical peak, you know, DC-AC changes, it's going to be 120 or 130. It's around 10,000 megawatts or so if we align ourselves with the world approach. So 1250 gigawatts are envisioned for Turkey in the coming 3 years. For Turkey, for 2023, the target was around 7,500. It's going to be around 10,000. It's 7,500 now. But in my opinion, I mean, I remember back in 2013, the target for 2023 was 3,000 megawatts, if you remember. Later, it was rectified to 5,000 megawatts. Now we are at 7,500 in 2021. So it's increasing. The world is transforming. And the solar is the major source of transformation. As COE, we are talking about 1.5 cents or dollar cents, or it's like 15 kurush, Turkish cents. The costs are like that, using today's technology, of course. The technology will advance, the costs will decline, and the efficiency of production will increase. And look at the electricity prices. It's 70, 75 kurush in industry, in commercial establishments. It's like that. So every industry can use these solar panels on top of their roofs. It's proven now, and president made the declaration in New York about the Paris Declaration, because solar is all encompassing. It's easy to invest, of course, but what to do to pave the way? The solar is distinguished from hydro, biogas, and geothermal because it's expandable. You can expand that to the users. It's now prosumption, you know, the consumers produce it. In Turkey, the associations need to focus on this prosumption. For this, we need awareness projects. As Jan said, we are going to attach importance to this. The more solar we have among the common people, the more powerful it will become. You know, in some building, residential sites, they want to generate energy. But surplus energy may become subject to tax. This is a loophole. The association needs to pave the way to this. We are going to propose an amendment to the ministry the more common it becomes, we are going to have more power, we are going to be more popular, we are going to be more aware. Coming to the industry, together with the 2019 changes in legislation, reduction legislation, only 250 megawatts were installed. Not bad. In 2020, 450 megawatts, despite COVID. And the COVID is ongoing. Despite the supply and raw material prices and increased prices, the installation costs rose by 20%. And the electricity prices don't affect this too much. Despite that, the demand is increasing. About rooftop for the industry, Murat, we are very late. Feraye, one last minute, but Chair, you didn't give me a lot of time. She's complaining. I can give the time, but the organizers don't give me the time. Okay, 2 minutes, please. What was I telling now? Okay, in the industry, we need to open the pathway. We have new legislation, but the regulations are needed to support the law. We can install this at different sites. The consumption can be different than production. But how about the distribution costs? This is confusing. We have the unification of consumption legislation. When you combine consumption, you don't know about the distribution prices. As an association, we deliver our opinions together with other associations. But the people have different priorities, of course. This is for rooftops. And then Video YK. It was nearly 1 megawatts. We don't even need Yektem. And we need licenses who can sell to the free market. Renewable energy resource area 4 is upcoming now. YECA 4 is upcoming, but we still have bureaucratic barriers. I hope so. The solar has a lot of ways to go. Just to confirm, thank you very much. Thank you. Feraye, sorry about that. The sector has a lot of challenges. The investment appetite is there. They are awaiting capacity. I feel sorry, and we need more time for this discussion because there are so many problems to talk about. Yes, I'm aware, sir. Hopefully in the next meeting. I thank you very much for facilitating this session. Tolga, thank you very much. Altan, thank you very much. Elif and Iskandar, thank you all. Now over to Phyllis. Have a good evening. Now we are going to have Phyllis in a few moments. She is with us. Sorry, Phyllis. You know, this delay comes from early in the morning. Time management is its own thing, I know. Yes, you can share your own screen. You see it now? Not yet. It says I'm sharing now. Yes, we have your screen. Please make it full screen. What I'll do is it's 120 people are live watching you. I've heard about the share screen problems. First of all, the name ICCI has the Cogeneration Association. I'm a member of the association. So I tried very hard to be part of this. We had the 7th Istanbul Carbon Summit yesterday. So I just wanted to say something new to our viewers. I have my presentation for that. And I had to complete this 50 minutes ago, you know, because I have another meeting. They are overlapping now. I prepared a lot. Feraye, perhaps I can present my notes in another one. Now, just at this moment, I have to be in another meeting in the US. So time management is crucial. The ICCI community is precious to us. Mr. Özkan Auş, I greet you. Our chairman of association, Mr. Aydın, I greet you. I congratulate you. So allow me. I have to be in the other meeting. Of course, Professor. I just wanted to make this suggestion to you. You know, we are late by 45 minutes. It's very appropriate, you know. Yes, you know, I'm a Republican teacher who made a lot of preparations. Okay, let's manage time better next time. So, Feraye, what I say is, and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, take care of yourself, have a good energy, take care of the environment and climate. Be good, be healthy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Apologies once again. Today, yes, we have been delayed. The moderators try to do their best, but only this much. But we'll remain together. Yes. Yes, being with your teachers gives the experience. So, good evening. Thank you, Professor. Okay, goodbye. So, I'm going to do the closing. Yes, Phyllis had to wait a lot and she has other commitments, obviously. I thank everyone for being with us. It's been a successful day. Our viewer traffic is more than 4,000 from Streamline and YouTube. I thank all the speakers, the moderators, and officials that joined us. We are going to start at 10 o'clock, not 9:30. The first session will be emission reduction certificates and carbon credit trade. Very important and very appropriate. Let me close the day. Have a good evening.